just half an hour before both Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge were to leave for the airport to take their flight. He came in just half an hour there. He sat in with Mr. Kharge in one of the rooms. Ajay, Maken and Ashok Gehlot did not meet. He had a 5-minute meeting with Mr. Kharge, and from there on, both Ajay, Maken and Mr. Kharge have left for the airport. Ashok Gehlot has come in. He's taken, of course, gone back about half an hour ago, but the meeting came to quite a knot. We continue to get you the latest, but first up, I want to cut across to my colleague Nabila for the headlines.
All right, as all that commotion takes place in the state of Rajasthan, Preeti there bringing us the latest developments there. Preeti, do take us through all those details, but I'm going to toss over to our headlines first. A massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resign. Pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today that Gehlot could backtrack on the Congress president's nomination. Gandhi's attempt to damage control, but with little success. Emissary Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajasthan, but failed to broker truce. Will be submitting a report to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP AAP mocking Bharat Jodo Yatra amid this Rajasthan churning. AAP claims Congress finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls a done deal now. Attacks on RSS and BJP functionaries in Kerala and Tamil Nadu on the rise. SDPI leader caught on camera issuing open threats to the RSS. Says, "We'll finish you in 10 seconds." India Today confronts Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez in court. Jackie evades those questions as she walks out after she gets temporary relief. The court grants her interim bail in this 200 crore extortion scam case. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izets. At least 6 killed, 20 injured after gunmen opened fire in school. Shooter now, after that attack, kills himself.
All right, viewers, let me take you through the latest news break that is coming in. News filtering in that KC Venugopal is going to be meeting Sonia Gandhi shortly. He has left the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kerala. He was walking alongside Rahul Gandhi, and as a troubleshooter, he's been sent to Delhi, especially at the back of the entire chaos that is ensuing in Rajasthan. That's the latest news break that we are getting in. Well, the Congress crisis management in a huddle. Rahul Gandhi and KC Venugopal had a long conversation. KC Venugopal is now in the national capital. He's left the Bharat Jodo Yatra midway and will be meeting Sonia Gandhi shortly. Moreover, we're also getting to understand troubleshooter Kamal Nath will also reach Delhi. So a lot happening there, but a lot of questions, viewers, still remain at the involvement of KC Venugopal. He's failed miserably at times to be one of the troubleshooters or managing the crisis where Rajasthan is concerned. He should have many even here feel who are part of the Sachin Pilot camp. That KC Venugopal, who's actually a Rajya Sabha MP from Rajasthan, and where Congress is concerned, should have played a bigger part in dealing with the crisis here. I want to cut across right now to Dev Ankur Vadhavan, who's getting us the latest coming in from what is taking place in Rajasthan, and Rahul Gautam, who's going to take us through the two names that have come in as a troubleshooter. And it does seem most people now pinning their hopes, Rahul, on Kamal Nath's entry into this political crisis. He's a seasoned troubleshooter of the Congress, one of the very few who can still step in and be taken seriously if he wants to broker peace. What is the brief given to Kamal Nath right now? When is he reaching Delhi?
Nath has already landed in the national capital, and at present he is seeking time from Sonia Gandhi. Now, you rightly pointed out that since Mr. Kamal Nath is a very seasoned politician, and we all know Mr. Gehlot is also one of the tallest leaders as far as Congress party is concerned. Therefore, you would be needing somebody, as tall as, Mr. Kamal Nath, or somebody having, such a high stature as Kamal Nath to speak or engage Mr. Gehlot into dialogue. What had happened last night in Rajasthan is absolutely unprecedented as far as Congress party is concerned. People are asking questions that whether we should keep this under the ambit of indiscipline, or this was an open coup that was engineered by supporters of Gehlot. Also, I must tell you that Mr. Kamal Nath, if you remember, when Maharashtra political crisis started, at that point of time also he was sent by Sonia Gandhi all the way to Mumbai to speak, with Maharashtra MLAs and to keep the flock together. And that in the same manner, you can expect that Kamal Nath is certainly going to be flying to Jaipur sometime from now, and obviously he'll be engaging all these MLAs to cut the ice, to have an amicable solution, which is certainly going to come as a face saver for Gandhis. At the same time, it's also going to accommodate Mr. Pilot and Mr. Gehlot. But one thing is very important here, that maybe for the first time, Mr. Ashok Gehlot has defied Gandhis, and this certainly has come as a major embarrassment for 10 Janpath and obviously for 12th Tughlaq Lane, given the fact that just a week back, Mr. Gehlot was hailed as one of the staunch loyalists of Nehru Gandhi family, and then the same person who is now saying that MLAs are not in his control, he's not able to control them, and therefore this situation is spanning out of his hands. So one thing is very important here. On one hand, it seems that now
I'm going to ask you a quick question before we go to the top developments as they've taken place. Put the spotlight on somebody like Kamal Nath. You've been following Kamal Nath's trajectory. What differentiates him with the likes of a KC Venugopal or even an Ajay Maken? Because, I want to put this in perspective, viewers. Ajay Maken did not even meet Ashok Gehlot. There was no meeting between the two. There was a 3-minute meeting between Mallikarjun Kharge and Ashok Gehlot. That's where the role of a Kamal Nath, Rahul, would be crucial, because he knows Ashok Gehlot very well. They've worked together in the past. They've been a team to troubleshoot other issues together. He also is close in terms of, will be able to communicate with Sachin Pilot. So he's one person who the Congress will actually benefit from, other than the likes of KC Venugopal, who are completely cut off from the North Indian Rajasthan politics reality.
Well, absolutely. See, Madhya Pradesh is very similar to Rajasthan. It is not very similar to Kerala, and therefore we all know that Kamal Nath and Mr. Gehlot, they both have worked with Rajiv Gandhi. In fact, they have been serving Congress party for decades now, and in fact both Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they always keep them in their good books. So therefore, if anybody can actually speak at this point of time, apart from Gandhis, with Gehlot, is certainly going to be Mr. Kamal Nath, given the fact that Kamal Nath shares a very good rapport with Mr. Gehlot. If you remember, you yourself mentioned that how Mr. Maken didn't even meet or didn't even give audience to Mr. Gehlot at that Marriott hotel, which obviously shows that how there's mistrust, there's lack of bonhomie. But that's not the case with Kamal Nath. If Kamal Nath comes in picture, you can expect that at least Gandhis would be able to convey their message, and you can expect that he'll be able to cut the ice and could reach to an amicable solution which could be accepted by all the stakeholders.
All right, Rahul, you stay with me. I'm going to continue to come across to you for more updates, but let's take our viewers to the top developments. Of course, two of those top developments we just touched through where our breaking news was concerned. KC Venugopal is going to be meeting Sonia Gandhi shortly, but I would reckon all eyes will be on Kamal Nath. The entry of Kamal Nath could help the Congress at a time where it's practically at its lowest ebb in terms of perception, in terms of mockery, in terms of public humiliation, at least what's gone down in Rajasthan. So will Kamal Nath now be sent to Jaipur, as clearly the likes of Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge have failed once again, viewers. So we're going to keep a keen eye on that. Let me take you through the other top developments as we continue to track them. The first development, Rajasthan Congress crisis exploding by the minute. Sources close to the CM have stated that he wants to give up the chief ministership and will be okay with anyone that the party leadership decides to take over. Is that something that the chief minister will allow, especially of what has gone down yesterday? There's a big question mark now, viewers, also whether or not Ashok Gehlot will be considered for party president as well. The other big development, troubleshooter Kamal Nath, like we told you, has been summoned to Delhi. He will be meeting Sonia Gandhi and in all probability will be mediating between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot camps. Both camps, are both camps are not close per se, but amicable. They enjoy a good relationship with Kamal Nath. Kamal Nath has worked extensively with Ashok Gehlot. He enjoys a good relationship with Sachin Pilot as well. The other top three developments in a mega scoop in Rajasthan Congress implosion, sources stated the Congress President Sonia Gandhi has asked now for a detailed report on the political crisis from the failure of Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge to broker an agreement which was sought for by the Congress High Command. They're going to give a detailed report shortly after they land in Delhi. Their flight took off just about 40 minutes ago. The other big development for Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation on Rajasthan and has now sent senior leader KC Venugopal to Delhi. Venugopal will likely be meeting Congress President Sonia Gandhi this evening. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi was seen playing football during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The top 5 development. India Today has accessed viewers a video from the Sunday meeting in which a Gehlot faction MLA can be heard not only mocking Sachin Pilot if he were to be made CM, but claiming that Rajasthan would witness a rerun of the Punjab fiasco if Pilot replaced Gehlot as the chief minister. All right, in midst of all of this, viewers, let me quickly take you now through what is happening in Rajasthan through the course of this morning. One, the speculation mounting whether Ashok Gehlot will actually enter the fray as party president. We do know that the High Command, the top brass, the Gandhi is extremely angry, and this is right from Sonia Gandhi, extremely angry with the way things have gone down or the handling of Ashok Gehlot. He might maintain till now that it was beyond him, in the words that he said, कि अब उनकी बस की नहीं है क्योंकि जो सारे MLA हैं वो अपने मन की करेंगे, उनके हाथ में अभी कुछ नहीं है. It's something, an excuse which the Congress High Command is not buying and shouldn't actually buy, because what happened yesterday, especially with the video leaked also, has the print or the imprint of the politics of Ashok Gehlot written all over. On the other hand, viewers, the other big development is that now many MLAs who were there yesterday at that meeting with CP Joshi, who actually signed on the dotted line to hand over their resignation, some of them have now come out and said that they never intended to sign, they were made to sign that, and they will go with what the High Command says. So is there a fracture somewhere there? Well, we don't quite know yet in terms of where the numbers stand, and it's interesting because these numbers are split within 2 of the Congress. Right now, clearly the Gehlot camp has not just the majority, but the near entire chunk of the MLAs in Congress where Rajasthan is concerned. Let's listen to all the reactions that are coming in.
102 जो विधायक उस वक्त लॉयल थे, अशोक जी के साथ में थे, उनमें से ही कोई बनाया जाना चाहिए, सचिन पायलट या उसके ग्रुप में से नहीं बनाया जाना चाहिए. तो हमने कहा कि आपकी भावना, जब हम सबसे एक एक करके मिलेंगे तो जो आपकी भावना है एग्जैक्टली वो सारी की सारी भावना जो व्यक्ति कर रहे हैं वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम बताएंगे, और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा उसके बाद में अशोक गहलोत जी से बात करके, सबसे बात करके फैसला लेंगे. जो विधायक नहीं आए उनको हम लोग लगातार हम कह रहे थे कि हम 1 to 1 सब लोगों की बात सुनने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं, तो कोई भी बात हो आप हमें कहें. खरगे जी और मैं हम अलग से बैठ करके 1 to 1 सबकी बात सुनेंगे, और कोई फैसला नहीं हो रहा है. जो आप बात कहेंगे वो बात हम दिल्ली जाकर के बताएंगे, और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबकी बात सुनने के बाद 1 to 1 हर एक से बात करने के निर्देश हमारे पास में है. रेजोल्यूशन पास करना है कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर छोड़ने का, तो बेशक रेजोल्यूशन पास करें, लेकिन उसके अंदर फैसला उसका 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में होना चाहिए. तो हमने कहा कि अगर अशोक गहलोत जी रेजोल्यूशन मूव करते हैं कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष के ऊपर सब चीजें छोड़ी जा रही हैं, और 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में, क्योंकि अब अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ये कह चुके हैं कि वो कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का के उम्मीदवार हैं, तो 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में जब वो खुद अध्यक्ष बन जाएंगे तो अपने ही रेजोल्यूशन के ऊपर अपने आप को ही एम्पावर कर रहे हैं, तो इससे बड़ा कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं हो सकता. तो ये आप इसको मत करिए. लेकिन उन्होंने कहा नहीं, ये पब्लिकली आपको कहना पड़ेगा और रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा बनाना पड़ेगा.
पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी को पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए।
10 रुपए भी खर्च नहीं कर सकता था, उसको 10 लाख रुपए का जो है बीमा, उसकी दवाइयाँ जो है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में भी जो है वो खर्च सरकार कर रही है। इतनी बड़ी बड़ी योजनाओं का अगर फायदा किसी आदमी को मिल सकता है तो सिर्फ अशोक गहलोत को मिल सकता है। अगर इस कुर्सी को बदल दिया गया, अशोक गहलोत को बदल दिया गया, तो आने वाला आदमी जो भी इस पे बैठेगा उसको इतना बड़ा फायदा नहीं मिलेगा और कांग्रेस को नुकसान होगा। तो इसलिए हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। हम नहीं चाहते, हम इस बात को नहीं चाहते कि किसी प्रकार की कोई बात हो। आप हर चीज की जो है आपने कई 2-2 पदे, आज ये बता दे कोई भी हाईकमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पद हैं आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो।
नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं।
कौन से 2 पद हैं?
एक ही पद है।
कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाए तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा। तो मेरा आपसे यही निवेदन है कि हाईकमान ऐसे नहीं मान।
सर, माकन साहब आज निकले और उन्होंने कहा कि एक तरह से अनुशासनहीनता है। जब हमने विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी तो वहां पर आकर अपनी बात कहते वो।
एक बात आप मानकर चलना, ये बात आपकी सही है कि अनुशासनहीनता की बात जो माकन साहब ने कही वो हमारे प्रभारी हैं, बड़े भाई हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, वो कह सकते हैं। लेकिन एक परिवार में माकन साहब कह रहे हैं अनुशासनहीनता है, ये वही एमएलए हैं जो माकन साहब के साथ 1.5 महीने तक 102 विधायक माकन साहब के साथ होटल में ठहरे हुए थे बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब देने के।
कहा मैं उनको नहीं सुनता, आते तो सही मेरे पास।
तो कब मना कर रहे हैं? माकन साहब यदि नहीं तो माकन साहब खुद चले जाते। माकन साहब भी तो हमारे बड़े भाई हैं, नेता हैं, प्रभारी हैं। और जब वो गए तो हम उनसे मिलके आए ना। कल जब वो माकन साहब वहाँ थे तो माकन साहब से मिलने मैं होटल में गया हूँ मेरियट में, मैं मिलकर आया हूँ, डोटासरा जी मिलकर आए हैं, सीएम साहब गए हैं, मैंने खुद ने माकन साहब से बात की, खड़गे साहब से बात की। जब मैं तनोट माता जी से सीएम साहब गहलोत साहब के साथ मैं डोटासरा जी उतरते ही सबसे पहले मैं मैरियट होटल गया हूँ, माकन साहब से मिला हूँ। माकन साहब ने मुझे कहा, मुझे ये पता नहीं था कि एमएलए धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, क्योंकि मैं खुद तनोट माता जी को उतरा। मेरी बात सुनिए आप, तो मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन जब मुझे पता चला धारीवाल जी के यहाँ एमएलए इकट्ठे हो गए तो धारीवाल जी के यहाँ इकट्ठे क्यों नहीं होंगे? धारीवाल जी भी बहुत डायलॉग मार रहे थे उस वक्त कि तुम चिंता मत करो, कोई बात, तो मुझे संसदीय कार्य मंत्री है। मेरी बात सुनिए, फिर वो इकट्ठे हो गए एमएलए। जब वहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए, मैं धारीवाल जी को लेने गया, धारीवाल जी से मैंने बात कराई, डोटासरा जी की और माकन साहब की। धारीवाल जी ने कहा साहब मुझे नहीं आने दे रहे, और इनकी जो बात है वो सुनकर फिर हम आपसे मिलने आते हैं। एमएलए की बात सुनकर हम मिलने गए सीएम साहब के यहाँ, डोटा उनसे, खड़गे साहब से और माकन साहब से। अधिकतर आज नवरात्रा है, अधिकतर एमएलए निकल गए थे वापस। फिर डोटासरा जी हम एमएलए को लेने आए, उनका था हमारी ये डिमांड है। डिमांड का मतलब ये थोड़ा ना कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल है, पार्टी आला कमान का सम्मान भी करेंगे, जरूरत होगी तो आला कमान के आदेश पर हम ही लड़ने जाते हैं दिल्ली, देश की सड़कों पर हम लड़ेंगे, खून बहाएंगे अपना।
Because it's the theatre of the absurd if one is to believe. If the MLAs now are saying that Ashok Gehlot had absolutely no clue, you just saw that video which was leaked from Shanti Dhariwal's unofficial CLP meet. You know, that's what you'd call it, because the resolution never got passed at the official CLP meet, but it did get passed at the unofficial CLP meet where most of these MLAs had gone. But I want to just bring in my colleague Moshmi as well as Dev Ankur Vadhavan, because, you know, we've been tracking the developments and they've been as hectic as they come over the last 24 hours. But Dev, I want to cut across to you first. Give us a sense. There seems to now be a bit of a change of heart in some of the MLAs who were there yesterday at that meeting at Shanti Dhariwal. At the back of the video that has been leaked from that meeting, one thing is clear. This was an out-and-out attempt to bolster the support in favor of Ashok Gehlot. And like we've been talking about, there is no way it could have happened without Ashok Gehlot signing off on it. However, some of those MLAs, and we've spoken to them through the course of this morning, have now gone ahead and said that they didn't even know what they were signing up for. They were told to come there just for an informal discussion, then they were made to sign something, and they actually believe in what the High Command wants. Is there a sense of just one or two of these MLAs, or are there more MLAs now coming up and breaking away from the ranks of this Gehlot faction?
Well, Preeti, that is a very pertinent question. I can tell you that calls were made to MLAs to mention to them that they should land up at Shanti Dhariwal's official residence rather than going for the CLP meet at the Chief Minister's residence. But, you know, we can talk about more on that. But right now, I can tell you, Preeti, I'm outside Shanti Dhariwal's residence. And out here, even now, Preeti, there are about 6 to 7 of the Congress MLAs, ministers, including Shanti Dhariwal, Sports Minister Ashok Chandna, MLAs Rohit Bora, Chetan Dudi, who just left from here, Baljit Yadav, all of them were in a huddle, confabulating, discussing on the next course of action. They want to, you know, convey that the Gehlot camp is united, Preeti. They also want to convey that they have done nothing wrong with holding a parallel CLP meeting of the Congress legislatures, even when the Congress observer Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken were waiting at the Chief Minister's residence. They claim that they had genuine grievances. They wanted to convey that to the party high command. And even as I speak, Preeti, if the visual you see, you know, vehicle after vehicle arriving at Shanti Dhariwal's residence. So apparently, Preeti, even on the next day of that fateful day, action is happening at Shanti Dhariwal's residence. There are MLAs, there are ministers inside the residence discussing their next course of action. It seems that the party high command does not want to listen to Ashok Gehlot right now. You mentioned what happened when Gehlot reached the Hotel Marriott. He wanted to meet Kharge and Maken. Maken did not meet him. He refused to meet him, mentioning that he has a flight to catch. Kharge held a meeting for all of 3 minutes and not much was discussed during that meeting. Although our sources are also conveying, Preeti, that Ashok Gehlot has claimed complete ignorance of what was happening at Dhariwal, which seems ludicrous at some level. Shanti Dhariwal is a known confidant, loyalist of Ashok Gehlot, someone who, you know, does not do anything without Gehlot's approval. And all of those MLAs were not just asked to gather at Dhariwal's residence, but also submit their resignations, which were collectively taken to the Speaker's residence and submitted over there. So all of these developments have been informed to the party high command, and the next course of action, Preeti, could entail issuing show cause notices to Shanti Dhariwal and Dr. Mahesh Joshi. These are 2 cabinet ministers who are considered to be the main orchestrators of the game plan of Ashok Gehlot. So these 2 men, Cabinet Minister Shanti Dhariwal and Cabinet Minister Dr. Mahesh Joshi, can be issued show cause notices, and they can be asked to explain why they should not be expelled from the party or action should not be taken against them for the indiscipline that they indulged in holding a parallel CLP meet, even as these observer and party state in charge Ajay Maken were waiting at the Chief Minister's residence. Also, Preeti, Sachin Pilot, we are given to understand, has been in talks with not just the party observer and the state party in charge, but also with the leadership in Delhi, trying to convey his sense of hurt, his feeling of being let down. And the Pilot camp MLAs that I've spoken to today, Preeti, claim that these very people who were earlier accusing accusing Sachin Pilot of rebellion, of being a traitor, now what do they have to say about Ashok Gehlot and what he has done? So Ashok Gehlot's stature apparently has gone down by a huge margin, Preeti, in the eyes of party high command, and his position or his candidature now seems unlikely as the Congress's national president, and perhaps the party can ask him not to any longer contest as the party's candidate for the post of the national president. Preeti.
Right. Well, you know, that remains to be seen, but it's interesting, viewers. If the party now decides to take action against the likes of Shanti Dhariwal, who is not just, known as the right-hand man of Ashok Gehlot in Rajasthan politics, but also is a cabinet minister. And if Ashok Gehlot continues to feign, at least publicly, ignorance of this party meet which happened at Dhariwal's residence, would Ashok Gehlot be all right for action to be taken against them? Anti-party disciplinary action. It'd be interesting to note what would be Ashok Gehlot's take in all of this. But I want to quickly include Mosmi into this conversation. Mosmi, is there a sense with Ashok Gehlot that maybe he's gone too far in this game? Because if we have seen the High Command now, through at least its observers, even though extremely weak in the face of a strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, is not cowering down as yet. It's dug in its heels. It says it will not be arm twisted. It will not be blackmailed into conditions. It will only hold unconditional talks. And the sheer fact that Sonia Gandhi is deeply upset with Ashok Gehlot, with what has gone down, where does that peg him in that hierarchical order of being the unofficial candidate for the president? Is that now under a question mark?
You know, the turn of events since the past 24 hours speak volumes about a badly bruised and battered party, Preeti, that has been unable to, you know, register a convincing performance in the past 2 Lok Sabha elections. And perhaps this Bharat Jodo Yatra was a silver lining in the dark path cloud as far as, you know, the Congress's rejuvenation is concerned. But now the Rajasthan politics playing a dampener as far as the Bharat Jodo Yatra is concerned, and proving the detractors absolutely correct. And it comes at a time when the man of the Ashok Gehlot was the man of the moment as far as the entire presidential polls were concerned. It was Rahul Gandhi who had in fact always reposed his faith in Ashok Gehlot's performance and potential, and he's always been equated to being the modern Gandhi of the Congress party. And here you have Ashok Gehlot, whose stature is one of the tallest in the Congress, right under his nose, an entire rebellion that really deeply embarrasses not only the Congress party but the Gandhi family. So putting thereby their authority under a big question mark at a time when the Gandhis have steered away from the presidential polls to prove the BJP wrong. Here you have Ashok Gehlot, who under whom all the MLAs rebel in a way that sends a direct message to the party high command that they are really not clued and connected to what's happening on the ground. And we do believe, one of the most telling incidents today about the increasing distance between Jaipur and Delhi is that Ajay, Maken, the in charge of Rajasthan, in fact, left without meeting Ashok Gehlot, the Rajasthan chief minister. Apparently, it was Mallikarjun Kharge who made a call to Ashok Gehlot, and Ashok Gehlot, in fact, turned up at the Marriott, but he did not meet Ajay Maken, and Ajay Maken, in fact, left without meeting Ashok Gehlot or having a discussion. So that speaks volumes about the widening rift between the party leadership, the people who have been appointed to carry out this
the Congress
job.
For so long, I want to ask you, will this rift, which is clearly widening, will it be bridged by the likes of a Kamal Nath? Because now it seems after Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken, the troubleshooter who will be brought into Rajasthan will be Mr. Kamal Nath. Will he be able to do what these both couldn't?
Preeti, it's never over till it's over. Still, there are many days left for the nominations to be filed. Kamal Nath, whether he's going to be a troubleshooter or whether he is going to be another candidate for the Congress party, we don't really know. As soon as Kamal Nath's name figured as far as, diffusing this present crisis is concerned, speculations are rife that could he be one of the probables as far as the elections are concerned, because with what's happened yesterday and the MLAs absolutely up in arms as far as, Gehlot remaining the chief minister is concerned till the 19th, the trust deficit is just too wide as far as 10 Janpath and 8 civil lines in Jaipur is concerned. And there you have Kamal Nath, who doesn't have a mass following in the manner that Ashok Gehlot has, stepping in. Though it is not easy to find a replacement for Ashok Gehlot, considering his rich experience, his connect with the grassroots, his manner and the way he talks and deals with the congressmen and women. So really, we will have to see whether the trusted lieutenant of the Gandhi family can really easily be replaced. I don't think that's easy for the Gandhi family. There will be attempts to bridge the divide. There will be attempts to iron out the differences. But we will have to wait and see that how that unfolds. Ashok Gehlot left smiling and waving at the media when he met Mallikarjun Kharge. There has been an attempt to say that it wasn't Ashok Gehlot who actually, was behind the entire rebellion, but that's hard to believe. And then the big question is that if you cannot control your state unit, how will you take care of a age-old party that is in tatters? So an entire challenge there for Ashok Gehlot yet again to prove himself after more than 4 decades of a political career where he returned thrice as Chief Minister.
Well, it is interesting, the way things are panning out. Ashok Gehlot at least has proven that he is practically the man who's going to call the shots where Rajasthan is concerned. The High Command can take the highway, literally, if that's what it comes down to. He's proven that, but at what cost? Will he continue to be the president candidate with the unofficial seal of approval by the Gandhis? Unlikely so. The question of Kamal Nath, and Moshmi brought in an important point there, viewers. What is the reason that Kamal Nath has been summoned to Delhi? Is it to troubleshoot with what is now clearly seeming beyond reproach between the the angst of Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, because anybody who's followed the situation right now would say it's gone too far. There's no way that the twain will ever meet, especially after what's gone down in the last 24 hours. So is it that Kamal Nath has been brought in for, or is it that will Kamal Nath now be the one with the unofficial blessings to be the next president of the Congress? Lots of speculations on. Trust India Today to keep you on top. Going to go into a break. Be right back.
खेल पत्रकारिता में करियर बनाने का सुनहरा मौका। ज्वाइन करें इंडिया टुडे मीडिया इंस्टीट्यूट।
रजिस्टर करने के लिए www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in पर विजिट करें। Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, with what is a clear confrontation between Ashok Gehlot, his camp of MLAs, and the High Command of the Congress, what happens to Sachin Pilot? Sachin Pilot, till late last night, was expecting that there will be, if all things went down tamely, a one-line resolution at the CLP, which of course never took place, and that resolution would have been that the High Command would decide the successor to Ashok Gehlot. But that didn't quite happen, because Sachin Pilot believed that he had the backing of the High Command, but the 92 MLAs very clearly went against the High Command and said very emphatically with a resignation that in the face of Sachin Pilot leading them, they'd rather resign. Now, since the course of this morning, the face-off between Gehlot and Pilot is brewing on multiple fronts. A war of posters has also emerged. Sachin Pilot posters backing him in Jodhpur and other cities of Rajasthan have come up. The political crisis in the poll-bound state has clearly posed a direct challenge now to the Gandhis. Sachin, for now, has decided to stay put in Jaipur, stating that he will wait for the Congress High Command to take a decision. Sources also tell India Today that Pilot is counting on Gandhis to intervene and take action against Gehlot after his loyalists staged a rebellion.
क्या होगा? देखिए, जो भी हो, पार्टी आलाकमान जो करेगा, हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात यह है कि मैंने देखा कि इतने जो सीनियर लोग हैं, 6-6, 7-7 बार, 8-8 बार जीत के आए थे। रामनारायण मीणा जी जैसे लोग थे, सीनियर लोग थे, परशुराम मोरदिया जी जैसे लोग थे, कुन्नर साहब थे, जिनकी तबीयत खराब थी, 3-3, 4-4 घंटे उनको बेचारों को वेट करना पड़ा। सब लोग कांग्रेस के साथ हैं। उन्होंने कहा हम तो आलाकमान का फैसला मानते हैं, कांग्रेस ने हमें यहाँ बुलाया, हम सब लोग यहाँ गए, उसमें हम भी शामिल थे। और हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहाँ अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहाँ फोन किया गया था, हम वहाँ लोग पहुंच गए थे। उसके बाद जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा उसको मानेंगे सब लोग।
100% उसकी अवहेलना हुई है, अनुशासनहीनता हुई है, घोर अनुशासनहीनता हुई है। और इसके अंदर 2-4 लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके, मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नौटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है। 1-to-1 करने से 1-to-1 जब करना चाह रहे हैं विधायकों के साथ, माकन जी, खड़गे साहब, आला कमान के हमारे पर्यवेक्षकों को कहाँ दिक्कत आ रही है, क्यों डर रहे हैं?
बहुत सारे लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, मतलब जयपुर नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, वो रह गए थे। थोड़ा सा जल्दबाजी का तो निर्णय था, लेकिन मैं अभी
नहीं पहुंच पाए थे।
बहुत सारे साथी, कई लोगों से बात हुई जो अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में थे। लेकिन मैं एक चीज़ आपको कहना चाहूँगा, जो भी हुआ है, जो भी घटनाक्रम हुआ है, बहुत जल्दी कांग्रेस हाईकमान हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। बहुत जल्दी इसका कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकलेगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि जिस तरह मेल मोहब्बत प्यार के साथ में सब कांग्रेस जन चल रहे थे, उसी तरह से आगे भी चलेंगे।
आप लोग अशोक गहलोत के साथ हो या कांग्रेस आलाकमान के साथ?
हम लोग कांग्रेस के साथ है।
तो आप लोगों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया, अब कैसे होगा काम?
कोई इस्तीफा नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं, हम कांग्रेस के साथ हैं और कांग्रेस के साथ रहेंगे।
देखिए, सचिन पायलट का कहना एक ही है कि जो हाईकमान तय करेगा वो फैसला मुझे मंजूर है। कुछ एमएलए जो सीएमआर पहुंच गए थे गेट पर, उनको कहा गया कि नहीं मीटिंग यहाँ नहीं रखी है, शांति धारीवाल की कर रखी है। इस कंफ्यूजन में भी कुछ लोग वहां गए हैं और इंडिविजुअल एक एक से हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधि जब बात करने को तैयार थे तो बात करनी चाहिए थी। कोई गिलवा शिकायत है तो उनको कहना चाहिए था। सीक्रेटली कहने का मतलब ही ये होता है कि खुल करके बात कर सके। उस बात को इन लोगों ने टाला, एक अच्छा संकेत नहीं।
Because what has gone down in Rajasthan is an insult, an embarrassment, and a humiliation as well to Sachin Pilot, but a bigger insult, embarrassment and humiliation to the Congress High Command. Where does the proverbial Congress High Command stand right now, where it cannot enforce its writ on its own political party? It's come down now to the existence of the Congress High Command. Therefore, even in the face of a very strong, muscle-flexing regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, the Congress High Command short stunt, digging in its heels, saying that it will not fall prey to blackmailing and arm twisting. That talks will be held without conditions, because mind you, the Gehlot camp MLAs have put in 3 conditions. Number 1 of them is that till the Congress president is elected, Ashok Gehlot continues to be the chief minister of Rajasthan. Number 2, that if Ashok Gehlot is no longer the Rajasthan CM and becomes the Congress president under one man, one post, then only from the 102 MLAs who stuck by the Congress at a time when Sachin Pilot allegedly scripted a mutiny with the help of the BJP. It was these 102 MLAs who stood by the Congress, making sure that the government is safe, and that should be the lot that the High Command needs to pick from when it appoints the next Chief Minister. They also had a third demand, which is that Ashok Gehlot has a direct say on who will be the next Chief Minister. It seems that the High Command, as weakened it might be in the face of this pressure, is not playing ball. Ajay Maken said very clearly that none of these conditions will apply, as the Congress party will refuse to talk under conditions. Even Kharge, when he was leaving this hotel where I'm standing, said clearly 2 things. You've got to keep the party together, but discipline matters in a party. And what went down yesterday was a shining example of indiscipline within the party ranks. So the Congress clearly has its back to the wall, but the big question in front of the Congress High Command is the man that they trusted till yesterday blindly for leading the party as party president, a man who would have been in charge of keeping the flock together, strengthening the party, now stands accused of actually engineering a rebellion of his own MLAs in Rajasthan. Can this man actually be trusted with the position of a president? Well, that's where the irony lies. Which way the Congress will decide, time will tell.
एक पार्टी के साथ जो गद्दारी करते हैं और पैसों से जो पिट जाते हैं, उनके नेतृत्व को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे। अशोक गहलोत एक सादगी पसंद, ईमानदार और पार्टी का पक्का सिपाही है, जिसने 50 साल राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की सेवा की और देश में भी रहे। अशोक गहलोत को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया जा रहा है, उनका हम स्वागत करते हैं, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद में राजस्थान के सीएम का कोई फैसला लिया जाए।
हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। आपने कई 2-2 पद आज ये बता दे, कोई भी हाईकमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पद हैं आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो? नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद हैं? एक ही पद है। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया, वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाएं, तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा।
प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो ये अनुशासनहीनता है ही है। जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी।
हमारी मुख्य शर्त जो है वो ये है कि जिन लोगों ने पार्टी से बगावत की, जिन लोगों ने पार्टी की सरकार को तोड़ने की कोशिश की, गिराने की कोशिश की, उनमें से कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने, ये हमारी मुख्य शर्त है। इसके अलावा तो सामान्य बातें हैं, 19 से पहले हो, 19 के बाद हो। अगर हमें 19 के बाद भी हमारी शर्त यही रहती, 19 से पहले भी हमारी शर्त ये है, इसलिए हमने किसी बात पे कोई एडमेंट हो की बात नहीं की। अपनी बात हमने हाईकमान के जो प्रतिनिधि आए थे उनको पहुंचाने की कोशिश की।
All right, now as the political crisis unravels in Rajasthan, Rahul Gandhi-led Bharat Jodo Yatra is now facing a renewed criticism. While Congress-ruled Rajasthan implodes in this fight for Chief Minister's post, Rahul Gandhi has been in Kerala amid this Bharat Jodo Yatra. And he's been playing football with a bunch of kids, engaging in some cultural events. Another Congress-ruled state, as the Bharat Jodo Yatra continues, we're seeing Rajasthan, one of the few Congress-ruled states right now, in doldrums. Rahul Gandhi is once again accused of being tone deaf to another Congress political crisis. In fact, Gehlot and Pilot factions have been locked in a war of words in Jaipur. While Rahul Gandhi is busy with the Bharat Jodo Yatra in Kerala, Sonia and Priyanka Gandhi are currently in the national capital. Congress leaders insist that the party is united.
वो बाहर निकल आ गए, आप लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो पे भी, और राजस्थान पर कह रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो से यार तो कांग्रेस जोड़ो करो।
नहीं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा चल रहा है, कांग्रेस जुड़ा हुआ है, उनको कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। चिंता है आज भारत जोड़ने की, और मुझे खुशी है, मैं अभी अहमदाबाद में था और 36वां नेशनल गेम्स का जो मोटो लगाया हुआ है प्रधानमंत्री के फोटो के नीचे, जुड़ेगा भारत जीतेगा भारत, हालांकि वहाँ लिखा हुआ है जुड़ेगा इंडिया जीतेगा इंडिया। तो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का असर वहां तक भी पहुंच गया है।
सवाल सब आपसे यही पूछ रहे हैं कि वहां आप भारत जोड़ने के लिए निकले थे, राजस्थान में पार्टी को कौन जोड़ेगा?
देखिए, पार्टी जहां तक सवाल है वो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई टूटी हुई है राजस्थान में। हाँ, वो आपस में जो द्वंद्व है मेरे ख्याल से इसीलिए है कि वो शायद नया एक मुख्यमंत्री चुन रहे हैं। देखिए, ये भी अटकलें हैं क्योंकि गहलोत जी आएंगे क्या अध्यक्ष के लिए, क्या वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के लिए अपना नामांकन भरेंगे, उसके बाद क्या वो मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देंगे, ये सब अभी कोई चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं है। तो मुझे तो ठीक से ये भी वहीं पता है कि वहाँ मीटिंग जो हो रही है उसकी रियल उद्देश्य क्या है। अब ये अटकलें हैं कि शायद उससे जानना चाहते होंगे कि अगर गहलोत जी हटते हैं तो अगला मुख्यमंत्री क्यों कौन बनता है। तो ये तो एक ऐसा प्रोसेस जो कांग्रेस में कई बार हुआ है, और ऐसा भी कोई नहीं है कि जो विधायक कुछ कहते हैं किसी और को लाके डाल दिया जाता है। जो अमूमन बता रहे हैं वहाँ के विधायकों को ये चिंता है कि किसी को उन पर थोप दिया जाएगा। अभी तक तो कोई एक ऐसी कहानी भी नहीं है कि यहाँ या कहीं और कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति थोपा गया हो। तो ये जो तमाम चीज़ हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से विधायकों के साथ भी जो संवाद करना चाहिए था, वो अगर उसमें थोड़ा स्पष्टता कर दो, खुद गहलोत जी भी एक बार आके कहते हैं कि भाई इस प्रक्रिया में सब लोग मिलके बातचीत कर लो, और हमारे जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं वो थोड़ा लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके बात करते हैं। उनकी अगर कोई अंदर की चिंताएं थी, उन चिंताओं को शांत कर देते तो ये सब कहानी बनती ही नहीं।
All right. Meanwhile, the BJP practically rubbing its hands in glee in what is going down where the Congress implosion in Rajasthan is concerned. I want to just take you through some of the reactions, some of the tweets put forth by the BJP at the ongoing of the mass resignation that we saw yesterday by Congress MLAs. Well, Bhupendra Yadav, Union Minister, shared a picture of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, urging the party to first jodo these two, unite Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot before thinking of Bharat Jodo. Taking a dig at the Congress, BJP State President Satish Punia said that it is not possible for Congress to run the state. Questioning the credibility of the Gandhis, Shehzad Poonawalla, BJP spokesperson, launched a scathing attack. He also took a dig at the Congress General Secretary Ajay Maken and questioned his leadership skills. The Aam Aadmi Party wasn't quite far behind. Aam Aadmi Party also jumped into the political turmoil. AAP's MP Raghav Chadda took to Twitter claiming not only Arvind Kejriwal is the option left as the Congress finished in the state of Rajasthan.
मुझे लगता है एंटरटेनमेंट भारत जोड़ो में कम हुआ
अब राजस्थान में भी शुरू हो गया। जहां पहले ही कानून व्यवस्था ना के बराबर है, वहां पर ऊपर से ये कांग्रेस की लड़ाई ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस के लिए केवल कुर्सी प्यारी है, जनता की सेवा नहीं। वो केवल सत्ता का सुख भोगना चाहते हैं, सेवा नहीं करना चाहते।
It is very clear now that the PFI and SDPI are targeting BJP and the Hindu activist houses. So I think the Tamil Nadu police, the chief minister, the entire government machinery is just very, very silent and watching the terrorist organization which is functioning in Tamil Nadu. They are trying to threaten Tamil Nadu, the peace of Tamil Nadu. I think the police has to change and they have to concentrate more on capturing, arresting these people, contain the terrorism that is happening in Tamil Nadu. The law and order situation is very, very pathetic.
जो कल का घटनाक्रम हुआ वो सियासी तौर पर पाखंड भी हो सकता है और यदि कोई परिस्थिति किसी भी रूप में बदल भी सकती है, लेकिन मुझे समझ में आता है कि कांग्रेस का आलाकमान कमजोर है, जिसको न राजस्थान की कांग्रेस पार्टी से सरोकार है न राजस्थान के आवाम से सरोकार है। कुल मिलाकर हमारी फिक्र है कि इससे राजस्थान की जनता का नुकसान हुआ है। राजस्थान का किसान आत्महत्याएं कर रहा है, बेरोजगार परेशान है, अपराध चरम सीमा पर है, भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है। तो विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है, कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
जो हो रहा है राजस्थान में वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का आंतरिक मामला है और इसीलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस विषय में कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है, परंतु एक नागरिक के रूप में और खास करके राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए होने के नाते जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान को लगातार अस्थिरता में ढकेला गया है, केवल और केवल कुछ कांग्रेसियों की सत्ता की लालसा की वजह से।
All right, viewers, with that, a continuous coverage on the other side on the implosion of the Congress party in the state of Rajasthan. Multiple developments taking place. Both the observers have touched down in Delhi. They're going to be meeting Sonia Gandhi. Kamal Nath has been summoned in, and suspended animation continues in both the Gehlot and the Sachin camp. The Sachin camp quite thin as compared to the Gehlot over 90 MLAs that they are claiming. Quick break. Stay with us.
Are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Yo, the news here on India Today, the big Rajasthan Royal Rumble. An India Today news break from last night has set the news agenda once again. And that's the reason why India Today is the most watched channel in the country. I'm Shivarur. Let's take you straight to the headlines. Massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resign. Pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today Ashok Gehlot could backtrack on Congress president nomination. It's a total mess in Jaipur. Meanwhile, the Gandhis attempt damage control, but with zero success. Emissaries Ajay, Maken, Mallikarjun, Kharge are in Rajasthan, but they have totally failed to broker a truce so far. Will submit a report on their abject failure to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP Aam Aadmi Party mocked the Bharat Jodo Yatra amidst the Rajasthan turmoil. Aam Aadmi Party claims Congress is finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls a done deal. Attacks on RSS and BJP functionaries in Kerala and Tamil Nadu on the rise. SDPI leader caught on camera issuing open threat to RSS, says we'll finish you in 10 seconds. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez in court in Delhi. Jackie evades questions. Big relief, however, as court grants her interim bail in the 200 crore rupees Sukesh Chandrasekhar con scandal. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 6 killed, 20 injured after gunmen opened fire inside a school. Shooter kills himself. And taking you straight back to Jaipur, where the big story of the day is. Preeti has you covered. It's over to Preeti now.
Thank you, Shivan. Let's quickly dip into the latest news break that is coming in right now. Kamal Nath is on his way to the national capital. Well, he's been summoned after clearly Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken failed to broker any truce between the warring factions of the Gehlot camp. And of course, till now, not quite warring, but keeping quiet is the Sachin Pilot camp. Not too many of the MLAs with him though, but the man who will now step in all probability, will be Kamal Nath. Sources claim he's further likely now to come to Rajasthan, Jaipur and mediate in the crisis between Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken. However, there is a side story to it all, viewers, as there always is when it comes down to politics. Speculations also rife. Could he now be the pick for the unofficial candidate of the Gandhis for the post of president? Because clearly Ashok Gehlot has pretty much showed the High Command where it stands when it comes down to Rajasthan politics. Put the Congress High Command in its place, though Gehlot might continue to maintain he has nothing to do with it. But whatever's transpired with the Gehlot camp MLAs in the last 24 hours has the Gehlot way of politics written all over it. So now, for troubleshooting, it seems the Congress High Command has asked Kamal Nath. He's on his way to Delhi, is what we are getting to understand. Let's cut across to our reporters to get a larger understanding on what is the reason that Kamal Nath has been sent in. Because, because it's interesting if you look at it. KC Venugopal from the Bharat Jodo Yatra is also now in Delhi. He's meeting Sonia Gandhi. But KC Venugopal, it's interesting, viewers, he has been nominated from the state of Rajasthan to a Rajya Sabha chair. Having said that, KC Venugopal has failed at every possible level to communicate with either the Gehlot faction or with the Sachin Pilot faction. KC Venugopal and the failure of Ajay Maken alongside Mallikarjun Kharge. Could it be made up by somebody like Kamal Nath? Well, that's the big question. Kamal Nath is an old seasoned hand of the Congress. He has been a troubleshooter for Sonia Gandhi. In this case, he's worked very closely with Ashok Gehlot, with Rajiv Gandhi. He and Ashok Gehlot enjoy a good equation, and importantly an equation where maybe Ashok Gehlot will speak with him. Because what happened here today, just about an hour and a half ago, is while Ajay Maken was leaving Jaipur for Delhi, he didn't even speak with Ashok Gehlot, who was here at this very hotel that I'm standing at, and had a courtesy 3-minute meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge. So in that respect, Ashok Gehlot has and should or will hold Kamal Nath in higher esteem. They've been party colleagues. They understand the working of the party, and Kamal Nath has the sensibility to be able to understand Gehlot's side as well. So in that context, Ashok Gehlot will entertain a Kamal Nath a lot more than he would an Ajay Maken, for example. On the other hand, Kamal Nath was fairly close, has worked with Sachin Pilot's father, Mr. Rajesh Pilot as well. Sachin Pilot and Kamal Nath himself enjoy a good working relationship, especially when Sachin Pilot was the youngest cabinet minister of India at the age of 25, telecom. At that point of time, he's worked with Kamal Nath as well. So, Kamal Nath is a man who clearly has favor with both parties. But will he be able to bridge the divide, which many would suggest is too wide right now? I want to cut across to Rahul Gautam on the reason which Kamal Nath has been summoned to Delhi. There are two, there are 2 points of views on this, Rahul. That is what is being speculated. Point of view number one, Kamal Nath being summoned because Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken have failed at an abysmal level to work things out in Rajasthan. They've gone back with their report of their failure to the Congress High Command. The Congress High Command might look at somebody like a Kamal Nath to come in, old seasoned hand, knows both the warring factions fairly well. Or do you think there's more to it than what meets the eye? Is Kamal Nath being summoned to Delhi for possibly being now the chosen unofficial candidate for the post of president, because clearly Ashok Gehlot has proven himself to be not meritorious enough with what has gone down in the last 24 hours? Rahul, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you now. Can you please repeat your question?
Yes, Rahul. So there are 2 points of views. Point of view number one, Kamal Nath being brought into Delhi to mediate after the failure of the first 2 emissaries. Point number two, Kamal Nath being brought into Delhi because he might be now picked as the unofficial candidate for the post of president because Mr. Gehlot has proven himself to be not as meritorious as what the Congress would have thought of him.
Absolutely, these are 2 possible scenarios on which now Congress High Command can walk forward. First of all, obviously, we all know that Kamal Nath, is one of the tallest leaders as far as Congress party, and you would require somebody of such big stature to speak with Gehlot so that, you could cut the ice and some amicable solution could be reached. On the other hand, given the fact that it seems that Mr. Gehlot was behind all what had happened last night, and therefore the Gandhis are miffed, and therefore they have decided that they'll ask Kamal Nath to contest elections with their blessings. Now, if this is going to happen, it's going to be a tectonic shift as far as Nehru Gandhi family is concerned, given the fact that just a week back, Mr. Gehlot, who was hailed as one of the staunch loyalists of Nehru Gandhi family, is not a trustworthy person anymore, and therefore you are having entry of Mr. Kamal Nath. Also, we have to understand that whether Mr. Kamal Nath is going to accept this responsibility or not, because obviously he has been busy in Madhya Pradesh. In fact, recently he led his party in recently concluded civic bodies elections. So therefore, whether he is going to go Gehlot's way and whether he's going to say that, I'm not going to contest this election, given the fact that there are a lot of things at stake as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned. So as far as Gandhis are concerned, they are at fix. What had happened last night obviously has come as a huge embarrassment for them, given the fact that it was nothing short of a coup that had happened in Jaipur. Mr. Gehlot almost parted his ways, and the kind of support, the kind of show of strength he showed last night in Jaipur only shows that he is ready to go to any extent only to stay in Jaipur. And this is one thing which is certainly going to become a bone of contention as far as Nehru Gandhi family is concerned and Gehlot.
All right, stay on with me. I want to cut across right now to my colleague Moshmi, who's joining us from Jaipur. Moshmi, what is the scenario right now playing in Jaipur? Because Kamal Nath coming in, would he actually be able to bridge a divide, which now many see as there is no climb down from? It's gone too far now, too much water down that bridge.
Preeti, this entire Kamal Nath coming in stems from the issue that is being raked up now. Sandeep Dixit had slammed the observers, saying that the entire matter has been mishandled by the observers who were supposed to assess and read the situation. So now the role of the observers being put under scanner by many critics who say that if the mood and the tempo in the Ashok Gehlot camp or in the camp of the MLAs was absolutely different, then why didn't the observers assess that trouble was brewing? And one of the reasons that is being cited for the panic in the MLA camp is that it was on Saturday night that frantic calls were made to MLAs. Apparently Ashok Gehlot was informed then that a meeting of the MLAs has to take place, and it was only on Friday that the session of the Vidhan Sabha had gotten over. So the MLA said, what is the crisis, what is the emergency, and why such a panic, and at such a short notice a meeting is being called. So from there on, that was the trigger that in fact built that sense that there was an attempt by the party high command to bulldoze their opinion on MLAs, and also adding to that trigger was the Sachin Pilot camp that was brazen and was publicly posturing that it was Sachin Pilot who will be heading the helm of affairs in the Rajasthan government. So and Sachin Pilot apparently made visits to the Vidhan Sabha that have also created a lot of buzz. Now, there is no issue with that, but when there is a lot of distrust and misunderstanding in the Congress unit in Rajasthan, there should have been an attempt earlier to enroll people, enroll MLAs, and then perhaps get the diktat of the party high command in place here. So that's the trouble and that's the trigger. And so we are seeing another troubleshooter. Ashok Gehlot was supposed to be a troubleshooter for the party and one of the best of the best. Now you have Kamal Nath stepping in. He's another troubleshooter. So we will have to wait and see how he does take this huge challenge at hand, because we do know that Kamal Nath has often been saying that he's just too busy with the affairs of Madhya Pradesh, whether he was in Maharashtra and just made a fleeting visit during the government crisis in Maharashtra, and now in Rajasthan, his entire attention and heart, like Ashok Gehlot, is more in his home state.
All right. Maushmi, stay on with me, because what's happening in the middle of all of this is, if the BJP is rubbing its hands in glee, there are other political parties that are also leveraging maximum political mileage, and the Aam Aadmi Party is one of them. Arvind Kejriwal, a short while ago, has stated, and that's the news that we are breaking, that the Congress Party cannot keep its house together anymore, is unable to maintain their party. Both the parties, Congress and BJP, manipulate, is what Arvind Kejriwal is saying. This is also coming at a time, viewers, where the Aam Aadmi Party would be watching things very closely in the state of Rajasthan. They've been eyeing Rajasthan what is interesting in all of this is, just days before Dussehra, Arvind Kejriwal was to formally launch Aam Aadmi Party's campaign in the state of Rajasthan in Jaipur. He is to be here on the 3rd of October, if I'm not wrong. And for him now to also jump in is pretty much what the political landscape of Rajasthan looks like. Let's listen in to what Arvind Kejriwal said.
देखिए, हमें राजनीति करनी तो आती नहीं है। हम तो जनता के लिए काम करते हैं, जनता के लिए स्कूल बनाते हैं, जनता के लिए अस्पताल बनाते हैं, जनता के लिए बिजली माफ़ करते हैं, बिजली फ्री करते हैं, सड़कें बनाते हैं, पानी देते हैं, और वही बातें करते हैं और वही चीज़ें हैं जो जनता को चाहिए। जनता भी राजनीति पसंद नहीं करती है। जनता को भी ये तोड़ फोड़ की राजनीति, इसको ख़रीद लिया, उस MLA को ख़रीद लिया, वो जनता को पसंद नहीं आता है। हम जनता की राजनीति करते हैं, इसीलिए जनता हमें पसंद कर रही है। पहले दिल्ली में सरकार बनाई, फिर पंजाब में सरकार बनाई, अब गुजरात के अंदर मुश्किल से 5-6 महीने हुए हैं हम लोगों को गए हुए, और ऐसा माहौल हो गया गुजरात के अंदर, सब लोग कह रहे हैं कि गुजरात में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है। तो आम लोग बहुत तेज़ी से जुड़ रहे हैं हमारे साथ, क्योंकि हम आम लोगों के मुद्दों की बात करते हैं, हम उनके बच्चों की शिक्षा की, उनके रोज़गार की बात करते हैं, उनको पक्का करने की बात करते हैं, उनकी तनख्वाह की बात करते हैं, बिजली फ्री करने की बात करते हैं।
सर, राजस्थान में जो हो रहा है, लग रहा है कि देश को कांग्रेस से उम्मीद अब टूट गई है।
ऐसे लग तो रहा है, मतलब जिस तरह से वो अपना घर नहीं संभाल पा रहे, तो अब एक तरह से अगर देखा जाए तो दोनों ही पार्टियां जो हैं वो ये जोड़ तोड़ करती रहती हैं। कोई दोनों में से कोई पार्टी ये कहती है कि हमें वोट दो, हम आपके बच्चों के लिए स्कूल बना देंगे। कोई पार्टी कहती है कि हमें वोट दो, हम आपके परिवार के लिए अस्पताल बना देंगे। कोई पार्टी कहती है कि हम आपकी दवाइयाँ फ्री कर देंगे, आपका इलाज फ्री कर देंगे। कोई पार्टी कहती है कि हम आपकी बिजली मुफ्त कर देंगे। वो तो उल्टा कहते हैं कि ये केजरीवाल मुफ्त कर रहा है, केजरीवाल को मुफ्त देना बंद करो, केजरीवाल को मुफ्त नहीं देना चाहिए। अब बताइए, गरीब लोगों को अगर मुफ्त शिक्षा नहीं मिलेगी, मुफ्त इलाज नहीं मिलेगा, मुफ्त बिजली नहीं मिलेगी, गरीब आदमी कहाँ जाएगा? तो आज पूरे देश को मैं समझता हूँ कि उम्मीद केवल और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी से है, और बाकी सभी पार्टियों ने जो है वो 75 साल के अंदर अपना घर भरने के सिवा और कुछ नहीं किया बाकी लोगों ने।
All right, so this is Arvind Kejriwal jumping in the fray, but not just that. Even when developments of a clear implosion within the Congress started unfolding late last night, Raghav Chadda tweeted out saying that the Congress is finished and the other option now is no one else but the man you just heard, Arvind Kejriwal. With that, I want to quickly move on to the top developments that are coming in with the Congress in crisis in the state of Rajasthan. Once again, let me take you through those top developments, viewers. Development number 1 is at this moment That Rajasthan crisis exploding by the minute. Sources close to the Rajasthan CM has stated that he would want to give up the chief ministership and will be okay with anyone that the party leadership decides. Will that happen is the big question, because right now it does seem that the Gehlot camp has dug in its heels. This could just be pure posturing. In midst of the ongoing tussle in Rajasthan, troubleshooter Kamal Nath has now been summoned to Delhi. Madhya Pradesh Congress chief will be meeting the party high command, will be mediating between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. In a mega scoop on Rajasthan Congress implosion, sources stated Congress President Sonia Gandhi has asked now for a detailed report on the political crisis from Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation in Rajasthan and has sent his emissary, KC Venugopal, to Delhi. Venugopal will likely be meeting Congress President Sonia Gandhi in the evening. India Today, meanwhile, has accessed a video from the Sunday meeting in which a Gehlot faction MLA can be heard not only openly mocking Sachin Pilot if he were to be made CM, but claiming that Rajasthan would witness a Punjab rerun if it decides to replace Gehlot. Well, it's happened before. This time around, this mega desert storm in the state of Rajasthan threatens to rip the Congress apart. Well, understandably so, viewers. It's Congress against Congress, with what is taking place right now. After the Gehlot camp submitted their en masse resignation in the late-night huddle on Sunday, Sachin Pilot has chosen to stay put in Rajasthan until the Congress High Command decision on the CM post. Gehlot has in fact met with the Congress observers. Ajay Maken did not meet him. Only Mallikarjun Kharge held a meeting of 3 minutes with Ashok Gehlot. The observers, now back in the national capital, will be meeting Sonia Gandhi.
आए हैं और सीधे 10 जनपद में हम श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी, जो हमारी अध्यक्षा हैं, उनसे मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं। खरगे जी और हम दोनों के दोनों जाएंगे।
अभी इसी वक्त हम जाएंगे। जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा।
अच्छा सर, आने से पहले आप सीएम से मिले, आने से पहले सीएम साहब से मिले, क्या बात हुई? आने से पहले सीएम से मिले आप?
अरे कुछ नहीं, कर्सी कॉल
सुलझ जाएगा, जो मामला सुलझ जाएगा।
गहलोत साहब से नाराजगी है क्या अभी भी? बहुत डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन पार्टी को वो कह रहे हैं कि आप गहलोत साहब से नहीं मिले सर। अजय सर, आपका गहलोत साहब से मिलना नहीं हुआ? चलिए, नसीब साहब कहाँ है? संजय मैं एक आदमी, अरे मैं वही चार्ट रिपोर्ट
All right, viewers. Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge have just landed in the national capital. They just left the hotel that I'm standing at in Delhi. They're directly going on to meet Sonia Gandhi. Abject failure, both of them, that have been. Yesterday, while the rebellion was brewing at Dhariwal, Shanti Dhariwal's residence, both the gentlemen were actually lodged in a room right behind me at the Hotel Marriott. They should have actually been on.
वहाँ पर कांग्रेस विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई थी और उस संबंध में जो भी हमको कहना था आज सुबह मैंने कह दिया है। मैं सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहता हूँ कि हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए अब 10 जनपद कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए जा रहे हैं।
सर, दिल्ली आए हैं, मैडम से मिलने साथ जाएंगे?
देखिए, हमें कुछ इस चीज के बारे में सिर्फ इसके कि हम वहां से यहाँ आए हैं और सीधे 10 जनपद में हम श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी, जो हमारी अध्यक्षा हैं, उनसे मिलने के लिए जा रहे हैं। खरगे जी और हम दोनों के दोनों जाएंगे।
अभी इसी वक्त हम जाएंगे। जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा।
अच्छा सर, आने से पहले आप सीएम से मिले, आने से पहले सीएम साहब से मिले, क्या बात हुई? आने से पहले सीएम से मिले आप?
अरे कुछ नहीं, कर्सी कॉल
सुलझ जाएगा, जो मामला सुलझ जाएगा।
All right, viewers. Both the observers now have gone to issue a detailed report to Sonia Gandhi. Meanwhile, after their failure, Kamal Nath is seemingly summoned. Will he now play mediator between both the Gehlot and the Sachin Pilot camp? But let's move on right now and get you the latest on where does Sachin Pilot lie in all of this, viewers? Because now it seems to be a fight directly between the Congress and the High Command. Okay, we're going to continue to get you reactions where Sachin Pilot is coming in. Listen in.
देखिए, जो भी हो, पार्टी आलाकमान जो करेगा हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। दुर्भाग्य की बात यह है कि मैंने देखा कि इतने जो सीनियर लोग हैं, 6-6, 7-7 बार, 8-8 बार जीत के आए थे। रामनारायण मीणा जी जैसे लोग थे, सीनियर लोग थे, परशुराम मोरदिया जी जैसे लोग थे, कुन्नर साहब थे, जिनकी तबीयत खराब थी, 3-3, 4-4 घंटे उनको बेचारों को वेट करना पड़ा। सब लोग कांग्रेस के साथ हैं। उन्होंने कहा हम तो आलाकमान का फैसला मानते हैं, कांग्रेस ने हमें यहाँ बुलाया, हम सब लोग यहाँ गए, उसमें हम भी शामिल थे। और हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहाँ अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहाँ फोन किया गया था, हम लोग पहुंच गए थे। उसके बाद जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, हम सब लोग सहमत हैं। जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा उसको मानेंगे सब लोग।
100% उसकी अवहेलना हुई है, अनुशासनहीनता हुई है, घोर अनुशासनहीनता हुई है। और इसके अंदर 2-4 लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके, मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नोटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है। 1-to-1 करने से 1-to-1 जब करना चाह रहे हैं विधायकों के साथ, माकन जी, खड़गे साहब, आलाकमान के हमारे पर्यवेक्षकों को कहाँ दिक्कत आ रही है, क्यों डर रहे हैं?
बहुत सारे लोग नहीं पहुंच पाए थे, मतलब जयपुर नहीं पहुंच पाए थे और रह गए थे। थोड़ा सा जल्दबाजी का तो निर्णय था, लेकिन मैं अभी
नहीं पहुंच पाए थे।
बहुत सारे साथी, कई लोगों से बात हुई जो अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में थे। लेकिन मैं एक चीज़ आपको कहना चाहूँगा, जो भी हुआ है, जो भी घटनाक्रम हुआ है, बहुत जल्दी कांग्रेस हाईकमान हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है। बहुत जल्दी इसका कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकलेगा। और मैं समझता हूं कि जिस तरह मेल मोहब्बत प्यार के साथ में सब कांग्रेसियन चल रहे थे, उसी तरह से आगे भी चलेंगे।
आप लोग अशोक गहलोत के साथ हो या कांग्रेस आलाकमान के साथ?
हम लोग कांग्रेस के साथ है।
तो आप लोगों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया, अब कैसे होगा काम?
कोई इस्तीफा नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं। हम कांग्रेस के साथ हैं और कांग्रेस के साथ रहेंगे।
देखिए, सचिन पायलट का कहना एक ही है कि जो हाईकमान तय करेगा वो फैसला मुझे मंजूर है। कुछ एमएलए जो सीएमआर पहुंच गए थे गेट पर, उनको कहा गया कि नहीं, मीटिंग यहाँ नहीं रखी है, शांति धारीवाल की कर रखी है। इस कंफ्यूजन में भी कुछ लोग वहां गए हैं और इंडिविजुअल एक से हाईकमान के प्रतिनिधि जब बात करने को तैयार थे तो बात करनी चाहिए थी। कोई गिलवा शिकायत है तो उनको कहना चाहिए था। सीक्रेटली कहने का मतलब ही ये होता है कि खुल करके बात कर सके। उस बात को इन लोगों ने टाला, एक अच्छा संकेत नहीं।
I want to cut across immediately to my colleague Maushmi, who's joining us live right now from Jaipur. Maushmi, in all of this now, what has become a fight between the Congress High Command and the Gehlot MLAs, where does Sachin Pilot lie? For now, studied silence from Sachin Pilot. The ministers who support him, the MLAs who support him are coming out, and there is one constant refrain, and it seems that's exactly what Sachin Pilot is looking at, because there are not too many options, is to pin all hopes on the Congress High Command and hope that even in the face of, the strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot, the Congress High Command doesn't weaken, because it's the test of their existence right now, that they could not enforce their writ. Will they dig in their heels this time around? And that seems to be, at least as of now, the only option left for Sachin Pilot.
Preeti, that's true that Sachin Pilot has run out of options. All he has to do is wait and watch, and that's why you see a very studied silence from Sachin Pilot. Although his camp has been making continuous statements, but very importantly, it's been a long wait for Sachin Pilot ever since 2018. in 2018, when the Congress got more than 100 seats, it was at that point of time that Sachin Pilot was all set to take over the reins and become the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, but that didn't happen, and he was the only PCC president who didn't become a Chief Minister. If you look at Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh, where Bhupesh Baghel and Kamal Nath actually were anointed. But even then, the wait has been long for Sachin Pilot. But, many of Sachin Pilot's critics do point out to the fact that it's been 2 years ever since Sachin Pilot rebelled. And if the party leadership had given him certain assurances and he decided not to quit the Congress party and join the BJP rank and file, then he should have made amends in the past 2 years. He should have reached out to the Gehlot camp and the Congress camp, other than his loyalists. But all he did was, maintain that distance, and that ice never actually broke. So there was always a kind of tension that was prevailing between the Gehlot camp and the Sachin Pilot camp. Many leaders say that if he was a true leader and was looking at heading the Rajasthan government at some point of time, there could have been a course correction as far as, the bitterness of the past could have been removed. But then, it is actually from both sides that the relationship needed to be worked, and that's where the role of the Rajasthan in charge really comes in. Ajay, Maken, was he able to iron out the differences between the two leaders, Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, so that, there could have been a trickle-down effect and the rank and file could have got that message loud and clear. But that didn't seem to happen, and that's where, Preeti, the question of the party high command comes into play. The party leadership, a weakened organization at the grassroots level. The Congress is evaporating state after state, and Rajasthan was its prize trophy. Rajasthan was a state where the coups didn't work out. So it was a matter of pride for not only Ashok Gehlot, but for the leadership to flaunt the Rajasthan model. And that's one reason that you see that in the past, the Udaipur Chintan Shivir, if you look at the rally against inflation, all of that happened in Rajasthan. And no wonder the Chief Minister of Rajasthan was all pitched to become the president of the Congress party. That's how the Congress, in fact, kept Rajasthan ahead. And now with this entire goof-up or harakiri of sorts, you can call it, that has happened, viewers, you have to understand that this has damaged and battered the Congress even further. And it comes at a time when the Bharat Jodo Yatra, Preeti, is on. So this is like a disaster of sorts as far as optics are concerned, as far as your ideological battle is concerned, as far as your unity in the party is concerned.
All right, Moshmi, we'll continue to come to you, but one thing is for clear, the Congress has its back against the wall. It is practically a fight now for the existence of the High Command, because why would a High Command exist if it cannot even instill and make sure that its writ is implemented? Because what happened yesterday, viewers, in the evening was a direct challenge to that very High Command. And even though the Congress completely weakened at the top level, has zero bargaining power with somebody as strong as Ashok Gehlot as a Chief Minister of Rajasthan, but will the Congress High Command dig in its heels? Well, that's the big question. One of the main reasons it's called in Kamal Nath right now could very well be a tool in that process. While Congress-ruled state Rajasthan imploded in the fight for the Chief Minister's post, Rahul Gandhi has been in Kerala still for the Bharat Jodo Yatra. From playing football to engaging in cultural events, Rahul Gandhi is once again accused of being tone deaf to the political crisis in his own party. The Gehlot and Pilot factions have been locked in a war in Jaipur, while Rahul Gandhi is busy with the Bharat Jodo Yatra. Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are firefighting in the national capital.
एक पार्टी के साथ जो गद्दारी करते हैं और पैसों से जो पिट जाते हैं, उनके नेतृत्व को हम स्वीकार नहीं करेंगे। अशोक गहलोत एक सादगी पसंद, ईमानदार और पार्टी का पक्का सिपाही है, जिसने 50 साल राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की सेवा की और देश में भी रहे। अशोक गहलोत को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया जा रहा है, उनका हम स्वागत करते हैं, लेकिन राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने के बाद में राजस्थान के सीएम का कोई फैसला लिया जाए।
हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसी भी प्रकार से हो, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत यहाँ पर बना रहे। आपने कई दो पदे, आज ये बता दे कोई भी हाईकमान में बैठा हुआ आदमी ये बता दे कि कौन से 2 पद हैं आज अशोक गहलोत के पास जो आप जो है उनका इस्तीफा मांग रहे हो। नहीं है, कोई भी नहीं। कौन से 2 पद हैं? एक ही पद है। कुल मिला के 1 पद है मुख्यमंत्री का। जब दूसरा पद मिल जाए तब जाकर के बात उठेगी। आज क्या बात उठ गई जो आज आप इस्तीफा मांगने के लिए तैयार हो रहे हो? तो ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया, वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाएं, तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा।
प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो ये अनुशासनहीनता है ही है। जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए, तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी।
हमारी मुख्य शर्त जो है वो ये है कि जिन लोगों ने पार्टी से बगावत की, जिन लोगों ने पार्टी की सरकार को तोड़ने की कोशिश की, गिराने की कोशिश की, उनमें से कोई मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने, ये हमारी मुख्य शर्त है। इसके अलावा तो सामान्य बातें हैं, 19 से पहले हो, 19 के बाद हो। अगर हमें 19 के बाद भी हमारी शर्त यही रहती, 19 से पहले भी हमारी शर्त यह है, इसलिए हमने किसी बात पे कोई एडमेंट हो की बात नहीं की। अपनी बात हमने हाईकमान के जो प्रतिनिधि आए थे उनको पहुंचाने की कोशिश की।
Well, the Congress don't have too many options right now. The Gandhis are on a back foot. This has been unprecedented, viewers, with what has happened, but expected so. Many would ask, if the Congress was at power, if the High Command had a bargaining power, something to actually give and offer, then would these MLAs have done what they did? Because yesterday, it wasn't slighting Sachin Pilot. It was a direct slight to the Gandhis themselves. And that is what has gone down. There's word coming in that, Sonia Gandhi deeply upset with the way things have panned out. And on the other account, word also very strong speculations in Rajasthan, Jaipur, that Ashok Gehlot might not, viewers, file nomination after all. Well, these are speculations as of now, but that's the word that is coming in the face of the Gehlot pilots factions locked in a war in Jaipur. So that's the latest, viewers. Listen in to the reactions.
How many kilometers you will finish?
Now, like 400 and something.
बीजेपी के आज बड़े बड़े मंत्री जो हैं वो बाहर निकल आ गए हैं, आप लोगों को टारगेट कर रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो पे भी, और राजस्थान पर कह रहे हैं भारत जोड़ो से यार तो कांग्रेस जोड़ो करो।
नहीं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा चल रहा है, कांग्रेस जुड़ा हुआ है, उनको कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। चिंता है आज भारत जोड़ने की, और मुझे खुशी है, मैं अभी अहमदाबाद में था और 36वां नेशनल गेम्स का जो मोटो लगाया हुआ है प्रधानमंत्री के फोटो के नीचे, जुड़ेगा भारत जीतेगा भारत, हालांकि वहाँ लिखा हुआ है जुड़ेगा इंडिया जीतेगा इंडिया, तो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा का असर वहाँ तक भी पहुँच गया है।
सवाल सब आपसे यही पूछ रहे हैं कि वहाँ आप भारत जोड़ने के लिए निकले थे, राजस्थान में पार्टी को कौन जोड़ेगा?
देखिए, पार्टी जहाँ तक सवाल है वो तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई टूटी हुई है राजस्थान में। हाँ, वो आपस में जो द्वंद्व है मेरे ख्याल से इसीलिए है कि वो शायद नया एक मुख्यमंत्री चुन रहे हैं। देखिए, ये भी अटकलें हैं, क्योंकि गहलोत जी आएंगे क्या अध्यक्ष के लिए, क्या वो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के लिए अपना नामांकन भरेंगे, उसके बाद क्या वो मुख्यमंत्री पद से इस्तीफा देंगे, ये सब अभी कोई चीज़ स्पष्ट नहीं है। तो मुझे तो ठीक से ये भी वहीं पता है कि वहाँ मीटिंग जो हो रही है उसकी रियल उद्देश्य क्या है। अब ये अटकलें हैं कि शायद उससे जानना चाहते होंगे कि अगर गहलोत जी हटते हैं तो अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनता है। तो ये तो एक ऐसा प्रोसेस जो कांग्रेस में कई बार हुआ है, और ऐसा भी कोई नहीं है कि जो विधायक कुछ कहते हैं किसी और को लाके डाल दिया जाता है। जो अमूमन बता रहे हैं वहाँ के विधायकों को ये चिंता है कि किसी को उन पर थोप दिया जाएगा। अभी तक तो कोई एक ऐसी कहानी भी नहीं है कि यहाँ या कहीं और कोई ऐसा व्यक्ति थोपा गया हो। तो ये जो तमाम चीज़ हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से विधायकों के साथ भी जो संवाद करना चाहिए था, वो अगर उसमें थोड़ा स्पष्टता कर दो खुद गहलोत जी भी एक बार आके कहते हैं कि भाई इस प्रक्रिया में सब लोग मिलके बातचीत कर लो, और हमारे जो पर्यवेक्षक हैं वो थोड़ा लोगों को कॉन्फिडेंस में लेके बात करते, उनकी अगर कोई अंदर की चिंताएं थी उन चिंताओं को शांत कर देते, तो ये सब कहानी बनती ही नहीं।
In all this political drama, viewers, and all the chaos, the Congress imploding in Rajasthan, the Bharatiya Janata Party is rubbing its hands inly. Understandably, the state goes into election in the next 1 year. The BJP hoping to storm Rajasthan with a huge mandate. What's gone down? Bhupendra Yadav tweeted out this image that we're going to just show you a short while ago of leader Rahul Gandhi, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, and Sachin Pilot. All three of them standing together with a caption asking Rahul Gandhi to jodo Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot first before he even thinks of Bharat Jodo. Spokespersons from the Bharatiya Janata Party attacking the Congress, especially the running by the top management of the Congress, so as to say the likes of Ajay, Maken. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has also jumped into the political turmoil. AAP's Raghav Chadda took to Twitter claiming that the only option now is Arvind Kejriwal as the Congress is finished.
मुझे लगता है एंटरटेनमेंट भारत जोड़ो में कम हुआ, अब राजस्थान में भी शुरू हो गया। जहां पहले ही कानून व्यवस्था ना के बराबर है, वहां पर ऊपर से ये कांग्रेस की लड़ाई ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कांग्रेस के लिए केवल कुर्सी प्यारी है, जनता की सेवा नहीं। वो केवल सत्ता का सुख भोगना चाहते हैं, सेवा नहीं करना चाहते।
पूरे मंत्रिमंडल ने त्यागपत्र दे ही दिया है तो अकेले मुख्यमंत्री क्या करेंगे? ऐसे समय में मुख्यमंत्री जी को मंत्रिमंडल की आपात बैठक बुलाकर सदन को भंग करने की सिफारिश करनी चाहिए, अगर उनमें हिम्मत है तो। अगर उन्होंने आलाकमान को ललकारा है तो निश्चित तौर पर इस टकराट का नुकसान राजस्थान के लोगों को तो है ही, परंतु राजनीतिक सूचना यह कहती है कि उनको अपने फैसले पर अटल रहकर अब मंत्रिमंडल की बैठक बुलाकर और विधानसभा भंग करने की सिफारिश करनी चाहिए।
लोकतंत्र में तो कुछ होते ही रहता है ना, जो अपने लोगों को खुश नहीं रखे, अपने लोगों को मिला जुला के नहीं चले, तो उसके परिणाम तो लोकतंत्र में यही चलता है। लोकतंत्र में जिसको आप सप्रेस कीजिएगा वो तो कुछ करेगा।
जो कल का घटनाक्रम हुआ वो सियासी तौर पर पाखंड भी हो सकता है और यदि कोई परिस्थिति किसी भी रूप में बदल भी सकती है, लेकिन मुझे समझ में आता है कि कांग्रेस का आलाकमान कमजोर है, जिसको न राजस्थान की कांग्रेस पार्टी से सरोकार है, न राजस्थान के आवाम से सरोकार है। कुल मिलाकर हमारी फिक्र है कि इससे राजस्थान की जनता का नुकसान हुआ है। राजस्थान का किसान आत्महत्याएं कर रहा है, बेरोजगार परेशान है, अपराध चरम सीमा पर है, भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है। तो विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है, कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
ये दो खेमों में बटी हुई सरकार है और कल तो स्पष्ट नजारा सामने नजर आया। ऐसा लगता है जैसे बाड़ेबंदी की सरकार 4 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं। राजस्थान की दुर्दशा कर दी इन्होंने, इस सरकार ने। ऐसी अनस्टेबल गवर्नमेंट कांग्रेस ने दी है और उसके कारण राजस्थान में डेवलपमेंट रुका, गवर्नेंस गायब हुई। गवर्नेंस नाम की तो चीज ही नजर नहीं आ रहा। अब तो मुझे लगता नहीं सरकार है या नहीं। कांग्रेस का जो ये डामाडोल हो रहा है, कांग्रेस का पूरा जो मामला है पूरा टूट रहा है।
जो हो रहा है राजस्थान में वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का आंतरिक मामला है और इसीलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस विषय में कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है, परंतु एक नागरिक के रूप में और खास करके राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए होने के नाते जिस प्रकार से राजस्थान को लगातार अस्थिरता में ढकेला गया है, केवल और केवल कुछ कांग्रेसियों की सत्ता की लालसा की वजह से।
With that, viewers, it's a wrap on this edition of news. But trust India Today to keep the spotlight on the desert storm brewing, raging right now, threatening to tear the Congress apart in the state of Rajasthan. Thank you for joining us.
You are watching India Today.
my headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing, and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now, and that was it. After that, it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada, and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface, where in dry and windy conditions, they can start a new fire.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has two sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
And there's more breaking news coming in on the unending, unfolding saga in the Rajasthan mess. for the Congress party. Mallikarjun Kharge has reached Sonia Gandhi's residence 10 Janpath in Delhi to submit his report after having completely failed to fix the disaster that has unfolded over the last 24 hours in Rajasthan. Mallikarjun Kharge as a senior observer, Ajay Maken as the state in charge for Rajasthan had both gone to Rajasthan to try and fix the unexpected disaster that erupted yesterday with the rebellion of Ashok Gehlot, who has decided he does not want to be the Congress president. And that entire political bombshell has now detonated on the high command of the party. Gandhi loyalist Mallikarjun Kharge was dispatched along with Ajay Maken to Jaipur to try and see if they can contain the damage of this highly unexpected eruption from Ashok Gehlot, who until now had been labelled as loyalist number one for the Gandhi Parivar. Well, clearly no longer that, because he's a man who's clinging to his chief ministerial chair in Jaipur. Where does that leave Sachin Pilot? Where does that leave the MLAs who've resigned? Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken have abjectly failed in their mission to avert a crisis from expanding and damaging the high command itself. Mallikarjun Kharge, once a senior leader, but now the failure writ large on each and every crisis that the Congress party appears to be lurching from one to the other, continuously without rest, without respite. Let's go across to India Today's Ashutosh Mishra joining us live from outside Sonia Gandhi's residence 10 Janpath. Ashu, what's the latest you're picking up from 10 Janpath? Mallikarjun Kharge returning after having totally failed to contain this crisis in Rajasthan.
Airport. Jaipur airport pe दी है यार
I don't think Ashutosh can hear me. I'm going to try and fix that audio in just a moment. But those are pictures of Mallikarjun Kharge arriving there. Let's just listen into the leader.
हम जाएंगे जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा।
मैं सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहता हूं कि हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए अब 10 जनपद कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए जा रहे हैं।
हम जाएंगे जो कुछ घटनाएं घटी है उसके बारे में तफसील से मैडम हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को बताएंगे, फिर उसके बाद जो फैसला होगा।
मैं सिर्फ इतना बताना चाहता हूं कि हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए अब 10 जनपद कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम अपनी रिपोर्ट देने के लिए जा रहे हैं।
Remember, Kharge and Ajay Maken are expected to submit some kind of a report as we speak. Mallikarjun Kharge has that report in his hand. He's going to be delivering it to Sonia Gandhi and basically saying this is the state of play in Rajasthan. I doubt that he's going to be honest enough to say that he has failed in averting and containing the crisis in Rajasthan. But this entire failure reflects terribly on the entire Congress party high command. Nobody was able to detect that Ashok Gehlot was going to play his hand so aggressively and so stubbornly despite being an ultra-loyalist of the Gandhis. The entire story has turned 180 degrees since late last night, and ever since India Today broke that story, pretty much setting the news agenda, embarrassing every other channel that had got it wrong, and you can see how it's unfolding at this time. Ashu, I hope you can hear me. Ashutosh is outside 10 Janpath. That's Sonia Gandhi's residence in VIP Delhi. What's the latest you're picking up? The Mallikarjun Kharge, another huge failure on his part to try and, avert this crisis. And he's gone to 10 Janpath now. What are you picking up, Ashu?
Well, Shiv, not to forget to mention Ajay Maken as well. Mallikarjun Kharge and Ajay Maken.
2 observers sent to Rajasthan, and now they are back to square one, and we are again within 48 hours back to the same question: who will be the next Congress president? As now was we hearing that Ashok Gehlot may not even file nomination, and since now these two people, Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge, at Delhi airport said they are going to submit the report about what has happened in Rajasthan. But perhaps the Congress High Command, the leadership, already know what has happened in Rajasthan. Everything was so visible, so audible and so noisy that everyone knows what has happened in Rajasthan. The way old guard loyalists have literally turned out a rebel, and now at an extent saying that after becoming president, he will take decision who will be the next chief minister. So when you hear, these words from the old guard and your loyalists from the party, perhaps more than 3 decades, then it clearly, gives another thought process to the entire leadership. And that perhaps what is happening here right at 10 Janpath, where I'm standing at the moment. Just been 5 minutes when Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge reached at 10 Janpath residence.
We'll come back to you, Ashu, in just a short while from now. We're going to slip into a small break because our coverage is going to be continuous. We broke the story. We've got all those voices first. We've spoken to Mallikarjun Kharge. We'll try and get a word in from the Gandhis as well, because like other channels who are wondering whether they can get to the Gandhis or not, we're going to keep trying because they've been silent for over 24 hours since this entire story broke. So stay with us. Time for a break. On the other side, you don't want to miss what's coming up. It's a special India Today presentation, Fault in Our Hand. It's the deepest dive so far into what ails the Congress party. Could there be a better time to watch this documentary than now? It's coming up next, Fault in Our Hand.
How about we tell you a story? And like every story, this one too has 2 sides. So far, familiar script, right? But wait, let's throw in a few surprises. And here are some insights that give you context. And the countdown has begun.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You see this glazed donut? It's obviously glazed, glowing and glistening, but not greasy. Do you wish for your skin to look like that without it looking greasy? You can now achieve the ultimate glazed donut skin by following a skincare routine that is gold standard for skincare. Your skin can now look glazed, glowing, glistening without looking greasy. This trend has taken social media by storm and we are not complaining. Just look at these influencers with glazed donut skin. They look fresh, well hydrated, look like spring impersonated. Here are some simple, easy steps that can help you achieve this look. Firstly, cleanse the skin with a non-irritating face wash. Second, you need to use a hydrating serum that contains hyaluronic acid. Will even help you plump your skin up to get that fresh look. Thirdly, make your skin's moisture barrier intact. Use a moisturizer even if you have oily skin. A rich moisturizer if your skin is on the drier side. Just make sure the products are non-comedogenic in nature. If you don't look hydrated and like a glazed donut, then you're probably not doing the right thing. Lastly, always wear sunscreen before stepping out. Come rain, snow, hell or high water. Say it again with us. I will always wear sunscreen before stepping out. And voila, here is your glazed donut look. Of course, eating well, sleeping well will help you a lot. And some of our Indian influencers are now stamping this trend.
Well, unfortunately, I've always had troubled skin, acne prone, oily, all the issues in the world. Imagine them, I have them. But then, of course, a good skincare regime is very important to ensure that you get that glazed donut-like effect. The glazed skin trend that is actually going viral on Instagram and all over the internet, which is all about well-nourished, well-moisturized, glowing skin. That is not just makeup, but actually is a glow from within.
Yeah, I guess you just have to be mindful about what you eat and you drink your water, you hydrate yourself, moisturize your skin, use your sunscreen, and I think you're good to go. Yeah.
We anticipate this glazed donut skin is here to stay, especially since it builds on popular skincare principles like glass skin and slugging. Simply put, the glazed donut face reminds us that glowing, almost reflective skin is the skin of the moment. Let's all now thank Hailey Bieber for this rather delicious trend. With inputs from Riya Modi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
There's been no change in party leadership.
Congress leaders were certain that the BJP
Sonia Gandhi is the one who made the family firm.
24 Akbar Road, the heart of Delhi's VVIP zone. This is the All India Congress Committee headquarters. Once a throbbing power center of the nation,
you would have jolly well done something up till now in the past 5 years.
Now, the pokey corridors wear an eerie look.
I think the only constant in life is change. And an organization or a political party has to keep changing itself to adapt to the new realities.
There isn't a fundamental ideological dilution. I think what has really happened is that you've made adjustments according to how situations have evolved.
Ours is a very is a party with a very rich dictionary of wisdom. We take time in adjusting, we take time in understanding.
Elections are won and lost, but the work of a nation never ends. With all my strength, I shall continue to serve the people of India.
But before we venture into the anatomy of the crisis writ large on these lonely walls, let's paint you a picture in the language that politicians speak. Since 2014, when the Narendra Modi-led NDA tsunami hit them, the Congress has been in steady freefall, losing 39 out of the 49 state elections held. Close to 200 MPs and MLAs have left the party, almost all of them unceremoniously. Defeated in state after state, the Congress is in full-fledged power in only 2 states. That's Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The picture in Parliament is worse in many ways. The Congress managed just 52 Lok Sabha seats in 2019. Mind you, this was the exact same party that dominated the House with 206 seats when the UPA 2 came to power. This was back in 2009.
Namaskar. Should I start? Congress party has done pretty badly. There's a lot for us to think about. And as Vice President of the party, I hold myself responsible for what has happened. Thank you.
The Congress party is certainly in a state of crisis, yes.
Cumulatively, we have won less than 100 seats nationwide in the last 2 general elections. So there is definitely an electoral crisis. So we really need to reinvent ourselves. We really need to reposition ourselves.
I don't think it's true that the Congress party is not doing enough. Of course, we've not won as many elections as we'd like to win. But that doesn't mean that there is the will has gone away. We're fighting with hunger, we're fighting to win. We're not contesting for the sake of contesting.
You look at the Congress party office, the 24 Akbar Road, it has a one barrack 12/8 room nameplate outside saying that the Congress Central Election Authority, we want to sit and deliberate upon, that room is not sufficient. There is no mechanism to, fight elections.
Anybody within the Congress party who is under this false notion that this is just a temporary aberration or a setback from which the Congress party can just automatically recover, they are living in a fool's paradise. This is an existential crisis.
In early 2022, the Congress scored its latest epic string of losses, failing to win in all 5 states that went to polls.
Of course, like I said earlier, I think it's important for the Congress to win state elections, because unless we capture those states and get people's mandate there, we won't be able to dislodge the NDA government in 2024. Of course, we've lost a few elections in UP and other Bengal, other states, but that's been a problem for last 25 years. It's nothing new that has come up.
So I think you've got to accept some realities, and some harsh realities on the ground are that we have not been in power in Uttar Pradesh for almost over 35 years now. You're right, we put a lot into this campaign. I think we took a leap of faith in electoral politics and put women in mainstream. Yes, we did lose out, but I don't think it has dissuaded us. I think it has only made our resolve deeper.
भागने का क्या सवाल है? We are here to fight. We are not fighting for winning an election here or an election there. We've won many more elections than the BJP can ever dream of. So forget elections.
See, the fundamental difference between us and the BJP's election machinery is that the BJP has got social organizations outside the political firmament which seem to have mass contact with people constantly. For example, they have the RSS, they have the ABVP, they have the Bajrang Dal, whereas the Congress party doesn't have social organizations which have mass contact outside the election campaign. So it's not enough only to have mass contact or outreach during elections and expect results.
Alarmingly for the party, this included the state of Punjab, where they were expected to comfortably win before a bungled change of guard.
nothing symbolizes the disastrous nature of Congress's election management than what happened in Punjab. What kind of logic did you have in place when you decided to replace Captain Amrinder Singh? Who do you replace him with? A relative non-entity like Charanjit Singh Channi, who, as we speak, is today in Canada, not even wanting to return after his defeat from 2 seats. And your other choice in Navjot Singh Sidhu is in jail, serving a prison sentence.
The Congress is in a state of denial. And there is a saying in Hindi कि हमारे बाप दादा ने घी खाया था, हमारी हथेली सूंघ लो. There is too much of past reliances there.
With no end to the political blood loss and the numbers becoming more daunting with each passing day, the interim president, Sonia Gandhi, had no choice but to hit the alarm button.
Well, the train, Chetak Express, has arrived here. You can see behind me.
The who's who of the party flocked to a luxury resort for emergency contemplation.
3 दिन के चिंतन शिविर में बहुत सारी बातें आएगी। कांग्रेस मजबूती से इस चिंतन शिविर से निकलेगी।
कई अहम फैसले होंगे, क्योंकि अब वक्त आ गया कि हम इंतजार नहीं कर सकते।
आउटकम तो भी आना है। चिंतन शिविर होना यही एक अहम बात अपने आप।
नई उमंग, एक नया जोश, एक नई दृष्टि।
This is Mosmi Singh in Udaipur for India Today. Perhaps there was a belief in the party high command that if there is a post-mortem, Rahul Gandhi's role or Priyanka Gandhi Vadra's role in UP would be analysed critically, and there would be a lot of knives that will be out for the Gandhi leadership. And that's one reason that just very shortly before the Chintan Shivir, this Nav Sankalp Shivir was recoined by the Congress strategists who were close to the Rahul Gandhi camp. राहुल जी कई बड़े फैसले लिए गए, क्या कहेंगे?
नमस्कार
राहुल जी
What was supposed to be an introspection conclave turned into a brainstorming session for the next national election in 2024.
हमारे संगठन के सामने परिस्थितियां उत्पन्न हुई है, वे अभूतपूर्व है। असाधारण परिस्थितियों का मुकाबला असाधारण तरीके से ही किया जा सकता है।
Sonia Gandhi's call was loud and clear to the party. It was time to hit the reset button and provide a clear new direction for the Congress on how to pick up the pieces, how to stand up and fight back for its space.
Such brainstormings should not be once in a 5-year event or once in a 5 or 10-year event. They should be held biannually, because political parties or organizations which do not think together are really not able to wrap their head around the challenges which confront them.
Make sure that we change with positivity, but those changes must yield results. We must be looked at as a party of the future that delivers, that people have a resounding faith in, and that we can rise to the challenge. And that organizational change, attitude change, perception change, I think it all comes together.
So yes, you have to wake up, you have to smell the coffee, you've got to get together, re-strategize, get back to the drawing board, and I think that is what happened in Udaipur. I had a seat at the table where I could voice my opinion on issues about economy or politics, and I think which other party does that?
What followed was restructuring, at least in terms of the party's communication. On the back of rising inflation, of price rise and of soaring unemployment, the Congress party decided to take the concerns of common citizens to the streets. That Friday, a statement was silently being made.
See any threat to Congress from the BJP in near future?
Communalism is the real enemy here. The BJP is one part of increasing communalism.
How are you enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? जो समाज को बांटा जा रहा है, उसके बारे में हम चर्चा करना चाहते हैं।
Well, every opposition party has to be aggressive. I mean, after all, when you are in the opposition, what is your role? Your role is to really articulate the concerns of the people, which you think that the government of the day or the dispensation or the administration which is in office is ignoring.
Because this government was voted in with I think some amount of faith that they're going to do some things. What they have instead done is colossal jumlas, and so people are angry. So when we talk, I think we reflect the people of this country.
And it took them a whole day to come up with this narrative, to say that this is because of it coincides with the Bhumi Puja of the Ram temple.
कांग्रेस ने इसमें हिडन तरीके से अपनी अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी को आगे बढ़ाया है, मगर आज 5 अगस्त है। आज ही के दिन करोड़ों लोगों की आस्था का केंद्र जो राम जन्मभूमि है, वहां पर इस देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भूमि पूजन किया था।
And that's what the BJP is also doing. They're saying this is just optics. But I don't think that's true, because there's been a sustained campaign against price rise, inflation, unemployment are 3 issues that we've been talking about for past few years.
If we are talking about price rise, if we are talking about GST, it's out of curriculum for them.
The ruling dispensation always counters that with a very vociferous narrative, divisive talks. They try to divert the attention.
They have their own self-limiting politics. They can only think in terms of polarization. They can only think in divisive politics.
While all Congress leaders descended onto the streets of the national capital, 2 leaders spearheaded the charge and were at the epicenter of the dharna: Rahul Gandhi and his sister Priyanka.
धरने पे बैठ गए हैं आके बैरिकेड क्रॉस करने के एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें देखिए। राहुल गांधी बैठे हुए हैं, बिल्कुल फ्रंट से लीड कर रहे हैं इस वक्त।
कुछ भी चीज़ हासिल करनी होती है टीम वर्क से होता है।
तो प्रियंका को राजनीति में कब ला रहे हैं?
अब वो आप उनसे पूछिए, मगर ये आप जो कह रहे हैं इसका श्रेय ये एक व्यक्ति का नहीं है।
That gave the BJP enough ammunition to pounce on the party and further amplify the charge.
The Congress is not a party, it's a private limited company. It's a family firm. It's a family-run enterprise.
Whenever you talk about the Congress party, so it's not so much of your angst against the Congress party, it's Rahul Gandhi that you have a problem with.
Definitely. Rahul Gandhi humiliated me like anything. Gogoi humiliated like me anything. So in a personal note, this is a sweet victory.
The problem is with the way a family is running a historical movement. It is all about the way that a family has captured the organization. You talk about Gandhi family, nobody talks Mahatma Gandhi, Tushar Gandhi, Rajmohan Gandhi. They talk about Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi.
What is the obsession for the ruling party with the Gandhi Parivar?
Well, that's a question which you should ask the BJP. I think it's in a part of our DNA to have that obsession with the individual. And I don't think that really does any service if you are looking at the well-being of 140 crore people.
How can that be? This is a bigger political question because this is not confined to Congress. In Indian political system, there are many states where a party is actually captured or ruled by a family, and most of the decisions are taken in dining table.
And that brings us to the question that everyone seems to ask. Why can't the Congress look beyond the Gandhis?
Consensus is more than a buzzword for the Congress. Very often it has meant its very survival because the party is split prone. In 1978, there was another split when Mrs. Gandhi formed the Congress I.
Welcome to News Track. In our lead story, Sonia Gandhi. Will she live up to their expectations?
As the party started losing its hold without a charismatic leader, Sonia was seen as a potential savior. Though Sonia's political acumen has never been put to the test, congressmen see her as the inheritor of the Nehru legacy.
One criticism that has always been made against Indira Gandhi, it's made against you, it's been made against the Gandhi family, is promoting dynasty.
कई पुश्तों से देश की लगातार सेवा की है।
In politics, you are elected and you are defeated democratically.
और उनके कुछ सिद्धांत थे जिनके साथ उन्होंने कभी समझौता नहीं किया.
It is with the utmost humility that I will always be walking in the shadow of giants.
So much more is expected of us because we have a certain surname, because we belong to a certain family.
मैं इंदिरा जी की बहू हूँ और किसी से नहीं डरती.
Why can't they look beyond Rahul Gandhi, who wields power with no position, zero accountability, despite leading his party to two shattering, humiliating defeats?
See, Rahul Gandhi is himself to be believed. He's a very unconventional politician. Everyone knows in 2017, Rahul Gandhi had actually fought, he had put up a very good fight in Gujarat. But this time around, what is Rahul Gandhi doing? Instead of fighting assembly elections in Gujarat and in Himachal, he is going for a yatra, a political yatra. Now, how do you quantify the success of a yatra?
Frankly, if I was Rahul Gandhi, I would say, you want me to apologize for a world statesman like Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru? And by allowing yourself to be burdened by it, I think he's just weakened, the whole, dynastic story.
If the BJP is obsessed with what Mr. Gandhi is doing or Sonia Gandhi is doing or what Priyanka Gandhi is doing, then that's their problem. These are leaders of the Congress party. They're leading from the front. I think they take on the BJP and the government of India head on.
This government constantly refuses to accept responsibility. भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे. हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं. समझ गए बात?
I come from a rural constituency like Maharajganj. When I go back to my constituency and I ask normal people or I ask the Congress workers, who is your leader? They don't name any of the people that you named here. They name Rahul Gandhi as their leader. So should I be hypocritical? Should I, because I need to adjust in Latvian conversations, come back and say, oh yeah, somebody else should be a leader? If they believe Rahul Gandhi is the leader, who am I to make a hypocrisy of this? And 100 out of 100 people tell me that their leader is Rahul Gandhi.
Why they attack leaders of the Congress party? It's an old obsession. It's nothing new. It's been happening for years together. It's not about one individual. It's about the opposition, the Congress party, doing what the people expect it to do.
I'm questioning those people in the BJP who keep running our leadership down. Who are you? This is my leadership. I get to choose my leadership. Rahul Gandhi is the man who started his role as the leader in the opposition with the Suit Boot Ki Sarkar, and that slogan really rattled the Prime Minister. I haven't seen him wear a suit boot after that.
The reason BJP put so much focus on Rahul Gandhi is because they are rattled by him. The BJP is so obsessed with Rahul Gandhi is just because they fear something.
Most people in the Congress say they are trying to threaten the country. They are creating an atmosphere of fear and hatred. I can respond to one kind of allegation. Are we threatening him or are we threatened by him? Well, I think Rahul Gandhi is the biggest asset. But unfortunately, he is not an asset for the Congress. We treat him like an asset. We don't need lectures about who's not securing democratic rights and the free and fair democracy in this country from a person like Rahul Gandhi. His own track record should tell us a lot.
The fact is that Rahul Gandhi is extremely relevant, not just to the BJP. He scares the living daylights out of them.
मुझे कहते हैं सही बात बोलने के लिए माफी बोलूं, माफी मांगू. मेरा नाम राहुल सावरकर नहीं है, मेरा नाम राहुल गांधी है.
But he's also extremely relevant to India's politics because he represents the exact opposite of what Mr. Modi stands for.
To my mind, the BJP's most successful campaign in the last decade has been the pappufication of Rahul Gandhi.
कांग्रेस पप्पू का गुलगुला बन गई है.
पप्पू हैं और पप्पू बाबू प्लीज चाहे पप्पू हों बैठ जाए. पप्पू है कि नहीं? उनके एक युवा नेता हैं, अभी भाषण सीख रहे हैं.
आपके लिए मैं पप्पू हूँ, आपके लिए मैं अलग अलग गाली दे सकते हो, मगर मेरे अंदर आपके खिलाफ इतना सा भी गुस्सा, इतना सा भी क्रोध, इतनी सी भी नफरत नहीं है. मैं कांग्रेस हूँ और ये सब कांग्रेस हैं और कांग्रेस ने और इस भावना ने इस देश को बनाया है. इस बात को आप कभी मत भूलिए.
They have consistently targeted Rahul Gandhi, often unfairly, to the point where Rahul Gandhi's credibility as a leader has been almost decimated.
Vilification of Rahul ji gets attraction not only because BJP does it. A huge section of media is complicit in it. My interaction with him or my leader, the SVG, we have found him very sincere, committed to certain ideas on which people don't speak. There are challenges to Congress and Rahul ji. We understand. But those challenges can be met, can be overcome.
I can say the same about the BJP, for example. Are all decisions in the BJP consensual, are unanimous? Are not 2 or 3 people running the government, running the party? So these allegations, counter allegations don't hold much water. What's more important is, as a political party, are you rising to the occasion? Whether you're in government or opposition, you have a job to do. You'll win elections, you lose elections. But you don't stray from what your commitments are.
So here's the picture. After the rout in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, where the Congress managed an embarrassing 52 seats, Rahul took responsibility and stepped down as president.
Congress President Rahul Gandhi, in his address to the CWC, offered his resignation as the party president.
I know the strength of the Congress when it is in power.
Frankly, today it doesn't matter what I think went wrong. What matters is that the people of India have decided that Narendra Modi is going to be the Prime Minister.
And I know that the Congress is doubly strong when it is sitting on the opposition benches.
Hopefully, he will look after the interest of this country. Thank you very much.
But he was clearly in a huff, obliquely blaming party elders for not toeing his line. Rahul Gandhi may have quit the highest position of responsibility in the party, but most leaders still followed his sulking, retreating figure.
Here is the man who talks his mind, who's not compromised, who's not tainted at all, and asks tough questions. Show me one politician in India who can do that. That's the simple answer.
A large party will have differences. I mean, a large party, particularly a Congress party, which is not, as rigid as the BJP, will have differences. People will have ideas. I love the Congress for that. The differences in the Congress is actually a healthy sign of a vibrant democratic institution.
The letter which was written 2 years back was not a form of dissent. The letter was not written to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The letter was written by people who've spent a lifetime in the Congress party, bringing certain things to the attention of the Congress president, that in our estimation, these are some of the issues which need to be addressed. It was not about dissent, it was not about challenging A leader or B leader or C leader. It was about issues which we thought were germane enough to be flagged for the attention of the AICC Secretariat.
I mean, it's an interesting bit that you say that somebody would want to be a fly on the wall when we discuss Congress strategy. They will be very pleasantly surprised. Some of the debates are extremely hot. They seem to be pulling in all kinds of directions. But I think the unique thing about whether it is Rahul ji or whether it is Priyanka ji, there is a lot of effort to not make this a top-down, one-man, one-writ looming large.
From being called a reluctant part-time politician to the very fulcrum of Congress's decline, Rahul Gandhi is target number one, not just for his rivals, but for many within the party itself.
If for 20 years the Congress Working Committee did not force a change, while it's easy to blame the Gandhis today, I think it is a collective responsibility of the seniors within the party who abdicated their own role the way they should have fulfilled it.
Politics is not about body language on one day. It's not about the single sharp soundbite. Rahul Gandhi has practiced for the longest time a kind of erratic form, a whimsical form of politics, where one day you are involved in activity, next day you've disappeared. Politics, whether you like it or not, requires a sustained engagement with your organization, with the people, 24/7.
To battle the rumblings of rebellion at home, Rahul has ordered fresh presidential elections for the party in October. So here's a little bit of history, just so you know that the party has had non-Gandhis become party presidents. UN Debar and K. Kamaraj are among the few. The pattern changed when Indira Gandhi took over in 1978. Soon after, the party was ousted from the centre for the first time. And after her assassination in 1984, her son Rajiv took over proceedings that lasted 6 years. Post his demise, P.V. Narasimha Rao and Sitaram Kesari had brief terms till Sonia Gandhi came to the front to spearhead the party since 1998. From there on, there's been no looking back.
Simply having a new head is not going to change the party. You're going to need to energize the party at every level if it is to become truly competitive and take on the kind of juggernaut that the BJP is today.
I do believe that this is an opportunity for the Congress party to look beyond the Gandhis. Nothing wrong at all. Let somebody else take over. So whether it's Shashi Tharoor, Ashok Gehlot, Sachin Pilot, anybody, I mean, they can all take a shot at it. And it doesn't mean that Priyanka will be irrelevant or Rahul will be irrelevant.
None of them are elected. They are all selected and handpicked. And therefore, what is happening in the form of an election is nothing but a sham and a fixed match and a coronation.
I don't know who chose Nadda, nor am I interested in knowing. I don't know which election made Amit Shah the president of BJP for 2 terms. I'm not interested. But why are they obsessed with my leadership?
If the Congress party is saying this as an argument that what we do is our business, then the Congress has no business to preach democracy to the entire country. So there is elections in the BJP, there is coronation in the Congress, and for the Congress to say that you can't ask us questions is the sign and symbol of intolerance.
Who do you see as Congress president?
I don't think there should be a Congress president. This party should now, there is no relevance. Why there should be president? It should wind up.
Congress has lost its relevance.
I don't think that after that generation is over, Sardar Patel, Mahatma Gandhi, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, then why now Congress should exist?
Before even stepping into the battlefield of election strategies and crafting that fight against the BJP, his or her priority will be to put an end to the internal bleeding that's debilitated the party for years since 2014, to rebuild the party organisation from the ground up and, importantly, instill a long-absent discipline within the ranks. Since 2014, the party has endured multiple setbacks, with leaders ending their long associations with the Congress, from Himanta Biswa Sarma in 2015 to Ghulam Nabi Azad more recently. The party has lost nearly 30 high-profile names. What made things worse and more bitter was many of those dumping the Congress were simply walking across to the enemy camp, to the BJP.
If you want to do politics, you have to do politics with the blessings of people. In democracy, it is always by the people.
I think to do politics of the opposition in today's circumstances is an extremely tough, tall task. With all due respect to all of those who've gone to other sides, how do you make your peace with the fact that you've joined hands with a political force that you've opposed all your life?
I do not know how Congress can level allegation against a person or against any individual who till other day was in the party. People to raat mein hi corrupt nahi banta hai. How you discover his bad virtue only on the day when he joined BJP? If he is a bad, he must be bad from very beginning. Then why you have given him ticket for MLA? Why you have given ticket for MP? That means you are a washing machine. As long as the person is in Congress, you will keep on watching his sin. People might be unhappy in the organizational structure. That I understand. Many people would be unhappy with the organizational structure. But to leave the party and to go and join a party which is 180 degrees different from you ideologically proves that you never had an ideology in the first place. First of all, what is your ideology? Ideology is the India first. Whenever you are in Congress, whenever you are in BJP, भारत का कल्याण हो, लोगों का कल्याण है, वही तो आपका ideology है. So when you are changing that ideology, we have come from Congress to BJP because we have seen a bigger opportunity of serving people under the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But ideology remains same. Look at the number of people who left the Congress party. Let's say in the 1980s and 90s. What happens to people who left the Congress party? How well do they do? Did you know that Madhavrao Sindhya left the Congress party and formed his own party? Come to the south. Mr. A.K. Anthony in 1982 left the Congress party, formed his own party. What happened in northeast? Mr. Sangma. So what happens to these individuals? A, they either come back to the Congress party, or B, they get their party subsumed into the Congress, or C, like in Mr. Pawar's model, they get to work with the Congress party together. There's one worthy exception to this rule, is Mamata Banerjee. She got expelled on the 22nd of December 1997. And today, she's a 3-time chief minister with almost a 3/4 majority in Bengal. And Congress in Bengal have become zero, so have the left. So that's the worthy exception.
We refer to 2023 as a game changer. Why is that? Because 9 states go into elections in the year. In 2 of them, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, the Congress is fighting to stay in power for a successive term.
Frankly, I don't know personally, but yes, I know that in Rajasthan we have a government which is a Congress government. In the last 30 years, we've seen a flip every 5 years. So it's a BJP government, then a Congress government. It's time we break that tradition and have a repeat of the Congress government. History will repeat itself. You know, if you don't do something different to reach out and to make sure we have a serious attempt at winning people's blessings again in next year, December.
Politics, there is no void ever. And in fact, every state, the Congress has more than one capable leader. And that's something, that's a strength we have.
And in Madhya Pradesh, where they were deposed after the high-profile exit of a member of Rahul's inner circle, the hope is to stay as a strong opposition at least.
In 2018, which was the best year that the Congress has had in the last decade, they won Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. And they were part of a government in Karnataka. And yet, they were demolished a year later. General elections are very different to state elections.
Which is why I believe if the Congress were to change the game, have a new leader, get aggressive, go and motivate your cadres and talk to people, the young of India, trust me, the story can change.
And then there's the election that will be closely watched, Karnataka, where the Congress will be looking for political revenge against the BJP after the latter broke up a Congress-JDS government midway by way of defections and ruthless power play.
Always Congress party in Karnataka had paid away. Even at the time when Janata Party came to power in the national level, when Indira Gandhi was being defeated, it is Karnataka. It has created hundreds of leaders in this country. First time when I contested an election, I was a student leader. As a student, I contested the election. And now I am there with a lot of very rich experience. We want this state to be seen in a different angle, which has very big strength, which has contributed to the growth of this country.
But before that sudden fight begins, the Congress has been caught sitting on its hands on an extremely crucial decision.
I think it is very important for the Congress to sort this thing out. I mean, there are compelling reasons on both sides that, should there be a chief ministerial face and should there not be a chief ministerial face. The Congress is always very tentative and indecisive. And it falls between the two stools. It must take a call. It must experiment.
No outfit knows this better than the Congress party. In every state, there's always been at least a two-way fight for the party's chief ministerial face ahead of an election.
That decision is with the party, and even the BJP or any other party, sometimes they announce depending on the circumstances, but usually the Congress party doesn't announce a face that so-and-so will be chief minister because it's a collective effort. And then whoever the legislative members of the party decide becomes the leader and the person becomes chief minister. This rivalry issue, it's also because we have strong leaders, right? So I'm not at all that worried about who will get what position. It's the party has to win.
We saw it happen in Chhattisgarh.
To your point about differences in the open, yes, I wish there were fewer differences in the open. But then, we are a melting pot. We allow people to disagree with the leadership, so it's all right.
When you use the word management of egos, I differ. It's not egos, it's aspirations. Why do you expect a temporary, an artificial hunky-dory atmosphere within an organization. Why should there be artifice?
No one can forget the infamous ongoing hostilities in Rajasthan.
The Congress, I think that charge is not true, but perhaps I think a better alignment of two generations is what we require to do moving forward, and then have a cohesive sort of a coming together of two forces, and that will be formidable.
Then there was the public verbal spats that broke out in Punjab again in the run-up to an election.
Congress खुद के कारणों से कमजोर हो रही है. उनको किसी बाहरी दुश्मन की जरूरत ही नहीं है, और कांग्रेस पार्टी कोई भी चुनाव जीतने की इच्छा शक्ति के साथ लड़ती ही नहीं है. उनके अंदर वो विल पावर नहीं है कि वो चुनाव जीतने के लिए लड़े. वो चुनाव शुरुआत ही इसी से करते हैं कि हमें तो चुनाव हारना है. तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को बाहर के किसी व्यक्ति को लड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. वो आपस में लड़ने के लिए काफी है. आपस में एक दूसरे को कमजोर करने के लिए काफी है.
Like Punjab, where the Congress was the front runner and should have won the elections until they committed harakiri or political suicide, I hope the Congress doesn't do that in Karnataka. That's a state that the Congress party can actually win.
Two Congress leaders taking potshots publicly at each other. Former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Party President D.K. Shivkumar.
See, it is not important that I be the Chief Minister or X be the Chief Minister. There are so many leaders who have contributed for the growth of the party in the state. There are various leaders, not 1, 2, 3, 4. There are more than 10 leaders are there. Like Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge was the president. He was the leader of the opposition who have contributed for the growth of the party, strengthening the party, keeping the party united. We believe everyone has to work together.
The last thing I think the Congress needs to now do is allow factionalism to destroy the Karnataka Congress, because then, it will be yet another case of the Congress never missing an opportunity to miss an opportunity.
See, there is no any friction or any groups in the party. Congress has only one group, that is the Congress group. No individual group is being allowed. I don't believe in it. I believe in collective leadership. There are various leaders in our party. We will all join together. We will see that Congress party coming to power is important. It is not me or Siddaramaiah is not important here. We have to serve the people. We are working together. We will see that the Congress will be in power.
I welcome this idea of multiple ambitious leaders vying for position within units. See, there is a methodology within the Congress hierarchy to sort out these issues. But if there is somebody who's going to become the overwhelming favorite leader among the cadre, I don't think anybody can prevent that person from becoming a leader.
And now to our final chapter. What does the future hold for the Congress party? Ironically, an astrologer had said that the party's fate line is blurred, referring to the party's famous emblem.
You have to stop the BJP in 2024, and therefore they need to move heaven and earth. That if there's any one party that can stop the BJP even today, it is the Congress.
The obituary of the Congress party is a pet project of a lot of people. It's a 137-year-old party, let's not forget that. Understands how to respond to situations, learns, unlearns. Histories of India and the Congress party are so intertwined with each other that it cannot be separated.
The party which now gives dictation to everyone that all political parties shall be finished. Bharatiya Janata Party is the only party in India. They must not forget they were at two. They had to struggle for so many years. I wish them luck. But at the same time, they should not ridicule other political parties, including Congress.
The Congress at the moment is facing the most ruthless, energetic, resourceful election machine in the history of independent India in the form of the Modi-Shah BJP.
The Congress party's future is very much in its own hands. Political parties in the past have been guilty of not evolving, of completely losing their relevance, and that is literally the Congress's battle today.
You see, that's a call which eventually the people of India will take. And there are 543 seats in the Lok Sabha which will be up for grabs. The question is that who has the footprint to be able to really have that pan-India presence in an efficacious manner.
We may have lost 2 elections, but don't forget we won 2 elections back to back, 2004 and 2009. Nothing remains the same. People who got huge victories have had to suffer huge losses. and that may and very well will apply to the BJP and NDA.
See, the Congress's strength is the fact that the people must perceive us as the natural party of governance in the centre. And at the moment, they don't perceive us as that, but that can be regained.
137 years of legacy. The battle for identity pre-independence, the contribution to India's freedom movement, and some of the country's most iconic leaders, yet a continuing fall into darkness. The Congress has only itself to blame and only itself to save.
But the fulcrum and the bedrock of a pan-India opposition and the pole and the pivot can only be the Congress, because it's the only party that has presence, like I said, all across India. And of course, that's something that the BJP is very wary of.
This is the march of time, and these are the cycle of events. And you're absolutely fine that across the world, there have been instances where political parties have got eclipsed. The Liberals, the Whigs, they're classical examples. But in my estimation, I think those fears or those apprehensions or that skepticism with regard to the Indian National Congress may be a tad exaggerated. In my estimation, things will settle down because there is an intrinsic genius which the Indian people have of discerning as to what is good and what is bad for them.
It's flawed to say that the Congress could ever become irrelevant. I think Congress, in many ways, represents large sections of our people. We stand for diversity, we stand for all languages, we stand for all regions. How can we ever become irrelevant? Yes, electoral setbacks will set us thinking, they will set us re-strategizing, but I don't think we can ever become irrelevant.
A vibrant democracy that believes in the power of the opposition will no doubt be rooting for a Congress revival.
The Congress have to do well in those 3-4 states where they have a one-on-one contest with BJP, and I say well means not necessarily win but not lose too badly also in some states like Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh.
I think let's not hurry, let's not conclude that Rahul's time is over, he cannot do anything, for that matter Congress time is over, they cannot do anything. The same fate line got Congress absolute majority in AP. That was the first election on Punjab. I reiterate what I said. राजनीति की तस्वीर बदलनी है ना, तो राजनीति को देखने का तरीका बदलना होगा.
But whether the next few years translate into a true rebirth or a continued descent into dust is completely in the party's hands.
Arvind Kejriwal is on the campaign trail in Gujarat, one of the big upcoming elections. He said the Congress is finished.
You look at it on a larger, on a national scale, no, the Congress is not finished, you know, and this is coming from a party which has 0 Lok Sabha MPs right now.
Arvind Kejriwal is positioning himself as a potential challenger, if not in 2022, then in 2027.
One party who can take on the Congress at this point as the leading opposition in this country is optics.
Kejriwal attempted something similar in Uttarakhand, didn't quite work. Small state, didn't quite work. In Goa, yes, he got 6% of the vote, but the Congress was still substantially larger.
14, if he takes 14 Vidhan Sabha seats, this election in Gujarat, the Aam Aadmi Party would have done more than what they wanted to do. 14 is their figure.
Aam Aadmi Party is certainly a natural national replacement. This is what Raghav Chadha said, and I totally agree with him, because they've mostly wiped out the Congress in Delhi.
Rahul Gandhi actually given up on Gujarat completely. The fact remains he's spending 18 days in Kerala, only 2 days in Uttar Pradesh, and practically it's a splinter yatra that's going into Gujarat.
But actually the voters resonate with the Delhi model of governance pitch that they've been making in Punjab, similarly in Gujarat as well, because honestly speaking, what is the Delhi model of governance?
You know, I think Kejriwal sold this education health model of his, and these are 2 areas where Gujarat has traditionally been weak.
Delhi is Congress Mukt. Punjab Congress has been defeated. So Arvind Kejriwal is eating into the opposition votes or the Congress votes. Both these states he is successful. In the 3rd state, Congress is in a disarray.
I would not write off any political party which has got 35 to 40% vote like the Congress completely. The Congress has a well-entrenched vote in Gujarat. Can AAP completely take that vote over in one election? We don't know. They did it in Delhi. But as I said, Delhi is not India.
Imagine waking up to a new catastrophe every day. The world that we live in is leading towards a future where in a year there will be 560 catastrophes. This is not a plot of a horror movie, but instead this will be our reality according to the UN. Yes, the UN has said if we don't act on climate change now, by the year 2030, we will have 560 catastrophes a year.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
दिल चाहता है कभी ना बीते चमकीले दिन हो, दिल चाहता है हम ना रहे कभी यारों के बिन, जब दिन भर हो प्यारी बातें, झूमे शामें गाए रातें, मस्ती में रहे डूबा डूबा हमेशा समा, हमको राहों में यूं ही मिलती रहे खुशियाँ, दिल चाहता है।
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
जैसे कहीं चांद की पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छन से टूटे, जैसे कोई चुपके से तार बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हॉल से पास बुलाए। कैसी मीठी बातें थी वो, कैसे मुलाकातें थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पाती है कैसे मंजिल और कैसे उतरता है चांद जमीन पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस यहीं पर।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Over a dozen targeted attacks, petrol bomb attacks that have been reported in the last 3 to 4 days in the states of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. You'd think the administration takes it seriously, but we've been seeing these attacks against RSS functionaries, against BJP functionaries in Tamil Nadu. The DMK, meanwhile, has cried conspiracy, saying that this is an attempt by the BJP and RSS to create unrest in the state and to create a certain narrative. Join me at 6 p.m. this evening on India Today as we discuss what's been playing out after the raids against the PFI in both Kerala as well as Tamil Nadu.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by Galaxy Z Fold 4. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
PFI rampage days after raids. Petrol bomb attacks continue unabated. Dozens of RSS BJP leaders targeted.
Where's the wolf? Whether it hides some of the sheep.
BJP hits out, but DMK calls it a conspiracy.
What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu, Kerala on edge over violence. SDPI leaders 10-second warning to RSS.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us here on 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're going to be talking about the fallout of the raids against the PFI, which we saw a couple of days ago. Since then, in two states, Tamil Nadu as well as Kerala, we've been seeing non-stop unprecedented violence, so much so that there have been targeted attacks, targeted violence against RSS and BJP functionaries of petrol bomb attacks. Now, in Tamil Nadu, there's a lot of talk about this because the administration has said that all of this is a conspiracy. We're going to be talking about that and getting you all the reactions. As always, let's begin with the headlines. Massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resigned. Pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today Gehlot could backtrack on the Congress president nomination. Gandhi's attempt to damage control but with zero success. Emissaries Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajasthan but failed to broker truce. Submit report to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP AAP mock Bharat Jodo amid Rajasthan churn. AAP claims Congress is finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls a done deal. India Today confronts Bollywood diva Jacqueline Fernandez in court. Jackie evades all questions. Big relief for her as court grants interim bail in Sukesh Kaun's scandal. As the anti-hijab, pro-hijab stir spreads worldwide, a showdown also in Kerala where a girl dropped out from school for not being allowed to wear her headscarf. Deadly school shooting in the Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 6 killed, 20 injured after gunmen opened fire in school. Shooter kills himself after the massacre. The radical outfit Popular Front of India has been staging all of these massive protests, resorting to violence in states like Kerala and Tamil Nadu. In the last 3 to 4 days, dozens of petrol bomb attacks have been reported. You see those on your screens as well. What we're showing you are just a few instances. Let me again highlight, these are just a few instances of petrol bomb attacks that have been reported, and all of them are either RSS functionaries or BJP functionaries who've been targeted, and their residences, that too, where petrol bombs have been hurled. These attacks has transitioned to blatant calls for violence from the SDPI, the political wing of the PFI. The BJP has denounced these targeted attacks, even writing to Home Minister Amit Shah. The DMK government, interestingly, is defiant. They're actually calling these petrol bomb attacks a conspiracy.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA, the act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shibi Mol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
The BJP is going all out against the PFI. Let's get your details of what BJP President JP Nadda had to say. He is in Kerala and he's made a strong comment saying Kerala is becoming the hotspot of terrorism, the hotspot of fringe elements as well. JP Nadda, in his all-out attack at the Kerala government, said communal tensions are clearly mounting and there's passive support being provided by the left government to people who create violence. So he's accusing the left government, the Pinarayi Vijayan government, of completely backing violence in the state of Kerala. Let's play out for you exactly what the BJP president said.
Kerala is now becoming hotspot of terrorism. Kerala is becoming an hotspot of fringe elements. Life is not safe. An ordinary citizen is not finding himself to be safe. Communal tensions are mounting, and tacit support of the left-led government to the people who create violence, who support violence, who believe in violence. The support by the state government is something which is very, very serious and which we have to understand.
So that is the comment that's been made, in fact, by JP Nadda as he's lashed out at the left government, saying that Kerala is becoming now a hotspot for terrorism and for communal violence. particularly talking about what's been happening in the last few days since the PF5 raids, the violence that's rocked many parts of Kerala, the attacks against several BJP and RSS functionaries in the state. JP Nadda has accused the left government of quite simply doing nothing. Let's get you a reaction now from the Kerala government. Mr. M.B. Rajesh, Kerala Minister, is joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Rajesh, what do you have to say to JP Nadda's comment when he says that the left government, the Pinarayi Vijayan government, is supporting those who create violence in Kerala? Apologies. We'll reconnect with Mr. Rajesh in just a bit. Mr. M.A. Baby is joining us on this broadcast. Sir, good evening. What do you make of BJP Chief JP Nadda's comment that the left government, the Pinarayi Vijayan government, is propagating, backing those who create violence in Kerala? Mr. Baby, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing.
Sir, your reaction to what Mr. Nadda has said when he accuses the left government of spreading violence in Kerala?
It's a travesty of truth. We are not surprised at the kind of disinformation campaign that BJP leaders are doing. You see, they have overseen a massacre of minority people in the state of Gujarat for a religion-based polarization in the entire state of Gujarat. And we all know that it was a laboratory of violence which RSS-controlled BJP and Sangha Parivar carried out in the state of Bihar when the chief minister of that state was the present prime minister of the country. Then in order to capture Uttar Pradesh, the biggest state with maximum number of Lok Sabha members, then BJP President Mr. Amit Shah was deputed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to engineer communal riots and murder of so many people belonging to minority communities in the state of Gujarat, in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Okay.
That is how the state of Uttar Pradesh was captured by BJP.
The reason, Mr. Baby, you're seeing very strong comments being made by the BJP leadership is because there have been attacks against RSS functionaries in Kerala. What's being done to stop that, these kind of targeted attacks?
It is the RSS agenda of inciting violence, organizing communal riots and making political advantage out of that. Similarly, in Kerala too, RSS has been carrying out violent attacks, murderous attacks against the activists of CPIM. And with no other options, there are areas where CPIM workers have been compelled to defend themselves. This is something which everybody knows in the state of Kerala. But the fact that it is RSS and Sangha Parivar who are eliminating political opponents, they have so many outfits carrying out their politics of violence. The murder of Dr. Kalburgi in Karnataka, the assassination of renowned journalist Gauri Lankesh in Karnataka, what happened to Dabokar, Pansare, what happened to
Sir, but that doesn't, none of that, as condemnable as those incidents are, it doesn't take away from the violence that's happening currently in Kerala either.
No, in Kerala, we have never incited any violence. But our comrades had to defend ourselves when RSS unleashed attacks against us. This is the fact of the matter.
All right, Mr. Baby, thank you very much for taking the time out and joining us here in India Today. So the left hitting back there at Nadda, saying it's the RSS that's stoking this kind of violence in the state of Kerala. It's essentially the same story in Tamil Nadu, where dozens of petrol bomb attacks have been reported in the state in the last few days. And joining us this evening is Mr. C. Rajshekharan, advocate and founder of Voice of TN. We also have Mr. Narayanan Tirupati, spokesperson of the Tamil Nadu BJP. Vanakkam to both of you. Mr. Narayanan Tirupati, I'd like to begin with you and your reaction. to what the Dravida Munnetra Karagam has said. They're saying all of this is a conspiracy. These attacks that are happening right now in Tamil Nadu against RSS and BJP functionaries is a conspiracy by you.
Yes, that has come out in though Morosali, the party's official organ of the party, the DMK's newspaper. But today, the Tamil Nadu police has arrested more than 11 to 15 Islamic fundamentalists belonging to PFI and SDPI. So there is a contradiction between the government stand and the DMK stand. So either Mr. Stalin, the chief minister, has to say that the police is wrong, or he has to call the bluff of the his own party's organ, Morosali. What is right and what is wrong? See, this is what the Tamil Nadu is facing now. Huge attacks on the BJP leaders and the cadres, premises, shops, and also the vehicles are set ablaze. These things are happening. But Morosali wants to go in support of these extremists, these people who are burning the houses, burning the vehicles. Whereas the police says that all these have been done by the SFI and the SDPI. So I want either the chief minister to clarify the government stand or the DMK's president, Mr. Stalin, to clarify the party stand.
Yeah, we've been trying to get the DMK on board for this discussion. Unfortunately, they weren't willing to join us this evening to talk about what's been happening. So we tried to get in the DMK also. But Mr. Rajshekharan, what do you make of what's happening right now in Tamil Nadu? There will be questions about the law and order also in the state, about how something like this can be happening so brazenly.
Akshita, whoever had involved in these kind of crimes, especially hurling petrol bombs, attacking any citizen of the state, they should not be spared. Be it BJP, be it SFI, PFI or SDPI or DMK, ADMK, Congress, any party, RSS or Sangh Parivar, anybody. Whoever indulges in any law and order breakdown issues, if they create problems for the citizens, attack citizens by hurling petrol bombs and attack them with whatever swords and rods, etc., we cannot tolerate. That is
but the question, Mr. Rajshekharan,
no, I'll tell you.
The question that's being asked is, how can we ensure free investigation if the DMK has already declared this a conspiracy?
See, I'll tell you, there is a past track record. I'll tell you one point. There is an example to quote. See, you say UP is a safe state. You know how many youngsters, youth are coming down from UP to work in Tamil Nadu? I would challenge anybody. Tamil Nadu is the safest state in the whole of the country. And Tamil Nadu's law and order is the best, is at the pink of everything. Because if you take the track record of Tamil Nadu police, it has been compared with Scotland Yard police for their investigation skills, for their law and order maintenance, for their anything to do with policing.
In Coimbatore, Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, and I'm just naming a few here. These are just a few of the places where we've seen these petrol bomb attacks happening.
No. See, the investigation is underway. You cannot insinuate something because there are earlier proof and evidence and FIR also registered against BJP workers and BJP members and RSS.
Okay, I'm going to have to press pause on this debate, unfortunately. Thanks, gentlemen. I'll press pause. We're cutting across to all the reactions coming in on the Rajasthan political crisis. Ajay Maken speaking.
आप कहाँ जगह है इधर रखो कहीं चलिए हो गया सर सबका हाँ देखिए कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा मैं वो मेरे माइक उधर से यार जगह कहाँ है
जगह कहाँ इस पर गिर जाएंगे सारे ठीक है सर
मैं अब शुरू कर रहा हूँ। ये दोनों सेम ही तो है। देखिए, कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने और मैंने बहुत विस्तार से राजस्थान के अंदर जो विधायक दल की मीटिंग करने के लिए हम लोग गए थे उसके बारे में विस्तार से पूरी की पूरी चर्चा करी और अपनी बात बताई। कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा ने हमारे से एक लिखित रिपोर्ट पूरे घटनाक्रम के ऊपर मांगी है और वो लिखित रिपोर्ट आज रात या कल सुबह तक के हम कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को दे देंगे। कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हमने बहुत विस्तार से सारी की सारी बातों को बताया था। आज सुबह जयपुर के अंदर मैंने दो तीन बातों को बताया था जिसको मैं फिर से दोहराना चाहूंगा। सबसे पहले तो जो कांग्रेस विधायक दल की मीटिंग कल शाम को 7 बजे की रखी गई थी, ये मुख्यमंत्री जी के कहने के ऊपर उनकी सहमति से उनके कहने के ऊपर समय और स्थान दोनों के दोनों तय किए गए थे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा का बड़ा स्पष्ट निर्देश था कि वहां पर हर विधायक से एक एक करके अलग अलग सबकी राय जान करके वापस रिपोर्ट उनको देनी है और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को एक एक करके जब सारी रिपोर्ट सब विधायकों से बात करके देनी थी तो फैसला वहां पे नहीं, फैसला यहां पर वापस आकर कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को हम रिपोर्ट देते और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा सबसे बात करके उसके बाद में फैसला होता। तो ये स्पष्ट हम लोगों ने कल से सब लोगों को कह रहे थे, अभी दोबारा से कहना चाहते हैं। हमारे पास में कुछ विधायकों के नुमाइंदे जो मंत्री थे वो लोग आए और 3 शर्तें उस वक्त रखी गई। एक शर्त उसके अंदर ये था कि कोई भी निर्णय जो भी रेजोल्यूशन होगा उस रेजोल्यूशन का के ऊपर फैसला 19 अक्टूबर के बाद में होना चाहिए और ये रेजोल्यूशन का हिस्सा बनना चाहिए। तो उस पे हमारा ये कहना था कि ये कैसे संभव है कि वो व्यक्ति जो रेजोल्यूशन मूव कर रहे हैं कि सारे अधिकार कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को दिए जाएं, वो व्यक्ति कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ना चाहते हैं और 19 अक्टूबर को अगर चुनाव जीत जाते हैं तो उसके बाद वो खुद फैसला करेंगे, तो ये कन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो क्या है। दूसरा उन्होंने ये कहा कि हर विधायक से आप अलग अलग नहीं मिलिए बल्कि आप ग्रुप में मिलिए, समूह में मिलिए। इस पे हमारा ये कहना था कि कभी भी ऐसा कांग्रेस में नहीं होता है कि विधायक दल की मीटिंग के अंदर समूह में बात करी जाए, सब विधायकों से अलग अलग बात करी जाती है ताकि सब लोग फ्री एंड फेयर तरीके से अपनी बात को कह सके, कभी भी ग्रुप में बात नहीं होती। तीसरा उन्होंने ये कहा कि जो 102 लॉयल जो विधायक अशोक गहलोत जी के खेमे में हैं उन्हीं में से बनाया जाना चाहिए जो लोग उस वक्त दो साल पहले अशोक गहलोत जी के साथ में थे। तो इस पे हमने ये कहा कि जो भी फैसला होगा आप लोगों की बात को स्पष्ट तरीके से कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा के सामने रखा जाएगा, हर एक विधायक जो कहेगा वो रखा जाएगा और कांग्रेस में कभी भी जो भी हम लोग प्रस्ताव पास करते हैं उसके साथ कंडीशंस नहीं लगाई जाती हैं, बगैर कंडीशंस के जाती हैं और सारी बातें कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को बताई जाती हैं और वो फिर अपनी विवेक से और सब लोगों से चर्चा करके, मुख्यमंत्री जी और वरिष्ठ नेताओं से चर्चा करके उसके ऊपर फैसला होता है। तो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण ये सारी की सारी बातें होने के बाद भी वो मीटिंग नहीं हो पाई। हमने पूरी की पूरी जानकारी कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को, जैसे मैंने कहा, हमने दिया है। उन्होंने लिखित रिपोर्ट विस्तार से इसके बारे में मांगी है, जो लिखित रिपोर्ट हम लोग आज रात को या कल सुबह तक के हम दे देंगे। धन्यवाद। देखिए एक मिनट, हमने सारी की सारी बातें कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को बताया है। जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है, तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है। तो ये मैंने सुबह भी कहा था, अभी भी मैंने कहा, और ये बात हमने कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को रखा है, और वो रिपोर्ट हम लोग कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को हम लोग लिखित में रिपोर्ट आज रात या कल सुबह तक दे देंगे। आई थिंक मैं समझता हूं मैंने सारी की सारी बातें बता दी। धन्यवाद।
Okay, so detailed message there from Ajay Maken, one of the emissaries sent across by the Gandhis, one of the observers who was sent across to quell all the problems in Rajasthan. He has confirmed that they will be sending across a full detailed report to Sonia Gandhi by the late tonight or tomorrow morning. But what's very, very clear from what Ajay Maken just said is that right now, Ashok Gehlot is enemy number one. He's gone ahead and hit out at Ashok Gehlot for all that played out yesterday, all the drama that the Congress High Command has had to deal with. Ajay Maken not really mincing his words, saying very clearly that what Gehlot has done, and this is a clear conflict of interest, is the message that Ajay Maken has put forth. He's also confirmed that the exact sequence of events, what played out, what led to all of this drama and embarrassment for the Congress, is something that is being right now put together in a report which will be submitted to Sonia Gandhi either late tonight or by tomorrow morning. Post that, we'll know what next step really the Gandhis will take, because right now any attempts being made by this high command to reach out to the MLAs in Rajasthan has failed. It's completely flopped. The idea of Maken and Kharge being in Rajasthan was to kind of reach out to these MLAs. The message that went across from the Gandhis yesterday to Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge is do what you have to put out this fire. Reach out to these MLAs, speak to them, identify what their grouse is and address it. But all of these MLAs who've resigned have so far refused to have any one-on-one meet. And Ajay Maken has also confirmed that, saying there was no way I could meet with them. Remember, he didn't meet with Ashok Gehlot. Mallikarjun Kharge did meet. He didn't meet Gehlot. Instead, has flown back to Delhi to apprise Sonia Gandhi. And let's get you the inside track here on India Today. Sources telling us that Gehlot now is out of the Congress president race. Kharge, Mukul Vasnik and KC Venugopal are likely to be filing their nomination soon. So already Plan B kicking into motion here. We're also getting in images of the Gehlot camp leaders watching a polo match, enjoying themselves while essentially all of this drama plays out, while the Congress High Command is trying to put out this fire in Rajasthan. The Gehlot camp seems completely at ease with no problems. But the information we're picking up, and the big breaking news here on India Today, as we've kept you ahead on this big story, is that Ashok Gehlot is now out of the contention for Congress president. He's out of the race, which means he will not be filing his nomination. Several other names now coming in. Mallikarjun Kharge, Mukul Vasnik, KC Venugopal, all of whom are trusted aides of the Gandhis, are likely to file their nomination soon for the post of Congress president. But then again, Ashok Gehlot too was a very close aide of the Gandhis. And today, look what's happened. So now with what's played out, it's clear that the Gandhis are miffed with Ashok Gehlot, and they're sending across that message to him. He's out of the Congress president race, in all likelihood will then thereby remain Chief Minister of Rajasthan. But what really can the Gandhis do? Because it's clear that Gehlot completely calls the shots in Rajasthan. And with that news break, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you a video that's gone completely viral. It's become the biggest talking point on social media. Superstar Vikram, who stars in Mani Ratnam's epic Ponniyin Selvan, has put out a speech, a monologue on the importance, on the legacy of Cholas. A speech that you need to hear. We're getting you that in just a bit.
Without plaster. What they have done is they have an outer wall. Then inside that they have a corridor of 6 feet, which is
can't count the number of times my teachers have said, you know, okay, we're letting you go this time, but only because we're big fans of your father, because I was quite naughty in school. Whatever little I have achieved today is not because of wanting to step out of his shadow. I think I'm more than delighted to be, you know, addressed as his daughter and very, very proud of his achievements. We call him Buddha at home.
You call him Buddha at home?
At home, and within our friends and family circle, he's known as Buddha, because even without
they
realizing,
actually want to
always...
call me Buddha, but
While China started military campaigns against Taiwan, America sent its speaker Nancy Pelosi on the island. This left China in fumes, and America has now decided to delay Taiwan Policy Act of 2022. While China speaks about One China policy, calls Taiwan as its part, America is planning to discuss the Taiwan Policy Act 2022 in September. US Senator Lindsey Graham said, "When it comes to Taiwan, our response should be that we are for democracy and against communist aggression. We live in dangerous times. China is sizing up America and our commitment to Taiwan. The danger will only grow worse if we show weakness in the face of Chinese threats and aggression towards Taiwan." The Biden administration is trying to make changes to the bipartisan bill to increase military and economic relationship between the US and Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi thinks China is trying to establish a sort of a new normal by performing military activities. First point to note is, Taiwan is defined as a major non-NATO ally in the Act. This would mean it would be the US closest global partner, especially on trade and security cooperation. The second point is, there is a need to upgrade the mission from Cultural Center to Taiwan Representative Office. This would require confirmation for the head of the office. The US would continue to maintain One China policy. Therefore, the experts believe that there is a need to revise America's Taiwan policy. Rename the Taipei Economic and Cultural Representative Office to Taiwan Representative Office. This needs to go through a legal process. Implementation of an enhanced defense partnership between the United States and Taiwan. Amend the Foreign Assistance Act to designate Taiwan as a major non-NATO ally. Provide Taiwan's preferences for foreign assistance and arms exports. Notify Congress before termination of the designation. Inclusion of Taiwan in international organizations. This will address Taiwan's representation and sovereignty. Even the United States cannot oppose any initiative that would change Taiwan's status without consent. US federal government employees can learn, live and work in Taiwan for up to 2 years under Taiwan Fellowship Act. Taiwan would have a voice in bilateral and multilateral dialogues. Sanction regime will safeguard Taiwan from hostilities in or around the island. No one would be allowed to interfere with its territorial integrity. In fact, a sanctions regime will be imposed against the People's Republic of China. Nothing has been mentioned on restoration of diplomatic relations with Taiwan or altering the United States government's position on Taiwan's international status.
PCOS, PCOD and endometriosis. These are some very common health problems that women face, and these are much talked about. Yes, these are problems associated with women, but each of these problems have different symptoms and are very, very different from each other. PCOS is polycystic ovary syndrome. PCOD is polycystic ovarian disease. Often these are used interchangeably. However, PCOD is used to depict milder forms of delayed ovulation and hormonal imbalance. PCOS is used to refer to severe hormone imbalance and metabolic disturbances. This can include obesity, insulin resistance, and diabetes. The basic problem with PCOS and PCOD is that the hormones are not being produced on time by the ovaries, and that is why there is a delay in the monthly periods. When the monthly release of egg from the ovaries is delayed, this causes delay in monthly periods. This condition is related to increase in male hormones like increase in facial hair, also gain of weight. While endometriosis, something that even I suffer from, is an extremely difficult and different type of disease. Endometriosis is when the lining of the womb is found in abnormal places, such as outside the uterus, with symptoms like lower abdomen pain. In endometriosis, abnormal endometrial tissue is found over the ovary or at different places. It can be found in the fallopian tubes, for example. So during your periods, the blood gets collected in different parts of the body where it should not get collected. This leads to hemorrhage. It results in swelling and pain in the lower abdomen. Sometimes this pain may be only during periods. In many patients, it can be long-lasting and chronic, even when you're not on your period. So what are the symptoms really to look out in PCOS, PCOD, and endometriosis? There are several celebrities who have spoken about their concerns with PCOS, PCOD, and endometriosis. Katrina Kaif and Selena Jaitley, for example, has spoken about their struggles with endometriosis. Masava Gupta has spoken about her problems with PCOD. Victoria Beckham too has had her struggles with PCOS.
The treatment is till menopause. It requires suppression of the disease till menopause because the disease has a very high chance of recurrence even if a surgery is done. So the medical treatment is commonly in the form of progesterone hormone, which can be pills, which can be implants, which can be injections and intrauterine devices.
PCOS in fact affects 1 in every 10 women. Improvement in dietary habits, including exercise in your daily routine, is extremely important, is what doctors say. While the condition is often managed with medication, these are simple things that you can do in your own life to improve your health. Work out, also consume the right kind of food, and also watch out for period pain that may go out of hand.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The high political drama in Rajasthan has left the Congress High Command embarrassed and groping for answers. Have the Gandhis lost control of the Congress party? What happens next in the Gehlot versus Pilot battle? Our special focus on that big political story on the news today.
Welcome back. The countdown for Mani Ratnam's epic Ponniyin Selvan has begun. And its lead actor, superstar Chyan Vikram's fiery speech at a promotional event on the Chola dynasty that struck a chord with the audience. This speech, his monologue, has gone completely viral. And essentially, there's been a huge debate over Ponniyin Selvan about why we haven't celebrated our Chola legacy as much, whether in films or otherwise. I just want to directly take you through exactly what Vikram said that struck such a chord with people across.
England is so illustrious, but England were invaded by the Vikings, and the Europe was in the dark ages during the 9th century. They had nothing going on. You talk about superpowers today. The 9th century, all this happened when we had the biggest maritime naval thing in the world. And it went all the way to Bali, all the way to Malaysia, and went till we sent emissaries to China. We all go to the pyramids, we go see the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Someone said something very nicely. He said, we are actually appreciating a building that doesn't stand. It's falling over and wow, let's take a picture, let's take a selfie, and we're getting excited. But we have temples today that stand and they didn't use plaster. Do you know that for this particular stone, they had to use a ramp, which was 6 kilometers long. They didn't have plaster. It's withstood 6 earthquakes. You know what happens when an earthquake comes? Without plaster. What they have done is they have an outer wall. Then inside that they have a corridor of 6 feet, which is an open, just a corridor. And then they have another structure inside which goes all the way to the top, which is why they can withstand earthquakes, which is why they stood so long. You know what was the superpower doing then? America hadn't been discovered by Columbus till 500 years later. So think about our culture, think about how advanced we were. We need to be proud of this. It's nothing to do with North India, South India, West India, East India. It is, we are Indians, and we need to feel proud about that.
Truly amazing message that, and it's really resonated with so many people across on social media. For years also, there's been a lot of talk about this, about how Bollywood has had epic after epic doled out on the Mughal dynasty, its legacy, its history, as grand as it is, and how it ought to be covered. But Mani Ratnam's latest epic, Ponniyin Selvan 1, is stirring the hornet's nest. Why? Because its focus is on the Cholas dynasty. The Bollywood has so far ignored very few films really on the Cholas, just about 1 or 2, and those 2 are from, in fact, the likes of Kollywood.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலி கொள்ளும்.
In an industry that has largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amidst a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest movie makers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained: that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured and contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of Mani Ratnam's next film know that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers who have preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals, perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say earlier this year.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जग भी जिक्र आया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी। चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला, मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया, मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे।
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacies. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what is deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan 1 has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. I'll be joining you same time tomorrow with all the top stories. I'm leaving you with images of Navratri celebrations that have kicked off across India from the north to south, east to west. We're all celebrating Navratri in our own way. And you can see the country drenched completely in festive fervour. The 9-day festivities will culminate, of course, with Dussehra next week. And then, of course, most anticipated Diwali. Thanks for tuning in.
Have you looked at back of the water bottle and found that it has an expiry date? The shelf life of water has been debated for long. So let's find out how long stored water remains safe for consumption and what happens if you consume expired water. Treated tap water is safe to consume for up to 6 months if stored well, while sparkling water is safe for up to 1 to 2 years. Tap water might start tasting odd if it gets mixed with the carbon dioxide in the air. However, both tap water and carbonated water are considered safe for drinking for 6 months despite the odd taste. Water in its pure form doesn't expire, but the plastic bottle has an expiry date. Drinking from an expired bottle isn't a good idea. Plastic can start leaching into the water over time and contaminate it with harmful chemicals such as antimony and bisphenol. To preserve water for long, it's important to store it well. The first step is to identify the amount of water to be stored and find a cool and dry place. Copper and steel vessels are ideal for long-term storage. For regular use, one can always opt for BPA-free plastic containers or glass bottles. To avoid contamination, one should refrain from using pipes and fill it directly from the faucet after filtration. If faucet is stored in gallons or drums, there should be a lid on it at all times to avoid contact with air. Exposure to BPA, which is used in plastics, has been known to interfere with reproductive development in animals. It has also been linked with other cardiovascular diseases, immunity diseases, and diabetes in humans. Filtration of water is must. The easiest way is to bring it to boil for around 15 minutes and let it cool. Most modern households use water purifiers nowadays. However, regular servicing of reverse osmosis, purifiers, and changing candles is crucial. Liquid bleaching is rare these days, but has been a popular purification method in the past.
Ever heard of zombie fires? No, I'm not talking about flesh-eating maniacs. This is a rare phenomenon that is also known as overwintering fires. This occurs mostly in countries like Russia, Canada, and Alaska. So what are zombie fires really? Peat fires burn underground and are very difficult to detect. They're also known as zombie fires as they can burn underground and reignite weeks or months later. Climate change is drying peatlands and making them more susceptible to fire. During a fire, burnt trees fall to the ground, igniting the flammable peat in the soil. The embers can continue to burn more than a meter underground for weeks or months, even in winter in certain regions of the world. The embers are fed by peat, a spongy material rich in carbon formed by decomposition of organic matter. They burn underground and return to the surface where in dry and windy conditions they can start a new fire.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
हर फॉरेन ब्रांड को कह रहे हैं कि आप हमारे देश के कंज्यूमर्स को भी आप बेचिए, लेकिन आप बनाइए इस बेस को एज अ ग्लोबल बेस फॉर सर्विसिंग योर ग्लोबल कंज्यूमर्स. Samsung, Apple, and many companies are doing that. To some of the other older Chinese companies that have been here, I have said the same thing to them, that our expectation is कि आप भी यहाँ से export करेंगे. In the Government of India scheme of things, there is a space for Indian brands. हम बहुत strongly मानते हैं कि हमारे electronics ecosystem में Indian entrepreneurs, Indian brands, Indian supply chain का भी एक role है. It is not to the exclusion of the foreign suppliers or the foreign brands, but we believe that it is our policy and the Government of India's obligation and duty to also build Indian brands. So wherever we feel that there is a crowding out of Indian brands due to unfair trade practices or unfair practices, we will basically, we would like to intervene and make sure that those issues are resolved. in addition to domestic production and domestic supplies and domestic consumption, that exports are a very important way to get the scales of the other economies that are competing with us. But in the overall framework, exports are as important, the push for exports are as important as domestic manufacturing and the overall manufacturing to be able to ensure that the supply chains grow and value addition increases.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The high political drama in Rajasthan has left the Congress High Command embarrassed and groping for answers. Have the Gandhis lost control of the Congress party? What happens next in the Gehlot versus Pilot battle? Our special focus on that big political story on the news today.
In association with SBI Home Loans.
You are watching India Today.
Massive escalation in Gehlot versus Pilot saga in Rajasthan after 92 MLAs resigned. Pilot in wait-and-watch mode. Sources tell India Today Gehlot could backtrack on Congress president nomination. Gandhi's attempt damaged control but with no success. Emissaries Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge returned to Delhi from Rajasthan. Failed to broker truce, will submit a report to Sonia Gandhi in Delhi. BJP AAP mock Bharat Jodo amid Rajasthan churn. AAP claims Congress is finished in Rajasthan. BJP declares 2023 assembly polls a done deal. India Today confronts Bollywood actress Jacqueline in court. Jackie evades all questions. Big relief for the actor as court grants interim bail in the Sukesh Khan scandal. As anti-hijab stir spreads worldwide, pro-hijab stir takes place in Kerala. A girl drops out of school after not being allowed to wear her headscarf. And deadly school shooting in the Russian city of Irkutsk. At least 6 killed, 20 injured after gunmen opened fire and school shooter then kills himself.
Good evening, viewers. We come to you from Jaipur. It's the first day of Navratri, so clearly the city is decked up, but the fireworks happened yesterday, viewers. With what has gone down in the last 24 hours, the Congress implosion at one level, the dust finally settling, a few things, especially in the Rajasthan Congress, becoming a little clearer as of now. I was just speaking. First, let me quickly cut across to the news break that we are getting in, and we're going to get you the latest. I've just spoken to people very close to Sachin Pilot. A lot of information coming in, but this exclusive political scoop right now. Sources have told India Today that Ashok Gehlot is out of the Congress race. Mallikarjun Kharge, Mukul Wasnik, KC Venugopal, all likely to file nomination. Even right now, Digvijay Singh is also in the running. What we are given to understand that Sonia Gandhi extremely upset with Ashok Gehlot. The latest is that in all probability, now as the dust settles on a possible coup that Ashok Gehlot pulled yesterday, now it's not so much about Sachin Pilot versus Ashok Gehlot. It's a lot to do with Ashok Gehlot versus the Congress High Command. I want to immediately connect to Rahul Gautam, who's joining me for the latest updates coming in. Rahul, take us through. It does seem in all likelihood the Congress High Command, proverbial High Command here, Sonia Gandhi directly, extremely upset with Ashok Gehlot. He is in all probability out of the Congress president race. The names that are being thrown, Mallikarjun Kharge himself, Mukul Wasnik, even KC Venugopal, Digvijay Singh, all names possibly will be filing nominations, and the next Congress president would be one of them, even though Shashi Tharoor has confirmed he's going to file nomination.
Well, Preeti, what happened last night in Jaipur has come to Sonia Gandhi as a great shock and surprise, given the fact that, many people... Well, whatever happened yesterday in Jaipur has come to Sonia Gandhi as a great surprise and shock, and therefore, what we had seen yesterday was an open defiance of Nehru Gandhi family. Mr. Ashok Gehlot, although he's not coming out in for, it was his supporters and his loyal MLAs, who almost pulled off this coup that happened yesterday. It seems that Nehru Gandhi family is not convinced as far as Ashok Gehlot is concerned. Also, it seems that Mr. Gehlot has lost his moral authority as to...
Well, who all are right now in the race? Who all might file in nomination right now? Give us the names. I want to cut across to Sharat Kumar, who's joining us from Jaipur, where I am. Lots of information now coming in from the pilot camp. Right now, there was a lull. Sachin Pilot wasn't saying anything. His camp was lulled, stunned into silence. The dust now settling. But Rahul, tell us, who all now in the running? Because in all probability, Ashok Gehlot is out of the race. Rahul, can you hear me? Okay, we've lost Rahul. We're going to try and connect to Rahul, but I want to now cut across to Sharat Kumar, who's joining me from the national capital. The news viewers that we are breaking. Ashok Gehlot, in all probability, is ruled out of the Congress presidential race. The names that have come up seem to be Mukul Wasnik, KC Venugopal, Mallikarjun Kharge, Digvijay Singh. It would be in all probability from one of them. Of course, Shashi Tharoor has already made his intentions clear. But I want to now pull back and get you a bit of a window of what has gone down in the last 24 hours. Since the morning, viewers, since the morning, there was complete lull, silence from the Sachin Pilot side. The only word that we actually got was an indication which seemed to suggest that we leave it up to the High Command. Now it seems the dust settling, the Sachin Pilot camp regrouping, coming up with their plan, and for them, they feel the best that could have happened is that Ashok Gehlot has made this now a fight directly with the High Command, which here means Sonia Gandhi. It's no longer about Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. All right. connect right now directly to my colleague Sharat Kumar, who's joining me from Jaipur. Sharat, you know, now, Sharat, abhi जब थोड़ी कल से जो भी मुठभेड़ हुई है दोनों ग्रुप्स में, अब खबर आ रही है कि अब सचिन पायलट कैंप पे थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस उभर के आ रहा है। उनको लगता है कि अब फाइट हो गई है डायरेक्टली सोनिया गांधी और अशोक गहलोत में, और थोड़े ही दिन में ये सब शांत हो जाएंगे। जो एमएलए हैं वो लाइन पर आ जाएंगे। अब उनको थोड़ा ऐसा लग रहा है।
हमें दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है। हुआ क्या, इस स्ट्रेंथ दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है। इस बीच हुआ क्या कि एमएलए पकड़ के लाए गए। करीब 8 बजे तक 28-29 एमएलए आए थे, उसको पकड़ के एमएलए लाए गए। उनकी संख्या 60 हुई, मगर बताया गया मीडिया में कि 92 हो गया। अब उसके बाद जो स्थितियां रात भर में घूमी हैं, जो इन्होंने 3 शर्तें दी है, उसके बाद अचानक से सुबह जो है मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे और अजय माकन ने अपना स्टेंस जो है वो हार्ड कर लिया और कड़ा रुख अपना लिया कि हम किसी भी तरह से अशोक गहलोत गुट से बात नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि उन्होंने अनुशासनहीनता की है। अब अशोक गहलोत आए भी तो अजय माकन उनसे नहीं मिले और चलते 3 मिनट की मुलाकात मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने की। मगर देखिए, यहाँ पर स्थिति ऐसी है कि कहा जा रहा है कि जिन्होंने फ़ोन करके शांति धारीवाल के घर बुलाया था महेश जोशी, और जिनके घर बुलाया गया था शांति धारीवाल, उन्हें दिल्ली से नोटिस भेजा गया है। अभी थोड़ी देर में हम उनके घर जा रहे हैं, कंफर्म हो जाएगा। हमारे सोर्स बता रहे हैं कि नोटिस कांग्रेस आला कमान ने भेज दिया है, जवाब मांगा गया है कार्रवाई करने के लिए। तो उधर से भी हार्ड स्टेंस हो रहा है। और यहाँ पर जहाँ मैं खड़ा हूँ पोलो ग्राउंड पे, सीपी जोशी जो इस्तीफा लेकर रखे हुए हैं, और बहुत सारे साथ उनके मंत्री थे, राजेंद्र यादव, अशोक चांद्रा, कटारिया, ये सब पोलो खेल रहे थे, पोलो देख रहे थे। तो वो ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, हम कांग्रेस आला कमान से कोई ज़्यादा परवाह नहीं करते। शांति धारीवाल ने तो यहाँ तक कह दिया कि हमारे पास विधायक आ रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि अब सीपी जोशी के पास चलो और इस्तीफे को स्वीकार कराओ, यानी सरकार गिराओ। तो ये स्थिति जो है दोनों तरफ से जो है, अभी तक ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई समझौता होने जा रहा है। दोनों ही तरफ से स्टेंस हार्ड हुआ है। अब बीच में ये जो आइस है वो कैसे पिघलेगी, ये समझ में किसी को नहीं आ रहा है। और इस बीच आप सही कह रहे हैं कि धीरे धीरे शाम होते होते जो सचिन पायलट गुट के विधायक थे वो मुखर होना शुरू हुए हैं। चाहे खिलाड़ी लाल बैरवा हो या फिर राजेंद्र गुढ़ा हो या वेद प्रकाश सोलंकी हो, उन्हें लगा कि कल जिस तरह से हमें संयमित रहने के लिए कहा गया, उस चक्कर में हमारे 20-25 एमएलए उधर ले जाए गए। अब हमें अपना प्रदर्शन दिखाने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस आला कमान हमारे साथ है। तो ये राजस्थान में परिस्थितियाँ जो है वो डेडलॉक बना हुआ है। जो कल रात को तमाशा हुआ था उसकी सुबह अभी तक हुई नहीं है। उसकी सुबह कब होगी इसका इंतजार शायद मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत को भी होगा, क्योंकि उनके लिए अच्छी परिस्थिति नहीं है। कहाँ तो वो इतने बड़े पद पर गांधी, पटेल और नेहरू की विरासत संभालने जा रहे थे कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के पद पर, और अभी ऐसी हालत हो गई कि वहाँ से तो रेस से आउट है ही। और यहाँ भी एक डिस्ग्रेस हुए हैं गांधी के नज़रों में, जो गांधी परिवार है उनके नज़रों में। तो सचिन पायलट के पास तो कुछ था ही नहीं। पहले भी वो मुख्यमंत्री नहीं थे, अभी मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने। मगर अशोक गहलोत का एक कद था पूरे देश में कि गांधी परिवार के बाद कौन, तो अशोक गहलोत। और सोनिया गांधी का सबसे विश्वसूत्र व्यक्ति कौन, तो अशोक गहलोत। वो जो छवि टूटी है, वो छवि टूटने की कल्पना यहाँ किसी की भी नहीं थी। जितने विधायकों से बात हो रही है, जो जिन्होंने साइन किया है, वो कह रहे हैं कि हमें तो अनुमान ही नहीं था कि ये सब होगा, ये कैसे हो गया, ये हुआ है वो गलत हुआ। तो ये जो फीडबैक विधायकों का आ रहा है, अगर 10-15 लोगों को छोड़ दें जो अशोक गहलोत के साथ रहते हैं, तो जितने विधायकों से बातचीत हो रही है वो सारे के सारे कह रहे हैं कल जो हुआ वो ठीक नहीं हुआ, उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं थी। तो ये भी एक बड़ा सेटबैक अशोक गहलोत के लिए हो सकता है। उन्हें भी शायद अब लग रहा होगा कि ये जो कुछ हुआ वो ठीक नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि उनका कद बहुत बड़ा था। ये इसके बिना भी वो काम कर सकते थे, सोनिया गांधी से बात करके, और इस मसले को हल कर सकते थे। मगर होता क्या है कि जब आप शक्तिशाली हो जाते हैं, आप गांधी परिवार के बाद दूसरे नंबर पे आ जाते हैं, तो फिर इनबिल्ट अपने आप में एक अहंकार हो जाता है। मुझे लगता है कि हुआ या नहीं हुआ, लेकिन ये जो हुआ वो कहीं ना कहीं एक सुपर पावर का जो फीलिंग था अशोक गहलोत का, उसकी वजह से हुआ होगा। वरना इस तरह से वो चुनौती कभी देते नहीं है। जब पहली बार मुख्यमंत्री बने, जब दूसरी बार मुख्यमंत्री बने और जब तीसरी बार मुख्यमंत्री बने, मुझे याद है तीनों बार इनके एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव पारित करके कांग्रेस आलाकमान पर छोड़ा गया था कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान जो फैसला लेगा हमें मंजूर है। तो इस बार उन्होंने क्यों नहीं छोड़ा ये आलाकमान पर, ये किसी को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। और देखिए जिस तरह से बातें हो रही हैं कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान को ऐसा लग रहा था कि नीतीश कुमार आ रहे हैं, लालू यादव आ रहे हैं दिल्ली, और सोनिया गांधी बीमार है, उन्हें मिलना पड़ रहा है, भावी जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है वहाँ यहाँ अटका हुआ है सचिन पायलट के चक्कर में, तो जल्दी से जल्दी इन्हें मुक्त करके दिल्ली भेजा जाए। उस चक्कर में इन्हें एक पद एक व्यक्ति के सिद्धांत में मुक्त किया जा रहा था, मगर ये समझे कि मेरी विदाई की जा रही है और सचिन पायलट को लाया जा रहा है। मुझे लगता है कि इस चक्कर में हो गया, जो कहावत है ना हमारे यहाँ की, पड़ोसी की दीवार गिर जाए, पड़ोसी की बकरी मर जाए भले ही हमारी दीवार गिर जाए। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस चक्कर में ये फंस गए और पूरी कांग्रेस इस चक्कर में फंस गई है, और इसीलिए जयपुर से लेकर दिल्ली तक गहमागहमी मची हुई है। गुजरात के प्रभारी हैं रघु शर्मा और पंजाब के प्रभारी हैं हरीश चौधरी, उनको भी सोनिया गांधी ने दिल्ली बुलाया, वो भी दिल्ली पहुंच गए हैं।
जी शरद, चूक कहाँ हुई? चूक ये हुई क्या कि जो अब डायरेक्ट कॉन्फ्रंटेशन हो गई है वो अशोक गहलोत और सोनिया गांधी के बीच में हो गई है? क्या उन्होंने जो कुछ ज्यादा ओवर एस्टिमेट कर लिया अपनी बाजी को जो कल हुआ?
वो दोनों तरफ से चूक हुई है। मुझे लगता है कि गांधी परिवार ने, कांग्रेस आलाकमान ने भी जल्दीबाजी की, ऐसी जल्दीबाजी करनी नहीं चाहिए थी। ठीक है उन्होंने जल्दीबाजी कर ली, लेकिन अशोक गहलोत के पास पूरा वक्त था उस जल्दीबाजी को खत्म करने के लिए। और राजनीति के चाणक्य हैं, मगर करते क्या है कि जैसे ही अजय माकन और वेणुगोपाल का आने का होता है वो चले जाते हैं बीएसएफ बॉर्डर पर तनोट माता के मंदिर में, जहाँ मोबाइल का कनेक्शन नहीं लगता है। 5 बजे तक लौट कर नहीं आते, आउट ऑफ रीच रहते हैं, और ये बेचारे यहाँ बैठे रहते। पता चलता है कि 5 बजे तो विधायक दल की बैठक शांति धारीवाल के यहाँ हो गई। तो ये पूरा जो सूत्रधार जो है ये लोग अशोक गहलोत को मानते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि चूक गांधी परिवार की तरफ से जल्दीबाजी की हुई है, मगर यहाँ बड़ी चूक हो गई ये समझने की गई गांधी परिवार कमजोर है और हम झुका लेंगे। कांग्रेस इतनी बड़ी पार्टी है, अगर इस तरह से झुकने लगी तो हर राज्य में विधायक झुकाने लगेंगे, फिर तो कांग्रेस आलाकमान का मतलब क्या रहेगा? कांग्रेस का आलाकमान की सोच यह थी, वो जब कह रहे थे अजय माकन की 75 साल के इतिहास में ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि विधायक अपनी शर्त के साथ रिजोल्यूशन पास कराएं, ऐसे कैसे होगा? तो निश्चित रूप से दोनों तरफ से कहीं चूक हुई है, मगर बड़ी चूक जो हो गई है अशोक गहलोत की तरफ से हो गई है, क्योंकि 40 साल की उनकी सियासी यात्रा पर प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया है। कि मुझे याद है कि जब ये सचिन पायलट ने बगावत की थी तो कितनी आसानी से कहते थे कि सचिन पायलट को आलाकमान पर भरोसा करना चाहिए। मुझे तो आलाकमान अगर इस्तीफा देने के लिए कहेगा तो मैं 2 मिनट भी नहीं लगाऊंगा, उनके मुंह से निकलेगा और इस्तीफा दे दूंगा। ये डायलॉग इतनी बार मैं अशोक गहलोत के मुंह से सुना हूं कि मुझे याद आता है कि वही अशोक गहलोत हैं। इसलिए कहा जा रहा है कि मुझे लग रहा है कि दोनों तरफ से चूक हुई है। ज्यादा चूक अशोक गहलोत की तरफ से हो गई, उन्हें लगा कि तुरंत झुक जाएगा आलाकमान और सचिन पायलट को यहाँ से सुबह होते होते विदा कर दिया जाएगा, मगर ऐसा हुआ नहीं। इसलिए अभी डेडलॉक बना हुआ है। आगे क्या होता है मुझे लगता है 1-2 दिनों का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अजय माकन कह रहे हैं कि आज रात या सुबह हम रिपोर्ट लिखित में देंगे। आप समझिए कितनी जल्दीबाजी है रिपोर्ट देने में, किस तरह से चोट पहुंची है। इस तरह से कहीं भी कांग्रेस में आज तक इस राज्य में नहीं हुआ कि कांग्रेस आलाकमान को सीधे चुनौती उनके सबसे खास सिपह सलार दे। जी
शरद, बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, आप हमारे से बने रहिए, क्योंकि अब कमलनाथ है जिनको समन किया गया था, क्योंकि जो अजय माकन है और जो मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे हैं उनका जो फेलियर बताया जा रहा है कि उनके होते हुए कुछ ब्रेक थ्रू नहीं हो पाया। तो इसके लिए सुना जा रहा है कि अभी सुनने में आया है कि कमलनाथ जी को बुलाया गया है। सो कमलनाथ, viewers, has been called in and he's landed in the national capital. That's the news that we are breaking in. Hectic activity going on with the Congress after the huge debacle, mockery of the Congress, which took place yesterday, humiliating for the Congress with what we saw, stuff that should have happened behind closed doors before it was played out in the open. After all of that, the Congress in massive damage control. They've summoned Kamal Nath. He's an old seasoned hand. The Congress trusts him to possibly troubleshoot. Will he be sent now to Jaipur to find middle ground, any solution, or will the Congress dig in its heels? Because now it's come down to the existence of the High Command. What's the use of the High Command if it cannot exercise and implement its writ? And one fallout of that is the news that we broke right on top, viewers, that Ashok Gehlot in all probability is ruled out from the presidential race. Connecting to Shreya Chatterjee, my colleague who's joining us live. Shreya, what's the update? Kamal Nath right now in New Delhi seeking a meeting with Sonia Gandhi. Is he set to meet her today?
Well, Preeti, we just saw Kamal Nath leaving from his Delhi residence when we posed him a question about meeting Sonia Gandhi or anything related to the Rajasthan Affairs, he very categorically denied saying that he's not in Delhi for any of the above reasons. He said neither is he filing any nominations, nor is he going to speak with Gehlot. He said that he's in Delhi for Navratri celebrations. However, it's a little difficult to digest given someone of Kamal Nath's stature to be in the national capital at a time where so many of things are actually spiraling here so far as the Rajasthan issue is concerned. Probably the High Command is waiting till the written report is submitted, and we see that Kamal Nath seems to be tight-lipped till then, because till now when we just left, he spoke with us, he denied to be involved with that of anything related to Rajasthan or filing nominations for the Congress president elections.
All right, well, Kamal Nath had also denied minutes before he took that flight to Maharashtra when the entire Maharashtra political crisis took place. We don't know whether he's going to be coming in to Jaipur or not, but he's in the national capital. Quickly cutting across to our national affairs editor, Rahul Srivastava, consulting editor, Rajdeep Sardesai is also joining us. Rahul, in just a short while, but Rahul, I'll come to you first with the news that we were breaking right on top. The dust now seeming to settle on what was dealt to the Sachin Pilot camp, to Sachin Pilot, because now the fight is no longer between Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot. It seems to be a direct confrontation between Sonia Gandhi and Ashok Gehlot. I was speaking to somebody very close to Sachin Pilot moments ago, and now they're suddenly upbeat. There's a huge surge of confidence in the Sachin camp, because actually feel it's a matter of couple of days. The MLAs which were gravitating towards Ashok Gehlot will now fall in line in the next couple of days. Well, that is what the thinking of the Sachin Pilot camp is.
See, Preeti, I think in the daytime, usually on such situation, we say that the situation is very tense. I think right now the situation in the Rajasthan Congress is brittle. And it is so brittle that any push in or any amount of pressure can create cracks in the party. And that's where lies, I think, the sense of caution. If you see Ajay Maken saying that Sonia Gandhi has asked for a written report. It's not a written report she has asked. She has basically...
All right, visuals of Kamal Nath in the national capital coming in. Will he meet Sonia Gandhi? He's still denying it, but Kamal Nath is in the capital. Word came in that he was summoned. I want to cut across back to Rahul Srivastava, who's joining us. Rahul Srivastava, Kamal Nath maintains he's not here for anything, be it Rajasthan or the presidential elections. But is there any meaning? Okay, he's reached 10 Janpath. So earlier on he said he wasn't going to be talking to Sonia Gandhi, but right now Kamal Nath is at 10 Janpath. Rajdeep Sardesai is also joining us. Rajdeep, the significance of Kamal Nath being summoned. You know, we were talking about the High Command weakened in front of a strong regional satrap, but it seems the High Command, now that is a question of existence, is digging in its heels.
You know, I spoke to Kamal Nath this afternoon, and Mr. Kamal Nath made it very clear that he wasn't playing any role that was being billed either as a future Congress president if Ashok Gehlot, as it increasingly appears likely, will not contest the Congress president's poll, nor is he trying to play the role of peacemaker. But what he did say is that he has been in touch with Ashok Gehlot. Remember, these are politicians from the same generation. The Kamal Naths and Ashok Gehlots are among the few politicians in that 70-plus age group bracket who've been there in the Congress from the late 70s, from Indira Gandhi's time. So he does have an equation with Kamal Nath. He insisted, and this is significant, he insisted that Ashok Gehlot had committed to him and the Gandhis, one person, one post. He would move to Delhi, and that the choice of a Rajasthan chief minister would take place smoothly and be left to the Congress president. I asked him, therefore, what changed between Saturday and Sunday. He says, I don't know. Now, it seems to be very surprising that all these Congress crisis managers who've been in the business for years seem to have been caught so unawares by what Ashok Gehlot did yesterday. And therein lies, I think, the complete failure of political intelligence. So
if you think that Kamal Nath coming to Delhi means the problem will be resolved, unlikely. But he may open a channel of communication with Mr. Gehlot. Significantly, someone very close to Mr. Gehlot maintains, why are the channels pitching this as Gehlot versus the Gandhis? Mr. Gehlot will eventually do whatever the Gandhis want. Now, I said, does that mean Sachin Pilot being made the Chief Minister of Rajasthan? They said, well, we believe that the MLAs should decide that, and Mr. Gehlot will convince the Gandhis as to why the MLAs should decide who becomes the next Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So the Gehlot camp is playing down this entire belief that this has been a total rebellion, trying to, in a way, keep a channel of communication open with the Gandhis in particular, and hope that a solution can be found, wherein in an ideal world, Mr. Gehlot would like to stay on, we believe, as Rajasthan Chief Minister, or come to Delhi as Congress President, but get his choice in Rajasthan. So these are the two options before the Gehlot camp. One thing is very clear.
Right.
They will draw a red line when it comes to Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot is unacceptable to them. They will do whatever it takes, it appears, to stop Sachin Pilot from taking over. So whether the Congress leadership will accept that role, that stand of Mr. Gehlot is the big question, because they are saying anyone but Sachin.
You know, Rajdeep, the fact is what you're saying, that the Gehlot camp is trying to play down the fact that it is Gehlot versus Sonia Gandhi. It's exactly the opposite with the Sachin camp, because they are trying to play it up. Because when you speak to them, all they say is we leave it to the High Command. Now it's a fight that Ashok Gehlot has picked with the High Command. The fact that he's no longer, in all probability, in the presidential race, has the Jadugar or the magician of Rajasthan overplayed his hand this time?
You know, the Sachin Pilot camp has put all their eggs in the Gandhis' basket. And it's a basket that's not very productive at the moment. Because as we've seen, the Gandhis have not been able to deliver results. 39 out of 49 elections since 2014 have been lost by the Congress. And therefore the ability of the Gandhis to, in a way, be seen as this Supreme High Command, or their role as Supreme High Command, has been considerably diluted in recent times. So if Sachin Pilot is hoping that Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi will come together, intervene on his behalf, persuade Ashok Gehlot to accept Sachin's leadership, we don't know whether that will actually happen in the end, because there is a dilution in their authority. At best, what they can do is tell Mr. Gehlot, you have betrayed our trust, and therefore we will not tacitly support you now for Congress President. Whether that also means that Mr. Gehlot, on charges of indiscipline, will have to leave the Rajasthan Chief Ministership, unlikely, because Mr. Gehlot could bring down the government in that case. So I think both sides are now trying to see, both the Pilot camp and Gehlot camp are looking to the Gandhis to see what will they officially say. It's one thing to deal with Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge. At some stage, there will have to be a face-to-face meeting between Mr. Gehlot and the Gandhis. And then we will know which way the Gandhis are blowing on this. What is that compromise that can be found?
Well, the Gandhis, at least what we are getting in from various sources right now, are rather miffed. Sonia Gandhi has indicated extremely upset with what Ashok Gehlot has orchestrated, or she believes that he has orchestrated. Rahul Srivastav, I'll bring you in on this. The fact that this is for the first time that there is an open, dilution of the Congress High Command publicly, at that, humiliation of the Congress High Command publicly. You know, everyone knows that the Congress High Command has little to offer. It's completely weak in front of the likes of regional satraps like Ashok Gehlot. But having said that, the first public humiliation dealt to the Gandhis in this fashion, do you think could augur different results?
See, Preeti, if you see how the stakes are right now, Sachin Pilot is in the bad books of a section of the Rajasthan MLAs, and that can mean trouble for the Congress's government. But today, with his act of yesterday, Ashok Gehlot is in the bad books of the Congress's first family. These are not two different things. For too long, Ashok Gehlot was attacking Pilot for defying the party, going with the BJP, But this is what ready proof that the Congress need, that Ashok Gehlot did not bind the hand which was feeding him on his way to the top of the Congress party, but actually for a certain period has made, like a jadugar, made the powers of the High Command vanish. And that's one challenge, that can the High Command survive from here on if it does not send across a message. Now what the message is. Yesterday the entire drama created at Dhariwal's house was to ensure that one line resolution is not passed at the legislative party meeting, which was called by Ashok Gehlot at his residence with all the MLAs in consent. Sachin Pilot was there, the central observers were there. The idea was that there should be a resolution at the end of the meeting, that the meeting entrusts Sonia Gandhi to decide what eventually happens in Rajasthan. Now that's what they didn't want. Now the real battle is Sonia Gandhi will like eventually all the MLAs and Gehlot to sign on that one line resolution, because if that does not get signed, if that earlier other resolution in which there are 3 demands that don't do anything before 19th till Ashok Gehlot becomes president on the premise that he may still file nomination, that challenges the authority of the Congress High Command, because it was created at a meeting parallel to the meeting officially called by the Congress party. So all these are the crises that the Congress High Command faces.
Right.
I think in the coming days, Kamal Nath kind of people have been brought in to ensure only one line resolution, that the legislature party entrusts the task of creating the future road for Rajasthan Congress with the Congress president. I think that's what the struggle is going to be.
You know, Rahul, there's what's different, I would reckon, from today morning to this evening is because the MLAs in all, a lot of them that we've been speaking to who were there at Shanti Dhariwal's residence, who signed on that paper, after seeing which way the wind is blowing, the minute they got hint that the High Command is angry at Ashok Gehlot, that he no longer might be president, because a lot of them looked at him as president, because the last 1 year would be more about tickets and less about getting work done. It's about who will fight the next election in Rajasthan, and the Congress president would have been instrumental in that. All of them right now are a little skeptical on what went down yesterday. There's a lot of rethink going on with a lot of these MLAs that we are speaking with.
See, Preeti, yesterday in the evening, coincidentally, there were 3 factions of MLAs. One faction, knowingly or unknowingly, were at Shanti Dhariwal's house. The other faction was there with Sachin Pilot at the Chief Minister's residence, including Divya Maderna and Sachin Pilot and several others. And the third one was tactically missing. Now some of those tactically missing landed up at CP Joshi's house, somebody went to some other place, but those were not there. Now, if you want to get a measure of how many MLAs were there at Shanti Dhariwal's house while the tentage and other arrangements started getting made around 4 o'clock in the evening, eventually they all left in a bus. Now, a Volvo bus which was brought in does not have a capacity beyond 50 odd. So I don't think MLAs left standing. There might have been a couple of empty seats. What my report sources are saying, that nearly between 45 to 47 MLAs were there. So that 82 odd or 90 odd MLAs have signed and gone to CP Joshi, the Speaker of the Assembly. I think that's fiction. But the fact is that right now, the moment the Congress High Command puts its foot down, sends out notices to Dhariwal and several others, and tells Ashok Gehlot to fall in line and ensure that there is that one line.
That's already happened, Rahul, is what we are getting to know from here.
I was mentioning earlier. See, Preeti, yes, maybe. That will make the MLAs wary. They can't defy the party high command. And I think that's where lies the catch from here on. If that one line resolution is cleared, that Sonia Gandhi will decide what next in Rajasthan, that was what Ashok Gehlot was trying to avoid. He wanted to create a situation in which he could scare the Congress High Command that if Sachin is chosen, then there will be a rebellion and the government will be lost. He thought he may achieve some bit of positive traction against Pilot, but this time what he has done is actually creating traction against himself.
All right, Rahul, stay on with us. I'm going to go into a quick break. We're going to get back with top developments. A lot has happened in the last 2 hours, viewers. As we speak, Kamal Nath is at 10 Janpath speaking to Sonia Gandhi. Will he mediate? In all probability, yes. When he went in, he said not quite, but that's the reason apparently he's been called here for. What's happening right now in Jaipur, after a lull of the storm that was last night, there has been now political activity. The Sachin Pilot camp is regrouping. There seems to be a glimmer of hope. They've put all their, eggs in the Gandhi basket or the High Command basket, because there is an attempt now to view this and to look at it. And, there is a perception to it that it's now not about Sachin versus Gehlot. It's Gehlot versus the High Command, Sonia Gandhi. And what will she do, or what will the High Command do now? We're going to get you the latest. Apparently, what we are getting to understand is that notices have gone out to the likes of Mr. Dhariwal, to the likes of Mr. Chandna, the sports minister, even, the party whip, where notices have gone out of indiscipline, of calling an MLA meet at the same time as a CLP meet. Getting you the latest, Rahul Srivastav continues to be with us. A quick break.
You are watching India Today.
My headmistress said that, I remember her name Mrs. Fernandez, she said, Alia, come in the front, everybody will sing like Alia. So now Alia sing. And I started singing, and I remember loving the fact that everybody was looking at me. I remember just like, wow, they are looking at me. Like there's no other attention is only for me right now. And that was it. After that, it was only all about the attention and how people looked at me and how good and great I was.
She came to a photo shoot of mine, which my friend Sumit Chopra was shooting me, with her little water bottle and a little change of costume in her little bag with her nanny at that time, Sharda, and patiently sat around and took pictures like a pro.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Welcome back, viewers. We continue to get you the latest from the city of Jaipur. We are right now at Albert Hall. It's stunning, beautifully lit up. It's Navratra time. Festivities have begun, but the fireworks were last night. With what we witnessed of that, the just about settling in Rajasthan. Let me take you through now the top developments. Number one of it, Kamal Nath at 10 Janpath speaking to Sonia Gandhi. That's the biggest development coming in. Will he mediate? Well, he said no, but in all probability, he will mediate in the Rajasthan crisis. The other big development, Congress General Secretary and one of the observers, Ajay Maken, briefed Congress interim President Sonia Gandhi about what went down at the CLP meeting. Talking to the media, he said Sonia has now sought a detailed report latest by tonight or tomorrow morning. The Congress High Command right now in a hurry, because what went down in Rajasthan, viewers, is less about Sachin versus Ashok Gehlot, more about Ashok Gehlot versus the Congress High Command. The other big development, Ajay Maken, who was one of the observers, has also slammed the meeting, which was held by Congress MLAs in Rajasthan, said that this was anti-party activities, indiscipline on their account. However, a lot of questions need to be raised at the role of Ajay Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge as well. Complete failures as observers. While they were twiddling their thumbs at a hotel in Jaipur, Shanti Dhariwal was putting together a rebellion, one MLA at a time. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party has also jumped in along with the BJP to mock the situation of the Congress party in Rajasthan. Delhi Chief Minister and AAP's national convener Arvind Kejriwal has said that Congress failed to unite its party, accusing the Congress and BJP of doing politics of manipulation. Meanwhile, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took stock of the situation, sending senior leader KC Venugopal to Delhi. By the way, viewers, KC Venugopal is the Rajasthan Rajya Sabha MP elected by the Congress. On the other account, once again completely failing to broker any middle ground between the Gehlot and the Sachin Pilot faction. Many would suggest now it's too little, too late, too much water has gone down that bridge. Lastly, India Today has now accessed a video from Sunday meeting in which a Gehlot faction MLA can be heard not only openly mocking Sachin Pilot if he were to be made CM, but also claiming that Rajasthan would witness a rerun of Punjab fiasco if Pilot replaces Gehlot as the chief minister. Cutting across directly to... All right, let's cut across to the latest development, which my colleague Sharat Kumar breaking on India Today. The Rajasthan Congress crisis deepening. It seems that the Congress High Command has sent notices to Shanti Dhariwal and Congress Chief Whip in Rajasthan Assembly, Mahesh Joshi, as well as the Sports Minister, Mr. Chandana, all for party indiscipline. Lots of speculations. Have these notices actually gone out for indiscipline? Will action be taken? Like I said, lots of speculation going on, but word coming in that possibly these notices have been sent. But will there be action for indiscipline? Because till now, officially, the stand by Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, is that he had absolutely no idea what was brewing within the MLAs. He was caught completely unawares. So if he was caught unawares, will he now allow action to take place against the MLAs who engineered this rebellion yesterday and went to CP Joshi's house with a bundle of resignations? A lot is going down, viewers. One important point as well. All right, okay, I want to cut across to Dev Ankur Vadhavan for more on this latest news break. Dev, notices seem to have gone out. Has Shanti Dhariwal, Mahesh Joshi, the party chief whip, and even the sports minister, some of the cabinet members, that this notice has gone to of party indiscipline, have they confirmed it yet?
Well, so clearly, Preeti, this shows that how serious the party high command, meaning the Gandhi family, is against this act of rebellion. The party knows for a fact that this has embarrassed the
Right, let's cut across.
position
Okay,
of the
I'm going to come in, Dave. I'm going to come in. We're going to cut across to Shanti Dhariwal holding a press conference right now. He was the man at whose residence, cabinet minister, whose residence the entire rebellion was engineered. Listen it.
सरकार गिराने का षड्यंत्र करते रहे, सरकार के खिलाफ बाकायदा बराबर स्टेटमेंट देते रहे, कांग्रेस की सरकार के खिलाफ, बावजूद डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर होते हुए और प्रदेश कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष होते हुए आज उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए यहाँ पर सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज आ गए। सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज पर मेरा चार्ज है कि वो पक्षपातपूर्ण तरीके से यहाँ के विधायकों से बात कर रहे थे और उनको इन दिनों में कई दिनों से लगातार ये सूचनाएं आ रही थी कि वो सचिन पायलट साहब के पक्ष में जो है प्रचार करने के लिए जो है कहा करते थे, जुड़ने के लिए कहा करते थे, विधायकों को जुड़ने के लिए कहा करते थे। हमारे पास इस बात के सबूत हैं। तो हम सोनिया गांधी के सिपाही हैं। सोनिया गांधी की हर हुक्म को हमने 50 साल तक माना है। मेरी 50 साल की राजनीति हो गई। इन 50 सालों में एक बार भी अनुशासनहीनता का चार्ज मेरे पे नहीं लगा। मैं कई पदों पे रहा, चाहे जिला प्रमुख रहा, लोकसभा का सदस्य रहा, विधानसभा का सदस्य रहा, 15 साल 20 साल तक जो है लगातार जिला कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष रहा, लेकिन कभी कोई चार्ज मेरे पे नहीं लगा। लेकिन आज जब ये देखें कि एक जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज खुद ही कन्वेंसिंग कर रहा है और ऐसे लोगों को यहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाने का मिशन लेकर के आया है, तो निश्चित तौर पर लोगों की भावना भड़क रही थी और विधायकों को नाराज होना ही था। जो नाराज विधायक थे उनके बराबर मेरे पास फोन आए और फोन आया कि हमारी बात सुनो, तुम यहाँ के जो है पार्लियामेंट्री मिनिस्टर हो, हमारी पूरी बात सुनो। मैं उनकी बात सुनने के लिए ही यहाँ पर जो है वो सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए। उनकी बात सुनी मैंने, 3 घंटे तक उनकी बात सुनी, उनका रोष सुना, उनकी बातें सुनी। वो क्या चाहते हैं ये सुना। वो चाहते हैं कि कांग्रेस का निष्ठावान आदमी जो 102 आदमी होटलों में इकट्ठे हुए थे, 34 दिन तक साथ रहे थे, अगर मुख्यमंत्री ही बनाना है तो उनमें से बनाओ, किसी को भी बनाओ जिसको सोनिया जी कहेंगी वही मुख्यमंत्री होगा राजस्थान का। सोनिया जी का हुक्म बहाल रहेगा, कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता सोनिया जी के हुक्म को। गद्दारी करने वालों को पुरस्कार दिया जावे, ये यहाँ का विधायक कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। That's all.
सर सवाल सर, अभी जो अजय माकन जिनके ऊपर आप ये चार्ज लगा रहे हैं, वही दिल्ली में अभी सोनिया गांधी से मिलकर निकले और कह रहे हैं कि लिखित रिपोर्ट जो है वो कल तक वो दे देंगे। सोनिया
वो देते रहे, उसकी चिंता नहीं।
जिन लोगों ने, जिसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है कि जिन लोगों ने विधायक दल की बैठक से पहले अपने घर पर बैठक की, वो अनुशासनहीनता है और उन पर कार्रवाई हो, नोटिस जारी होगा, पार्टी से बाहर भी
उनके विचार से होगा जो कुछ भी है। विधायकों की बैठक कोई ऑर्गेनाइज्ड बैठक नहीं थी। विधायक आते गए, एक आते गए, अपनी बात मुझे सुनाते गए। आखिर 92 विधायक इकट्ठे हुए और इकट्ठे होकर के उनकी बात सुनने में टाइम तो लगता ही है, समय तो लगता ही है। उसके बाद हम उनसे मिलने भी गए।
विधायक दल की बैठक में क्यों नहीं गए सीएम हाउस?
है
सीएम हाउस में विधायक दल की बैठक में क्यों नहीं गए?
इसलिए नहीं गए कि विधायक यहाँ आने वाले थे। मेरे पास टेलीफोन आ रहे थे कि पहले हमारी बात सुनो, उसके बाद में बैठक में चलेंगे।
वो कह रहे हैं कि अलग-अलग हम
नहीं ऐसा नहीं है।
अलग-अलग राय सुनना चाहते हैं।
नहीं अलग-अलग राय कभी नहीं कहा उन्होंने ये कहा कि एक लाइन का प्रस्ताव पास करने के लिए आए हम।
सर, अगर आप पर कार्रवाई होती है, आपको नोटिस दिया जाता है, आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होती है, क्या
हाइपोथेटिकल सवाल मत पूछिए, आने दीजिए, जो कुछ होगा तो दिख जाएगा आगे।
जी, आपने कहा कि मैं पार्टी का अनुशासन
सिपाही रहा हूँ और रहूंगा।
ऐसी नौबत क्यों आ रही? क्योंकि ये सचिन पायलट का ये तर्क देता है कि जब वापसी हुई थी उनकी मानेसर और तमाम बाड़ेबंदी के बाद, तो उनके कैंप के मंत्रियों को, नेताओं को मंत्री बनाया गया था, वही तर्क देते हैं।
वो हुक्म भी हाईकमान का था जिसको कि मुख्यमंत्री जी ने स्वीकार किया था। हाईकमान का सोच ये था कि ठीक है गलती हुई है इनसे, लेकिन इनको एडजस्ट करो। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने एडजस्ट किया उनको।
तो रमेश मीणा भी आए हुए थे सर। तो रमेश मीणा भी उन गद्दारों में से एक आए हुए थे जो आप गद्दार कर रहे हैं।
कौन?
रमेश मीणा।
रमेश मीणा भी आए हुए थे। कल उन्होंने दस्तखत किया, इस्तीफा दिया उन्होंने।
आप कह रहे हो गद्दार जो गए हुए
इस्तीफा दिया था। हाँ हाँ वो गए थे वो, लेकिन अब वो विचार बदल गया उनका। क्या बात विचार बदलते रहते हैं।
ऐसा ये एक षड्यंत्र रहा।
विचार तो उनका भी बदला है ना। पहले तो वो कांग्रेस की सरकार गिराना चाहते थे, बाद में कांग्रेस सरकार के फेवर में आ गए विधानसभा में।
षड्यंत्र रहा अशोक गहलोत को हटाने का? अशोक गहलोत को हटाने का कोई षड्यंत्र था?
100% वही था, षड्यंत्र था टोटल। और उस षड्यंत्र में जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज शामिल थे।
सर इसमें हम माने कि जो सेक्टर से पर्यवेक्षक आए थे वो एक सेट एजेंडा लेके आए थे, मतलब वो एमएलएस की राय नहीं सुन।
मैं दूसरों के लिए नहीं कहता, मैं सिर्फ जनरल सेक्रेटरी इंचार्ज पे चार्ज लगा रहा हूँ। खड़गे साहब पे कोई चार्ज नहीं है। खड़गे साहब तो खड़गे साहब पे कोई चार्ज नहीं है। खड़गे साहब का कोई मुकाबला नहीं। वो तो बिल्कुल ईमानदार और निष्पक्ष आदमी है।
खड़गे साहब से क्यों नहीं मिले आप?
मिले जाके मिले हम 2 बार मिले। सारे विधायक मिलना नहीं चाहिए, मिलने का सवाल ही क्या था। वो तो उठ के चले गए थे वहां से। वहां पहुंचे कितने से थे? 20 आदमी भी पहुंचे पूरे।
मुख्यमंत्री जब मिलने गए हैं होटल में तो माकन साहब उनसे नहीं मिले हैं। खड़गे साहब से मुलाकात?
मुझे पता नहीं इस बारे में, मेरी जानकारी में नहीं है।
अब मंत्रियों ने इस्तीफा दे दिया, आगे क्या होगा? अब सबने इस्तीफा दे रखा, आगे क्या होगा?
देखिए हम मंत्रियों का, आज भी मेरे पास कई मंत्री आए, वो कई विधायक आए कि चल करके स्पीकर साहब से कहिए कि हमारा इस्तीफा मंजूर करें। मैंने कहा अभी ठहरिए स्पीकर साहब को भी जो है आप सोच विचार कर लेने दीजिए।
वो सरकार गिराना चाहते हैं।
कौन?
कह रहे हैं इस्तीफा सरकार हो जाए।
आप वो क्या चाहते हैं? वो तो ये चाहते हैं कि ये सरकार बनी रहे। जो गिराना चाहते थे उनको पुरस्कार न मिले। मैं बात कह चुका आपकी, मैं आपके सारे सवालों का जवाब दे चुका हूँ।
जनरल सेक्रेटरी पर आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं तो क्या आला कमान से आप मांग करेंगे उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की भी?
क्या कह रहे हैं?
आप आरोप लगा रहे हैं अजय माकन पर कि उन्होंने
आरोप लगा रहा हूँ।
सवाल आगे सर ये है कि जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उसके बाद आप चाहते हैं कि लीडरशिप उनके ऊपर भी कोई कार्रवाई करे, अजय माकन पर भी कार्रवाई करे?
ये लीडरशिप का काम है तय करना। ये तय करना लीडरशिप का काम है। अगर लीडरशिप मुझे बुला करके पूछेगी कि चार्ज तुमने कैसे लगाया तो मैं सबूत दूंगा इस बात का।
धारीवाल जी, कमलनाथ को मध्यस्थ बनाया गया है। कमलनाथ अब आगे बातचीत करेंगे, आप सबसे 1-to-1 संवाद करेंगे कमलनाथ।
अच्छी बात है, बहुत अच्छी बात है। क्यों किया गया आप समझ ही जाओ। आखिर माकन साहब को हटाने का क्या कारण रहा?
तो क्या सीएम साहब अब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनने जा रहे हैं या नहीं जा रहे हैं? इसका असर पड़ेगा?
मैं नहीं कह सकता, ये फैसला उनको करना है।
क्या पार्टी का आलाकमान की सीएम साहब से बात हुई है?
पार्टी का आलाकमान जो कहेगा सीएम हमेशा से करते आए और करते रहेंगे।
क्या लग रहा है पर्दे के पीछे अशोक गहलोत पर आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं? और अशोक गहलोत किसी ने आरोप नहीं लगा। किसी ने भी आरोप नहीं लगाया। मैंने तो ऐसा सुना नहीं आरोप लगा। वो कह रहे हैं कि अशोक गहलोत आप जो मीटिंग की, अशोक गहलोत को पता नहीं था आप किस मीटिंग को लेकर?
उनको पता नहीं था, उनसे कोई कंसल्टेशन नहीं था हमारा।
धारीवाल जी, एक आरोप भी लग रहा है कि एक युवा नेता जो मुख्यमंत्री का सबसे प्रबल दावेदार है उसको पीछे रखने के लिए आप सब जो पुराने नेता है वो एक हो गए।
ये क्या बात हुई? नया और पुराना क्या होता है? विधायक है।
धारीवाल जी, जो बातें आप लोगों ने यहाँ मीटिंग करके की वो आप सीएम बैठक में जाकर भी उठा सकते थे मजबूती के साथ, तो वो रास्ता आपने क्यों नहीं चुना?
ये छोड़िए आप, ये तो ये तय करना तो हमारा काम था।
सर लेकिन आपकी गलती के लिए सुना है कि अशोक गहलोत ने माफी मांगी है खड़गे साहब से जाकर कि कल विधायक नहीं।
आप ही कह रहे हैं, मैं तो आपके मुंह से सुन रहा हूँ ऐसी बात।
खबर गलत है आप कह रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल गलत।
धारीवाल जी, आप पहले भी संसदीय कार्य मंत्री थे, अभी भी हैं, उससे पहले भी रहे हैं। तो सीएलपी की मीटिंग में नहीं जाना और पैरेलल मीटिंग बुलाना, इसको
पैरेलल मीटिंग बुलाई किसने? मेरे पास तो लगातार फोन आते रहे कि हम आ रहे हैं, हमारी बात सुनो। 8 बजे तक मेरे पास लगातार टेलीफोन आते रहे, क्योंकि अचानक मीटिंग बुलाई गई सीएलपी की। परसों रात को 10 बजे डिसाइड हुआ कि सीएलपी की मीटिंग होगी। कोई गांव था, कोई कहाँ था। आखिर आने में वक्त लगा उसको, जैसे वो आते गए।
Right, viewers, that's the Ashok Gehlot's Lieutenant Shanti Dhariwal holding a press conference. It's interesting what's going down. Clearly, there is a sense of panic now in the MLAs and the cabinet of Ashok Gehlot, who scripted together this rebellion. They're not very comfortable that it's all come off looking like Ashok Gehlot versus Sonia Gandhi. See what Shanti Dhariwal said. He had Sonia Gandhi repeated in his press conference at least 30 times. He kept trying to elucidate that this is a fight of those who tried to break the government 2 years ago, those who sided with the BJP 2 years ago, the likes of Sachin Pilot, and those who saved the government. And that Ashok Gehlot, along with the MLAs, will do whatever Sonia Gandhi says. It's not about Sonia Gandhi. It might be looking like that, viewers, but it seems now there is an attempt by the Shanti Dhariwal camp, or rather the Ashok Gehlot camp, to put out in public domain that it's not what it looks like. It's not Ashok Gehlot versus Sonia Gandhi. It is what the MLAs thought was that you cannot, like he said, quote unquote, जो सरकार गिराना चाहते थे, बीजेपी के साथ जुड़ना चाहते थे, उनको पुरस्कार मत दीजिए. Hinting at Sachin Pilot. Let me take a quick reaction. I have with me Aparajita Sarangi, who is BJP MP, spokesperson as well. I also have Tehseen Poonawala, political analyst. Aparajita Sarangi, you know, the BJP in all of this would be rubbing its hands in glee. About a year to go for elections in Rajasthan, and the Congress completely in disarray.
You know, this is what is called washing dirty linen in public. That's what Congress has been doing, and I don't think the people of the country expect anything more or less from the Congress. Now, there are three things that I would definitely like to highlight seeing the entire turn of events in Rajasthan. Number one, lack of discipline in the party. We have seen the observers have failed. We have seen the high command has not been listened to. We have seen the CLP had to be convened at 7 p.m. Nobody turned up, and there was no CLP, and at the same time there was a parallel meeting when CLP met. This is one. Number two, it all points to the absence of an inspiring and convincing leadership. Had there been a very strong leadership, you know, which would have enjoyed the faith of all, I don't think this kind of situation would have come in Rajasthan Congress. And number three, and very important to people like us who are watching things from outside, no concern of the Rajasthan MLAs or Congress leadership for the people of Rajasthan. You know, it's the failure of governance. When there is so much of criminality there, when there is a poor law and order situation there, when there is so much of corruption there, so many instances are there. At this juncture, when there is so much of instability in governance, where do the people go to?
Okay.
And you know, I mean, it is a kind of betrayal of the people of Rajasthan by the Congress.
Right. Tehseen, I'll bring you in. How do you look at this? You know, in the last 24 hours, from the stunning rebellion that was put together, we've seen the scales tilt. It seemed to be Gehlot's game till late last night. In the morning, there's been a lull. And with the developments, with the perception, now are the scales maybe tilting towards Sachin Pilot, with Congress High Command clearly digging in its heels when it comes to its very existence, because it's now seeming a fight against Sonia Gandhi versus Gehlot?
Preeti, thank you so much for having me on the show. And let me put two things separately, because the BJP, like everything in a dirty laundry basket, likes to mix things up. So let's put two things separately. First, what the Honorable MP says is indiscipline is democracy 101. I know the BJP hasn't heard of it, where the Gujarat Chief Minister is watching on TV, he's been kicked out as Chief Minister and asked his secretary to check if he's still Chief Minister of Gujarat or no. Where Himanta Biswa Sharma and Sonowal ji, they can't decide who's Chief Minister for 20 days, but they call that master stroke and Chanakya Niti, where Nitin Gadkari ji and Shivraj Singh Chauhan, without any reason, are kicked out of the parliamentary vote, and Yedurappa ji is brought in because they're Karnataka elections. So that doesn't happen in the Congress. As the MLA who you covered, so-called rebel MLA, telling you we will follow what the party takes and the final decision that the party says. The so-called rebellion is nothing. There is no rebellion. Everything is all right in the Congress. MLAs, a majority of the MLAs will decide who their chief minister is. I concede to one point, which I will concede to on your show, that yes, the gentleman from Delhi who was sent to sort of look after the situation, who the MLA was also naming the General Secretary in charge, has been a disaster for the Congress, whether it's been Punjab, whether it's been Delhi, where he's got the Congress down to 0, losing his own elections, losing his Rajya Sabha election. So somebody more senior like a Kamal Nath should have been sent in there. I agree to that charge. That could have been better handled. But let me tell you on record, there is no rebellion. The own MLA who you all are saying is rebelling is saying we will listen to what the party says. And the Congress culture is MLAs decide who becomes the chief minister, MPs decide who becomes the prime minister. That's the Congress culture. It's called democracy 101. BJP doesn't understand it. Therefore, Nitin Gadkari was told Tata bye-bye, out of the parliamentary board, Yedurappa ji come in.
All right, okay. I appreciate both of you for joining us. I want to quickly dip into the next news break. Lots going on in the last 1 hour. News just coming in. The status quo now to be maintained till the Congress President election nominations, which is till the 30th of this month, viewers. Decision on issuing of show cause notices to miffed MLAs vocal in public will be taken after interim chief takes action on report by observers. The interim chief is, of course, Sonia Gandhi here. This is source-based information coming in, viewers. With this news break, multiple speculations at play. We're going to quickly dip into a break, but our focus continues to be the sandstorm, or rather the political storm in Rajasthan, threatening to tear apart the Congress. On the other side, news continues with Rahul Gandhi. To stay with us.
Can Congress jodo the Jaipur jhagda? Vicious Game of Thrones in Congress party. Loyalist Gehlot has turned rebel. While Rahul plays football in Kerala. Has the High Command been shown its place? Gehlot versus Gandhis. Who'll win this fight?
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion bade aaram se.
Good evening and welcome. You're on board the news track. I'm Rahul Gandhi. What will happen next in Rajasthan? What happens to the Gandhi family? What happens to the Congress? All that and more coming up on the news track tonight.
Can Congress jodo the Jaipur jhagda? Vicious Game of Thrones in Congress party. Loyalist Gehlot has turned rebel. While Rahul plays football in Kerala. Has the High Command been shown its place? Gehlot versus Gandhis. Who'll win this fight?
All the inside track information on what's happening in the Congress at this moment in Delhi, in Jaipur and in Kerala. Coming up on the news track. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. No end to the Congress desert storm in Rajasthan. Gehlot digs in his heels as Sachin Pilot waits for a directive from the High Command. India Today conference. Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez in court. Actor evades questions on link to conman Sukesh. Bollywood diva has been granted interim bail. 20-year-old ponytail girl who went viral for participating in Iran's anti-hijab protest is shot dead. Meanwhile, in India, pro-hijab stirs now spreads to Kerala. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India in Foxconn's plant located near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 6 people, 20 injured after gunman opened fire. Shooter kills himself. Congress is imploding in one of the only 2 states where it still is in power. Rajasthan's desert storm threatens to sweep away whatever little hold the Gandhis have on the Congress, with loyalists and their most trusted aide Ashok Gehlot turning rebel. The grand old party is in damage control mode. This as Rahul Gandhi continues his Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Camps on fire. Show of strength or an outright warning. An overwhelming majority of 108 party MLAs from the Ashok Gehlot camp in Rajasthan have put their party high command on notice. All this after the Chief Minister received the proverbial blessings from the Gandhis for Congress presidency. And before the 71-year-old war horse filed his nominations for the October 17 election.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
More than 85 MLAs loyal to Gehlot have rejected Rahul Gandhi's idea of one person, one post, even if the Rajasthan veteran takes over as Congress president. They made no secret of their dislike for Sachin Pilot, insisting Gehlot's replacement, if any, should be from among 102 MLAs who backed the state's Congress government when the former Deputy Chief Minister rebelled in 2021.
सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी,
एक अशोक गहलोत बनने में 50 बरस लगते हैं, मैं हमेशा कहता हूं। हमसे बहुत सीनियर, हम तो बच्चे हैं पॉलिटिक्स में, उनके सामने उम्र में भी बच्चे हैं। ये लोग मिलकर जो फैसला कर देंगे वो सब मान लेंगे, लेकिन पतो तो पड़े काई हो रही है। अशोक गहलोत जी को जब पार्टी आला कमान ने आदेश दिया है और कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता देश उनकी तरफ देख रहा है, 3 बार के सीएम है, 3 बार प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे राजस्थान के, बहुत सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर हैं, तो वो बनेंगे, मुझे ऐसा लगता है, उनको बनना चाहिए। और इतना सुन लेना आप, राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा से बीजेपी डरी है।
The Gehlot camp wants that the new party president post-October elections be instead empowered to decide who will lead the Rajasthan government. The AICC observers struggling to troubleshoot the crisis haven't minced their words either. They call their stance an act of indiscipline and they demand a call to conflict of interest.
जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है, तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है।
पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए।
For now, the Sachin Pilot camp maintained a low but firm profile till his loyalists put up his posters in Jodhpur.
हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहां अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहां फोन किया गया था, हम लोग पहुंच गए थे।
हमारे आलाकमान के ऑब्जर्वर कह रहे थे, इसमें फिर संकोच किस बात का है?
आपको लगता है कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए? उनका मानना है
वो सब टाइम पे सब चीजें हो जाएंगी, आपको चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं।
लेकिन सचिन पायलट सीएम बनते रह गए गहलोत की वजह से।
ये आलाकमान को तय करना है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि अशोक गहलोत का अब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ना बनना तय है?
आपको क्या लगता है?
आप बताइए सर, नेता आप हैं, आप बताइए।
ये तो आम आदमी जानता है, एक बच्चे से पूछेंगे ना तो वो भी बता देगा। इतना एपिसोड होने के बाद में कोई गुंजाइश नहीं बनती।
The Rajasthan crisis couldn't have come at a more critical time for the party when its leadership is trying hard to reverse its sagging fortunes. The leader tipped to replace the Gandhis, seen as tipping the balance in his favor before taking the saddle.
Now, in the face of a strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot flexing his political muscle, will the Congress High Command cower down or will it dig in its heels? The big question, will Ashok Gehlot fight for the President of the Congress? Will he file in his nomination? With camera person Ravikant Totawar, Devankar Vadhawan and Moshmi Singh in Jaipur, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today.
So what happens next in Rajasthan, in Kerala and in the Congress in Delhi? Rajdeep Sardesai joins us. He's been dialing the phone lines. Is it now certain that Ashok Gehlot cannot be Congress president, or is he still hoping to work out some kind of compromise formula?
Rahul, the news that we are getting, speaking to someone very close to Ashok Gehlot, is simply this. A, he says, importantly, we are not rebelling against Sonia Gandhi. Please do not make this Gehlot versus Gandhi in the ways that you are projecting at the moment. I am happy to move to Delhi as Congress president, but the choice of Rajasthan Chief Minister must be left to the MLAs. Number 3, I hope to meet the Gandhis and resolve this issue. Ready to step down as Rajasthan Chief Minister, but only after the issue of the new Rajasthan Chief Minister is resolved. And along with this, we are told, Rahul, that the Gehlot camp is particularly upset with the central observers, claiming that a one-line resolution had been decided upon authorizing the Congress president in advance to decide on the successor, and that Sachin Pilot had been almost anointed as that successor. Their claim is that Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge, when they came to Jaipur, should have first consulted all the MLAs before holding the CLP meeting, rather than choosing to do so after the meeting. Now, this is what the Gehlot camp is claiming. On the other side, what those close to the Gandhis are claiming is that an agreement of sorts had been worked out with Mr. Gehlot, that the moment he was ready to file his nomination as Congress president, he would step down as chief minister and leave the decision of his successor to the Gandhis. Now, the Gehlot camp says no such agreement on Sachin Pilot was ever reached, and that's where I think things broke down, because the truth is Mr. Gehlot wants to have at least 1 foot in Rajasthan even if he becomes the Congress president, and for him having Sachin Pilot would virtually mean the end of the Gehlot era. So I think what's happened, Rahul, is a lack of political intelligence on part of the Congress leadership, where the left hand at times didn't seem to know what the right hand is doing, the absence of political crisis management, and a weakened high command that cannot enforce its writ on assertive satraps like Gehlot. But the sense one got after speaking to sources close to Mr. Gehlot is it's not as if he has given up on moving from Jaipur to Delhi, provided his person is made the chief minister.
One of the key associates of Ashok Gehlot in this entire drama is Pratap Singh Kacharewaz. He joins us now live from Jaipur. Kacharewaz ji, कल से पूरा देश आपको देख रहा है. एक तरीके से आपने इस लड़ाई को गहलोत बनाम गांधी बना दिया है. गहलोत जी को चुना गया गांधी फैमिली के ट्रस्टेड उम्मीदवार के तौर पे कि इनको बनाया जाएगा अध्यक्ष. आपने फेंकी ऐसी गुगली कि पूरा देश देख रहा है कि ये कचारियावास जी क्या कर रहे हैं, क्यों गहलोत की गांधी से लड़ाई करा रहे हैं आप?
एक बात आप मानकर चलिए, ये लड़ाई गहलोत वर्सेस गांधी नहीं है. गांधी खानदान के लिए सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी के आह्वान पर हम सब लोग, राजस्थान का एक एक विधायक, मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा चल रही है. जब भी आह्वान करेंगे सोनिया जी, राहुल गांधी जी, हम हमारी जान दे देंगे, अपना खून पसीना बहा देंगे. लेकिन ये लड़ाई गहलोत वर्सेस गांधी नहीं है. आप ये मानकर चलिए, जब बीजेपी ने षड्यंत्र करके सरकार गिराने की कोशिश की, तब 1-1.5 महीने तक सारे एमएलएज कैंप में रहे और उस कैंप में रहकर सरकार को बचाया गया. तब गहलोत साहब ने कहा हम सब एमएलएज के अभिभावक हैं. और कल जब मैं खुद गहलोत साहब के साथ तनोट माता जी के मंदिर गया हुआ था और डोटासरा जी थे, हम तो वहाँ थे हिंदुस्तान के बॉर्डर पर, तनोट माता जी का मंदिर हुआ. आप इतिहास पता करना, आपको खुद को लगेगा कैसा चमत्कार है इस देश में. ये वास्तव में राम और कृष्ण का देश है. वहाँ 450 बम गिरे लेकिन फूटे नहीं, और आखिर उसी मंदिर में घुसकर हमारे लोगों ने इंतजारी की. सुबह और फोर्स पहुंची और फिर पाकिस्तान को खदेड़ा और वो लड़ाई हिंदुस्तान जीता. हम तो दर्शन कर रहे थे गहलोत साहब.
हमें तो लग रहा है कि वहीं पे खिचड़ी पकी, क्योंकि गहलोत जी जो बयान दे रहे थे उसमें तो कह रहे थे कि हाँ सब हो गया है, युवा चेहरे की जरूरत है, मैं हटने को तैयार हूं. अब न जाने मंदिर में जाके आपने दर्शन के अलावा वहां पे क्या खिचड़ी पकाई कि शाम आते आते गहलोत जी ने गुगली कर दी एकदम जबरदस्त.
नहीं राहुल जी, ये मैं आपको कह दूं, कसम खा के कह रहा हूं, मैं क्षत्रिय वंश का, कछावा वंश का राजपूत हूं. हम राम का वंशज हैं, हम लोग राम के वंशज मानते हैं अपने आप को. ये बिल्कुल गलत बात है. हमने एक शब्द वहाँ बात नहीं की. गहलोत साहब 3 बार चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, हम लोग बच्चे हैं उनके सामने. पॉलिटिक्स में 50 साल लगते हैं जब एक अशोक गहलोत बनता है. गांधी खानदान के प्रति वो इतने वफादार हैं. वो खुद कल एमएलएज को लेकर उनका जो एक्शन था उसको नाराज़ थे, लेकिन एमएलएज ने उनको कहा कि धारीवाल जी से झगड़ा कर लिया. एमएलएज ने, मैं माकन साहब से मिलकर 6 बजे होटल से निकला, जब वापस आया एयरपोर्ट से तो माकन साहब ने कहा आप धारीवाल जी को लेकर मेरे पास आ जाओ. मैं धारीवाल जी से मिलने गया. धारीवाल जी मेरे पिताजी से बड़े उम्र में, उन्होंने मेरे को कह दिया कि भैया मैं बात कर लेता हूँ. फ़ोन पे बात कर ली. एमएलएज तैयार नहीं हुए. एमएलएज ने कहा हमारा इस्तीफा ले लो, लेकिन जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे उनको तो इनाम मिलेगा, और जो 102 विधायक सरकार बचा रहे थे उनको आप डराओगे. मुझे एक बात बताइए, जब 1 महीने तक जो लोग सरकार को गिराने में लगे हुए थे उनको तो आज तक नोटिस नहीं मिला. आज मुझे किसी ने कहा नोटिस मिलेगा. भैया हम नोटिस का सम्मान करेंगे, जवाब भी देंगे. कांग्रेस हमारा परिवार है. सोनिया गांधी को देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी माँ के समान मानता है, और माँ हमेशा न्याय करती है, ये ध्यान रखना. आप जो लोग सरकार गिरा रहे थे आज वो
सचिन पायलट से एग्जैक्टली प्रॉब्लम क्या है?
सोनिया गांधी
आप उनकी लीडरशिप स्वीकार करने को क्यों तैयार नहीं हो?
लीडरशिप जबरन स्वीकार नहीं होती. लीडर अपने आप आदमी स्वीकार करता है. आप मुझे ये बताइए, इस देश का मीडिया, जब देश में चुनाव होता है तो वोटिंग से सरकार बनती है. बीजेपी की सरकार बन गई, केंद्र में वोटों में जीत गई बीजेपी. राजस्थान में वोट गिरे, कांग्रेस की सरकार बन गई, अशोक गहलोत चीफ मिनिस्टर बन गए, ज़्यादा एमएलए ने उनके लिए राय दी. आप मुझे ये बताइए, इस देश का मीडिया ऐसा क्या हो गया कि बार बार किसी व्यक्ति का नाम लेता है? मैं भी राजस्थान के यूथ मूवमेंट से निकला हुआ हूँ, राजस्थान यूनिवर्सिटी का प्रेसिडेंट बना और यहाँ तक आया। मेरे परिवार के मुखिया भी 3 बार राजस्थान के चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे। राजस्थान के सबसे बड़ी ज़्यादा आंदोलन मैंने किए, संघर्ष मैंने किए। मैं तो नहीं कह रहा मुझे चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दो, आप कैसी बात करते हैं। और राजस्थान में मुझे अब समझ में आया कि दिल्ली से पॉलिटिक्स चलती है। अब आइंदा से हम भी ध्यान रखेंगे और दिल्ली में भी ध्यान रखेंगे। लेकिन मुझे ही बताइए आज ऐसा क्या हो गया, MLA ने क्या गलत कह दिया? फैसला तो हाईकमांड करेगा, सोनिया जी करेगी। उन 102 में से मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए जो सरकार बचाने में थे, उनको मत बनाइए जो सरकार गिराने में थे। क्या गलत कह दिया? अचानक ऐसा क्या हो गया?
नहीं, पर गहलोत जी अपने घर पे बैठे थे, CLP मीटिंग स्टार्ट होने वाली थी, जब बॉल रिवर्स स्विंग होने स्टार्ट हुई जयपुर की पिच पे, कोई भी जो इस वक्त देख रहा है दर्शक, वो ये नहीं मानेगा कि खजारियावास जी की गहलोत जी से लगातार दनादन व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेजिंग नहीं चल रही होगी। ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता कि विधायक अपने ही दम पे लगे हुए हैं और गहलोत जी का उनको आशीर्वाद प्राप्त नहीं। जो आप लोगों ने आंदोलन किया, जो आपका रिबेलियन था, कहीं ना कहीं अशोक गहलोत का आपको आशीर्वाद था खजारियावास साहब।
एक बात आप ध्यान रखना, मैं आज तक इंडिया टुडे पे बोल रहा हूँ, मेरे बारे में राजस्थान जानता है। मैं इससे बड़ी कसम नहीं हो सकती। मैं मेरी स्टाइल रही है उसकी कसम खा कर कहता हूँ। अच्छा नहीं लगता कि जिसको मैं मानता हूँ उसकी कसम खा कर कह रहा हूँ। ना तो कोई व्हाट्सअप चैटिंग हुई, ना गहलोत साहब से बात हुई। हमारे यहाँ पर जो राजनीति मैं करता हूँ उसमें हम मैनेजमेंट, स्क्रिप्ट और मीडिया मैनेजमेंट से राजनीति नहीं करते। जो लोग दिल्ली में बैठकर मीडिया मैनेजमेंट से राजनीति करते हैं ना, जो आप जिनका नाम लेते हैं बार बार, मैं सड़क का आदमी हूँ। दोनों का इतिहास लोग जानते हैं। सड़क पर खून पसीना बहाकर यहाँ तक आया हूँ। आज भी सड़कों पर जितना खून मैंने गिराया ना राजस्थान में, उतना किसी ने नहीं गिराया। इसलिए आप मुझे बता रहे हैं, मैं मैनेजमेंट से पॉलिटिक्स नहीं करता। और कसम खा के कह रहा हूँ, सुबह से मैं बोल रहा हूँ मीडिया पे, एक बार ये दिखा देंगे आपको, बजरंगबली का राम दरबार यहाँ पर है, देवांकुर जी दिखा देना इनको। मैं एक बार मेरी आज गहलोत साहब से बात नहीं हुई। अभी मैंने धारीवाल जी का भी सिर्फ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखी है। हम लोग आपस में बातचीत करके कुछ नहीं बोल रहे। आप मुझे पूछ रहे हैं, मैं आपको जवाब दे रहा हूं। ऐसा नहीं है, मैं आपको
जो मैंने किया, गहलोत जी इज नॉट इन्वॉल्व, मैंने खुद ही कर दिया। राजदीप भी आपसे कुछ पूछना चाहते हो, जवाब भी देना चाहते हैं। राजदीप, डू यू बाय दैट?
तो देखो, ऐसा है कि अशोक गेहलोत इज अ लार्जर देन लाइफ फिगर टुडे इन राजस्थान। सो खचरियावास जी कैन से व्हाटएवर ही वांट्स। एंड ऑफ द डे अशोक गेहलोत को पत्ता भी हिलता है जयपुर में, उनको पता चलता है कांग्रेस में क्या हो रहा है।
मंदिर में 7 दर्शन करने गए थे, कहते हैं वहां पे बात नहीं हुई। लेकिन इस बारे
नहीं, तो ये कहना कि ये पूरी जो बगावत एक तरह से है, अशोक गहलोत को इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं पता था, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। और मुझे लगता है खचरियावास जी ये मानेंगे।
खा रहे हैं गहलोत जी की?
नहीं, खचरियावास जी, ये सवाल ये उठता है, आप मुझे कह रहे हैं इतने।
राजदीप जी
बताइए सर।
राजदीप जी, ये जो आप मुझे कह रहे हैं, तनोट माता जी के यहाँ सुबह मैं, गहलोत साहब और डोटासरा जी चले गए। 6 बजे हम लोग हवाई जहाज से उतरे और जब हम हवाई जहाज से उतरे तब मुझे ये पता, हमें ये तय हुआ था, गहलोत साहब ने कहा 7 बजे अपनी विधायक दल की मीटिंग है, आप दोनों खड़गे साहब और माकन साहब से मिलके और फिर उनके साथ मीटिंग में आ जाना। डोटासरा जी गए वहाँ बात करने माकन साहब से, तो मैंने कहा मैं घर होके वापस आके मिलूंगा। तो डोटासरा जी उनसे बात करें, फिर मैं 6:30 बजे पहुंचा। मैंने बात की माकन साहब से। माकन साहब ने मुझे बताया कि धारीवाल जी के यहाँ पे 20-25 विधायक इकट्ठे हो गए, आप उनको लेकर आ जाइए, ये सच्चाई है। मैं खुद गया धारीवाल जी को लेने, तब वहाँ 50 से ज़्यादा विधायक इकट्ठे हो चुके थे। धारीवाल जी संसदीय कार्य मंत्री हैं, वहाँ इकट्ठे हो गए थे। मैंने उनकी फ़ोन पर बात कराई और ये जब हम वहाँ पर थे, उसके पीछे ये सारे इकट्ठे हो गए। मुख्य सचेतक महेश जोशी जी और बाकी MLAs मंत्री सब वहाँ पर इकट्ठा थे। मैं सच कह रहा हूँ, इस सारे मामले में हम तीनों की वहाँ पर रास्ते में कोई बात नहीं हुई। पीछे से MLAs इकट्ठे हो गए, धारीवाल जी के MLA इकट्ठे हो ही सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने कहा कि पहले हमारी बात सुनो, उसके बाद मीटिंग में चलो।
नहीं, सचिन पायलट का कहता है कि 50 MLAs जो है वो आपने जबरदस्ती करके बंद किए हुए हैं, उनका कोई इरादा नहीं था आपके कैंप में आने का। और अगर गांधी फैमिली ने इंडिकेट किया कि सचिन पायलट ही CM होंगे, तो कम से कम 40 से 50 लोग खचारियावास जी को छोड़ के सचिन पायलट के पास आ जाएंगे, ऐसा दावा उनका कैंप कर रहा है।
तो सचिन पायलट जी से खुद से पूछ लिया करो ना, वो खुद ही आके बयान दे दें। कोई सचिन पायलट जी को बोलना चाहिए। एक बात बताइए, जब वो पिछली बार गए थे तब 19 लोग उनके साथ गए थे। ये तो सही है या गलत है? 19 गए थे,
सही है।
और 1.5 महीने तक वो बैठे रहे मानेसर में, तब 50 नहीं गए भाग के। अभी तक सरकार चल रही है और उनमें से 4 आदमियों या 5 आदमियों को मंत्री भी बना दिया। तब भी उनके पास नहीं गए, कल भी वो उठ के नहीं गए। कौन? कल तो लोग धारीवाल जी के घर पहुंच गए और सीएम हाउस नहीं पहुंचे। क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? प्रैक्टिकल बात कीजिए राहुल जी, इतना पार्टी नहीं बनना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ऐसा लगता है कि आपने जो किया उसके बाद गहलोत जी का चांस थोड़ा खराब हो गया है। ये बताया जा रहा है कि गांधी फैमिली काफी नाराज है गहलोत जी से।
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया, यदि मैं करता तो हाँ कर देता। मुझे डर नहीं लगता है, जो मैं करता हूँ वो बोलता हूँ। ऐसा मेरे करने से नहीं। एमएलए सब, मैं भी एमएलए हूँ, मंत्री हूँ, और मेरे जैसे एमएलए राजस्थान में कांग्रेस के पास 125 है। मेरे कहने की जरूरत नहीं, सब एमएलए अपना डिसीजन लेते हैं, सबने लड़ाई देखी है।
नेक्स्ट क्या होगा, अगला यहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है? आप चाहते हो कि गहलोत जी आप ही के पास रह जाए, मतलब दिल्ली ना आए हमारे पास?
सब अच्छा होगा, बिल्कुल। गहलोत जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने, दिल्ली जाएं, पूरा देश का नेतृत्व संभालें। गहलोत साहब ये मान कर चलिए, इस देश में आटा दाल चावल पर टैक्स लग गया, पेट्रोल डीजल से महंगाई हो गई, हर एक घंटे में 4 लोग आत्महत्या कर रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी जी सड़कों पर संघर्ष कर रहे हैं, हम भी सड़कों पर रोज आंदोलन करते हैं केंद्र सरकार के खिलाफ। ये वक्त मोदी सरकार से लड़ने का है, बगावत करनी है हमें मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ, संघर्ष करना है मोदी सरकार के खिलाफ, जवाब देना है बीजेपी को। मैंने अपने लोगों से कहा, कहाँ हमको नोटिस दे रहे हैं? नोटिस दो बीजेपी वालों को, संघर्ष का आह्वान करो। राहुल गांधी पैदल चल रहे हैं, फाले छाले पड़ गए हैं पाँव में। इस वक्त ये छोटी मोटी बातें देखकर, ये वक्त ये नहीं है कि कौन नेतृत्व करेगा राजस्थान में, ये वक्त है कि बहुमत के आधार पर डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम से जिसके पास एमएलए हो, हाईकमांड उनसे बात करके जिसके पास बहुमत हो उसको चीफ मिनिस्टर बना दे। और कोई ये झगड़ा ही नहीं है चीफ मिनिस्टर का, लड़ाई बीजेपी से लड़नी है, आपस में नहीं लड़नी है, ना हम आपस में लड़ना चाहते हैं। देश कांग्रेस की तरफ देख रहा है।
Kachariawas, you've emerged in the last 24 hours as the face of this rebellion. आप कह रहे हैं कि बगावत करनी है भाजपा के खिलाफ, एक तरीके से बगावत तो आपने कर दी है। फिलहाल वो कांग्रेस के हाईकमांड के फैसले के खिलाफ, हालांकि ये कह रहे हैं कि इसमें अशोक गहलोत का हाथ नहीं था। प्रताप सिंह Kachariawas for joining us on the news track. Thank you. He said what he said. He's the man who's led this rebellion. I want to throw open this conversation. Sunil Jhakar joins us, former president of the Punjab Congress Committee. Is a man who's been in and now out, has seen the workings of the Congress, understands what's wrong with the way the party is being run. So does Priyanka Chaturvedi, now member of the Shiv Sena. She had this wry smile as she was listening to Pratap Singh Kachariawas and saying, thank God I'm out of this mess. Priyanka, welcome. We have Nalin Kohli joining us, representing the Bharatiya Janata Party. Rahul Srivastav is our National Affairs Editor, and Preeti Chaudhary has been reporting for us from Jaipur. So I want to go across first to Sunil Jhakar. You heard Pratap Kachariawas. You've seen the inner workings of the Congress. Is it, according to you, at all possible that Pratap Kachariawas led this entire rebellion against the decision of the Gandhi family without the active participation of Ashok Gehlot, as he'd like us to believe?
Rahulji, I don't think it's for me to comment who has led the rebellion or not. But what I can see ironic in the 2-3 statements which I've heard now, first coming from Sardesai ji, he mentioned that nothing happens in Rajasthan which Gehlot Sahab is not aware of. Don't you think, Rahulji, this is something that Congress High Command should have learnt from him? That they could not gauge the emotions, sentiments and the aspirations and anxieties of Gehlot Sahab when he was dragged to contest this presidentship of Congress Party. Second ironic thing is that this whole thing is being carried out, this election for presidentship of Congress Party, is to prove that Congress Party works on democratic norms. And here, on the other hand, they are planning to issue a notice to Gehlot Sahab for this very reason, that the MLAs have raised their voice and they want to express their opinion. What is so undemocratic about it that Ajay Maken ji is so upset about it? And it is this very Ajay Maken ji, I may not know the working of the High Command in Delhi, but Mr. Kharge Sahab, Mr. Ajay Maken have been at the receiving end what is unfolding here in Jaipur. Kharge Sahab was head of the committee which decided or recommended to Congress leadership that Captain Amarinder Singh ji should be removed from the Chief Minister. Kharge Sahab was the one who recommended Sunil Jhakar should be removed as a PCC president and Navjot Singh Sidhu ji should be made the PCC president. It's to Mr. Maken who came here to execute these recommendations. And what happened? There was a one-liner passed which they are so worked about that the one-liner has to be passed. Punjab CLP, which had 80 members, passed a resolution saying that Congress High Command should take a call on this. But then they decided to have a vote. And this is the irony of it, that out of 80, 42 voted for Sunil. The nearest contender to me had got 16, and the one who was made the Chief Minister got 2 votes, Mr. Channi. So that's why I wrote yesterday that let's see who's going to be Channi, because I thought
who do you think will be Rajasthan ka Channi? You've given this theory that out of this fight between Gehlot and Sachin will emerge a Channi.
Yes.
Kaun hoga Rajasthan ka Channi?
Yes, it's not just Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Sachin Pilot or Mr. C.P. Joshi, Govind Singh Ji Dodasra or Mr. Chaudhary Hemaram Ji. It will be somebody who was instrumental and the prime player in undoing of Congress in Punjab. He also, along with Mr. Maken, Ajay Maken, and Mr. Harish Rawat from Uttarakhand, there was another Harish here, who was called all sort of names, not by Sunil Jakhar, by a member of parliament, sitting member of parliament, who has not been given a notice, who called a gentleman, he says, Rajasthan ka Lutera, yahan Punjab mein aaya hai. So I think this person is a blue-eyed boy, and this whole script has been written by him. Everything is being followed to the T. And eventually he will emerge as the black sheep, I call it, not the dark horse. All these five dark horses are waiting and bidding for their time. Maybe they have their achkans all pressed and ready to be sworn in. But Congress has not yet stopped digging its grave deeper. They are still digging. I thought they have reached the bottom, but they are still digging. And on top of that, another ironic thing, before I beg your leave, Rahulji, that yesterday only Mr. Lalu Prasad ji and Mr. Nitish Kumar ji came and called upon Congress President and asked her to lead the Mahagathbandhan. Here you cannot keep Mr. Gehlot together with you, who has been like a shadow with the High Command all along. And how do you treat Mr. Gehlot? I would say this would be like, as Shakespeare said, the most unkindness. That's the only time I think he used 2 superlatives. Most unkindest cut of all is that they will issue a notice to him. Isn't this a joke? You can't even keep Gehlot together and you expect to head a coalition which will have Sharad Pawar ji, you will have Yechuri ji, you will have Nitish Kumar ji, you will have Lalu Prasad, and maybe some others also, maybe some other people will also join in. So how do you keep them together? I think here is a living example that somebody has not only kept the Congress government intact, having such a slight margin, like they had 101 MLAs, and he has kept this even in spite of the threat of from within and outside, all kind of challenges. 10 independents are supporting Mr. Gehlot. He should have been rewarded. But this is their own, I think, at least only positive thing that I see from where I sit today. Because I was also issued a notice, and I'm very small fry, I'm nobody compared to Gehlot Sahab. I would not compromise on my dignity and my self-respect, and I don't think Gehlot Sahab would even consider this, that he is issued a notice. And let me tell you, Rahulji, I go on record with you, I'm not here what you call this Schadenfreude, and I'm not seeking pleasure out somebody else's misery. I have stayed with the party for 50 years, and I feel, though I have parted ways, but I still have a feeling, and I think if a notice is given, you can take this notice to Gehlot Sahab as epitaph of Congress party. Any Gairatmand, as would say, somebody who has some self-respect, whether he is a block pradhan, whether he is some leader sitting in Maharashtra or anywhere in the country, they will resign, because this will be a clear signal to all the so-called leaders or the people who have stood by loyal with the Congress. It would be tumhara number bhi lagega. And I think the first casualty in this case would be Baghel Sahab. I think there is also a rebellion brewing, and let's see, first let this whole issue unfold, and we will wait for the outcome.
You know, you're in a Shakespearean mood today, but over the last 10 minutes, you've done some aag mein ghee ka kaam. You warned against the consequences which may follow.
No, Rahulji, no, don't blame me. I am not to be blamed. It is Congress party's own doing. Only positive thing that I saw in this whole thing was that at least nobody has yet blamed BJP for it, that BJP's lotus operation is going on. It is their own doing, and they're still digging deeper and deeper. I don't know when they will stop.
Sunil Kumar Jakar's money is on Harish Chaudhary, who was the Congress in charge of Punjab. He's the man Jakar thinks will be the Rajasthan ka Channi. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Jakar. I want to go across now to Priyanka Chaturvedi, who, as I said earlier, had this very wry half smile as she was listening to Pratap Singh Khacharyawaz speak of all that was happening within. You've been in the Congress, you're now on the outside. The Shiv Sena ran a government along with the Congress and the NCP in Maharashtra. It is true that efforts are on at this moment to bring the opposition together. In the light of what's happening in Rajasthan at this moment and their inability to hold on to someone who's as close to the Gandhis as Ashok Gehlot, do you think it really signals trouble for the opposition and for the Congress in particular?
I think what is happening within the Congress party is something that the Congress presidentship, Congress leadership would handle. With regards to the change of leadership, the change of Congress being led by, effectively led by Srimati Sonia Gandhi to someone who is coming from a non-Gandhi background. It was Mr. Ashok Gehlot who declared that he would want to contest the president election. It is his MLAs in Rajasthan. It's an elected assembly. MLAs have come winning their constituencies who are showing us, a sense of confidence in his leadership. Then I do not know where would you consider this rebellion? Rebellion would mean that they are going against some kind of leadership that has been maintained over the many years. Mr. Ashok Gehlot has been the leader when he was elected as the chief minister. In 2020, these very MLAs had seen a rebellion happen, engineered by the Bharatiya Janata Party to try and break the rank and file of the Congress party and pull down the government. We've seen that happen in Maharashtra. He successfully managed to undo that coup, continued to be the chief minister. If he enjoys the support of his MLAs and his MLAs have expressed something, I think it is only fair that the leadership hears them out and takes a call which is a call of consensus rather than a call which goes against what the MLAs think. But that is, again, I would like to say that is something which is an internal churning.
So you're suggesting that the Congress should really respect the fact that Rajasthan MLAs, or at least a majority of them, would like Gehlot or someone of his choice and not Sachin Pilot to be the next chief minister, and you don't think of this as an act of rebellion?
So I have no act of rebellion. I mean, I would want to understand if there is going to be a consensus on who's going to be leading them. Then the sense of consensus has to come from the MLAs, if I'm not mistaken. I know in BJP, overnight, a sitting chief minister is asked to resign along with his entire cabinet, and the next day the new chief minister is made to sit, and the entire new cabinet swears allegiance to the new chief minister without MLAs being told what is happening, it coming from Delhi. But that is not how it should be. It is something that they have seen. So it's a very unique case. You can't even compare it to a Punjab. What happened in Punjab? Of course, that was a royal mess, but what you're seeing here is something which is a churning internally as far as the top leadership of the party is concerned, as well as the top leadership of Rajasthan is concerned. So the sooner they end it, the sooner they reach some kind of conclusion, the better it would be for the party. And as far as alliance partners are concerned, we are all on page to ensure that we come across as a strong opposition and speak about the BJP's policies which are not working for the people of the country, whether it is price rise, whether it is fuel prices, whether it is various other issues that are afflicting the people of this country, unemployment, taxes, everything.
Okay, the Shiv Sena essentially suggesting that you'd want this royal mess to get over and get on with the real task of fighting the BJP rather than fighting themselves. Priyanka Chaturvedi for joining us on the news track. Thank you very much. Nalin Kohli hasn't had much to say so far, and he hasn't needed to, because there is a big Congress Todo Andolan that's going on rather than Bharat Jodo, and this from the BJP's perspective is great news. How are you sitting in the BJP looking at your opponents duking against each other? You'd be delighted.
It's really not about delight, Rahul, and the honest truth is it just exposes the hollowness and the duplicity in the Congress party. I mean, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is on this imaginary Bharat Jodo Yatra. India is a united country, has been since 47. after the Todo Abhiyan that resulted in two countries being formed. So, I mean, there is no need to Jodo India. The only thing that needs to be Jodoed is the Congress party. I mean, it's imploding. That's the clear thing. So why pick the BJP up in this so-called thing and RSS and try to make a thing? This is possibly an attempt by Mr. Rahul Gandhi and his advisors to remove focus from the real problems that beset the Congress party. And you're seeing a classic example here of what's happening in Rajasthan. Another point to note is, it's okay. It's for the Congress party to run its party as it wishes to. Its leadership. We are not here to advise it, and nor do we wish to advise it. But the fact of the matter is there are two standards in the Congress party. One for the family, as in the family, and one for the rest of the Congress party. So if you have a Rajiv Gandhi or an Indira Gandhi and perhaps even a Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, I'm not sure about him, but certainly Indira Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, if my memory is correct, they both were presidents of the Congress party while being Prime Minister. But that rule cannot apply to a non-Gandhi family member. So you have a one man, one post. So this also exposes the typical Congress approach, that the Gandhi-Nehru-Gandhi family will have a set of rules, the rest of the Congress party will have another set of rules. So that's the second point.
In the midst of all of this,
the third point is,
okay, go on.
With regard to the Congress party, which just to say that I think Sunil Jakharji made a very, very interesting observation, that you are talking about democracy and what you are seeing is a directive from the top without any element of democracy. So why have this farce? Why? The Congress, look, a political party is entitled to run the way its leadership wants. They have a family-centric leadership. The BJP doesn't have that. In the BJP, a poor person can become the Prime Minister without belonging to any special family, which is Narendra Modi. Or the same would apply to JP Nadda ji, Amit Shah ji, Venkaiah Naidu ji, Rajnath ji, everyone. L.K. Advani ji, and so on and so forth, right up to Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay, all of them. They didn't belong to a particular family and they didn't occupy the positions in the BJP or in the government for being in a particular family. Now the Congress and many other political parties run around a family. That is their model. We are no one to advise, don't run it like that. But why pretend that you don't wish to run it like that? This entire saga clearly shows that this is how the Congress will run, with the diktat of the Nehru-Gandhi family. So run it like that. Why this hypocrisy about democracy? Why this hypocrisy and duplicity about Bharat Jodo? Everything is there.
Okay.
You do your political work. If you wish to do it, why foist it on somebody else? Why blame us for Bharat Jodo or as if the country is in turmoil?
When you've got opponents like the Congress,
the
government in power doesn't really have much to do. The opponents kind of implode and take each other down. So Nalin Kohli has had very little to do on this show and he's very happy with the way the Congress is imploding. Thanks for joining us, Nalin. We'll come back to you when there's a real fight. The fight should really be BJP versus Congress, not Congress versus Congress. Rahul Srivastav joins us and I've got Supriya Bhardwaj joining us. Supriya Bhardwaj is in Koppam in Kerala, which is where Rahul Gandhi is, and in our entire newsroom, Supriya knows Rahul Gandhi's mind better than anybody else does. So Supriya, what does RG think of what's happening in Rajasthan? Ashok Gehlot was said to be his choice. Both Sonia and Rahul share a good equation with Ashok Gehlot. He's rebelled. His MLAs say Gehlot wasn't involved. Does Rahul Gandhi buy that? He's busy playing football with these kids in Kerala in those pictures from Palakkad. But what's he thinking of this royal mess in Rajasthan?
Well, as far as Rajasthan is concerned and Rahul Gandhi is concerned, Rahul Gandhi last evening had a very long discussion with all his lieutenants, including Venugopal, and today morning Venugopal was rushed to Delhi and a strategy was formed. And at the same time also Ajay Maken was along with Mallikarjun Kharge came back from Jaipur to Delhi. Ajay Maken didn't even meet Ashok Gehlot, and all the leaders in the Congress party are maintaining that the High Command is very angry with the way things have happened in the state of Rajasthan yesterday. That's why the tough stand which has been taken by the central leadership. We are seeing that as to how now the MLAs are coming out and saying that Gehlot is nowhere involved. There's a huge question mark which has been put on Mr. Gehlot now, because on one side he had said very famously that his resignation is with Congress President, and whenever she'll say to step down, he'll step down. But then when the time came, when the moment came, what he did was nothing, but he went all out and actually ensured that there is actually nothing but a show of strength by Jaipur to New Delhi. Well, as far as the Congress's leaders are concerned, the MLAs are concerned, we are picking up this information that already the hunt for the next Congress candidates, presidential poll candidates have started. There are 4 names which are emerging, one being that of Mukul Wasing, second being that of Mallikarjun Kharge, third being that of KC Venugopal, and even Digvijay Singh. So already hectic meetings are taking place in the national capital at the moment, and here also in Kerala a strong vigil has been kept as to what is the development taking place in Rajasthan as well as in Delhi. So one thing is for sure, that this time the Congress party leaders are saying that on one hand we are ensuring that there is a Bharat Jodo Yatra. We were making sure that no issue goes to in the hands of the BJP. But what has happened in Rajasthan has actually...
This better. How did they, there's one thing about having this Bharat Jodo Yatra, the other is about having your nose to the ground and having your ear to the ground and knowing what's going on in your own party. How can the Gandhi family be so clueless about what Ashok Gehlot was planning?
Well, as far as Ashok Gehlot is concerned, he is one of the most trustworthy aide of the Gandhi family. And what has come yesterday, everybody thought that when the CLP leader meeting has been called, all the MLAs will come. They will actually go all out and pass that one-line resolution that Congress President is authorized to take whatever decision, and then there would be a nomination on the date of 28th or 29th by Ashok Gehlot. That didn't happen. What happened was a show of strength, and the development which took place in Jaipur took everybody by surprise, whether it was in Delhi or in Kerala, where the Bharat Jodo Yatra was going on. I spoke to one of the most senior leaders in the party, and he said that what has come is nothing short of a shock, because Gehlot, this was not expected from Gehlot. This is what a very senior leader of the Congress party, a CWC member, has said. So there is a huge criticism which is coming towards Mr. Gehlot's side also. As far as the Congress party is concerned, what we are picking up from the sources is that somehow, most likely, Mr. Gehlot is out from the race of the presidential.
So if Gehlot is out, who and what could happen next? Rahul Srivastav, Mallikarjun Kharge, Mukul Wasnik, Digvijay Singh, KC Venugopal, these are some of the names that are doing the rounds. If you were to do a SWOT analysis, given what's happened with Ashok Gehlot and given how trustworthy Ashok Gehlot was deemed to be before 7 p.m. last evening, what do you think is most likely from here? Is Gehlot completely out? Who's most likely in?
See, Rahul, if you look at the chaos theory, and I think right now what the Congress is going through something like that, though somebody like Shashi Tharoor, with his level of articulation, calls it the Farrago movement, the confused mixture. In that, I think everything seems to be moving. The Congress might eventually have no choice but to lean back on Sonia Gandhi. I think if the Congress has to, because there is going to be further mess. It's not going to end here, because what was initially bad, Sachin Pilot in the bad books of MLAs is now Ashok Gehlot in the bad books of the Congress High Command. Then you have got a situation in which Ashok Gehlot has created a situation in which he wanted to stay innocent by going to the Tanot Devi's temple in Jaisalmer, where his phone doesn't work. But very steadily over the last 15 days, he has been going to different areas where the Grameen Olympics are going on. Now, he has been meeting people on the sidelines, there all the MLAs, and sending across a political message. I think a preparation was on. I think if call records are checked of several MLAs who reached the gate of the Chief Minister's residence, who called those people, 11 of them, I'm told, that they should actually go to Mr. Shanti Dhariwal's house, so the picture will get clearer. I think the Congress has moved into a zone where it will be very difficult for Ashok Gehlot to be there. If Mallikarjun, Kharge and others were a choice, then I think the Congress would have leaned on them earlier. I think the Congress needed somebody with experience and trust, which Ashok Gehlot has betrayed. Instead of cutting the hand, biting the hand which was feeding him to the top of the party, he has actually, like a magician, made the powers of the High Command disappear for a certain amount of time. And I think that's why that one-line resolution which Supriya was talking about authorized Sonia Gandhi. I think the Congress High Command's first task will be now to get that one-line resolution passed to ensure that the authority of the High Command is maintained in the Congress party. Otherwise, I think there are some very tough times ahead.
Okay, Preeti Chaudhary joins us from Jaipur. She's been speaking to multiple people in the Sachin Pilot camp. What's Bechara Pilot thinking of what's happening at this moment? He's the typical person who's always set to sit on the Dule ka throne. It never works out for him. He's all set, ready to go, and somehow just at the last moment, the ball seems to swing against him. So what's going to happen to Pilot? What's he making of this?
You know, Rahul, the dust is just about settling on what happened or what went down yesterday. But, you know, if last night we were talking about the fact that, the Jadugar, the magician, Ashok Gehlot has pulled out another rabbit from his hat. By the evening today, at least in Jaipur political circles, there is talk that maybe Ashok Gehlot could have overplayed. The magician overplayed his hand. There seems to be new rigor where the Sachin Pilot camp is concerned. And why I tell you that is, let's look at Shanti Dhariwal's press conference that has just taken place. There is a sense of maybe not panic, but there is a sense of urgency in the Gehlot camp of MLAs to convey to the public that, listen, hey, this is not about Ashok Gehlot and Sonia Gandhi. Why are you making it about the High Command? People like us who come from Delhi to cover, the going-ons here are getting calls from the, MLAs from the Gehlot camp, telling us that why are you projecting it as Gehlot versus the High Command?
No, but while someone like a Sachin Pilot, Preeti, would be a favorite of the Delhi media, and most people watching India Today at this time, I presume, would want someone like him to be the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. He doesn't have the backing of the majority of the Congress MLAs in the state of Rajasthan, and that's the fact. And they're the ones, not the viewers of India Today TV, not the reporters tracking the beat or the story. They're the ones who will decide who gets to be the next CM. Why is he so unpopular amongst his MLAs?
But, the fact is, Rahul, he knows that better. He knows he doesn't have the number. So what has Sachin Pilot done now? He's put all his eggs in only one basket, which is the Gandhi basket, which is rather untenable at this point of time. So if the Gehlot camp is trying to underplay the Gehlot versus Sonia conflict, the Sachin Pilot camp would want us to believe, or would want to overplay, that it is a Gehlot versus the High Command battle. And he's now out of the race. So on that account, Sachin Pilot is hoping that this becomes about a fight between the High Command and Gehlot, that Gehlot is completely cut off the presidential elections. The MLAs will read the writing and slowly gravitate towards back to what the High Command whip was. So that is where Sachin Pilot comes from. He knows he doesn't have the numbers. Even if we go with what went down yesterday, not more than 10 MLAs are by his side. But having said that, through the course of the evening, when we've been talking to a lot of MLAs who actually put pen to paper on that resignation yesterday at CP Joshi's residence, many of them, after the news floated that possibly the High Command is not very happy with Ashok Gehlot, that he could be completely out of the president's race, a lot of them are now gravitating back towards maybe not Sachin Pilot, but a constant reassurance, especially to the media, that, listen, we are with what the High Command says.
Well, on the one side, you've got Ashok Gehlot, who seems determined to enforce his choice amongst the 100-odd MLAs amongst the 90-odd MLAs who support him. And then there is the Gandhi family, which at this moment, from all indications, is still backing Sachin Pilot, because Priyanka and Sonia made a promise to him that they would help him be CM. Gehlot or Gandhi's, whose writ will prevail. That is what it is down to at this moment. We'll track this story. We take no sides. We bring you all aspects, every dimension of this political drama. I'll slip into a break. I'll have more for you when I come back on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Hey, I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion. Funny.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You have been a steam bath. Steam bath? At home? Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
What was that like, those early years of struggle? Obviously, a man who's perhaps one of India's greatest poets starts life in a garage.
They used to do touch-up jobs on cars.
Well, you know, cigarette tin आया करता था एक. That's 8 ounces. And sometimes if it's a small scratch, you need only 4 ounces. And within 4 ounces, you have to match that color and find. And for example, there is black in the color of your chair now. Yes. So that was instinctive with me. I didn't know I will become a writer.
You're on board the news track. Navratri celebrations began across India today. From the north to the south, the east to the west, the country drenched in festive colour. 9-day festivities will culminate with Dashera and then finally Deepavali. Enjoy the colours of Navratri.
individuals from this building have commented. Deborah Lipstadt, our special envoy, commented on this. She called these comments, she said she was deeply alarmed by this rhetoric. She made the point that rhetoric of this nature is inexcusable. In some 75 years after the end of the Holocaust.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination, Monday night. The big story is the Rajasthan desert storm. Ashok Gehlot has embarrassed the Gandhis. Have they lost control of the Congress? Whatever happened to the High Command? Also, who will ensure justice for Ankita? That story continues to make the headlines. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. The Rajasthan Congress split wide open as Ashok Gehlot digs in his heels. His camp supporters refuse Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister. All eyes now on Sonia Gandhi as party observers recommend disciplinary action against Gehlot, who still maintains that he's not giving up on being party president. Centre's digital strike down on fake news. INB ministry asks YouTube to down 45 videos from 10 channels aimed at spreading hatred among religious communities. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar takes a dig at the United States over the decision to send F-16s package to Pakistan. Says US is enabling Pakistan to resist counter-terrorism ops. With 10 state elections and the big 2024 election in sight, JP Nadda likely to get an extension to continue as BJP president for 2 more years. 20-year-old ponytail girl who went viral for participating in Iran's anti-hijab protest is shot dead. Meanwhile, in India, pro-hijab stir now spreads to Kerala. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline in court. Actor evades questions on her link to conman Sukesh. Bollywood diva has been granted interim bail. Jacqueline is looking for it too. Weak global cues take Dalal Street to their lowest level in 2 months. Sensex Nifty lose over a percentage each. Rupee weakens to an all-time low of 81 rupees and 65 paise to the dollar. All eyes now on RBI's rate decision. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India in Foxconn's plant located near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. And a deadly school shooting in a Russian city leaves 6 killed, 20 injured after a gunman opens fire. Shooter later kills himself. But the big story comes from Rajasthan, where the Congress is finding itself in a major crisis. Now, sources telling India Today, close to Ashok Gehlot, we are not rebelling against Sonia Gandhi and the Gandhi family. Sources close to Gehlot saying Gehlot is still happy to move to Delhi as Congress president, but importantly, the choice of Rajasthan Chief Minister must be left to the MLAs. Sources telling India Today that Gehlot is expected to meet the Gandhis in the next 48 to 72 hours to try and resolve the issue. So clearly Ashok Gehlot trying to emerge conciliatory towards the Congress leadership. Joining me now is Preeti Chaudhary, who's been tracking all of this in Jaipur. Preeti, it appears that the two camps have very clear views. Sachin Pilot is banking on the Gandhis to topple Ashok Gehlot in a way or move him out of Jaipur and replace him with Pilot. The Gehlot camp, on the other hand, seems to believe that Ashok Gehlot can be both Congress president and get his person in power in Jaipur. So, which way is this heading?
Well, in the last 24 hours or the last, since last evening, Rajdeep, if I'm to look at it, if till late last night you and I were discussing and, we were talking about the fact that the Jadugar, the magician from Rajasthan has pulled a rabbit out of the hat. By the evening today, there is a sense in the political circles in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, that the magician might have overplayed his hand. Why I say that is, Rajdeep, there is a sense of urgency where the Gehlot camp is concerned, that it conveys to the media, it conveys especially to the Congress that, hey, this is not a fight between the Congress, High Command and Gehlot. It is very well just a fight, or it is about keeping Sachin Pilot out, who the MLAs feel were the ones, 2 years ago, he stitched together a rebellion with the BJP, and why award him right now? We can see that now. Let's see, about an hour ago, Shanti Dhariwal held a press conference where his main focus of that press conference was to constantly reiterate that we have nothing against Sonia Gandhi. This is not about the High Command. So while there is a sense of urgency to downplay the conflict which is being seen or perceived as Gehlot versus the High Command, on the other hand, the Sachin camp would want us to believe and would want to play up this conflict. Because for Sachin, it works better if it's seen as a fight not between Sachin and Gehlot, but a fight between Ashok Gehlot and directly the High Command here.
Okay, very quickly though, is the sense that you get, Preeti, that the Ashok Gehlot camp will not accept Sachin Pilot, come what may?
Yes and no. Why I say that right now is it's in a very precarious position, Rajdeep. We've been speaking to a lot of MLAs who put pen to paper last night at CP Joshi's residence. While at this evening, news started to circulate that the Congress High Command is extremely miffed at Ashok Gehlot for what went down yesterday. They are now making an attempt to reach out and make it clear that, listen, we have nothing against Gehlot. We didn't want to put pen to paper. We actually will go exactly with what the High Command says, and a lot of MLAs are actually coming out and saying it post this, post about 4 p.m. In the morning, there was a lull, but now, once again, there is a sense of some of these MLAs at least gravitating back, maybe not to Sachin Pilot as yet, but to the party whip.
We'll wait and see how this plays out. Fast changing developments. Remember, lots is happening in Delhi too, and we'll go to that. Kamal Nath has met Sonia Gandhi. Will he play the role of peacemaker, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister? But joining me now is someone who did, in a way, is seen now to have led the Gehlot camp against Sachin Pilot. Pratap Singh Khachariawaz is Rajasthan's minister, close to Ashok Gehlot. Khachariawaz ji, ये बताइए, क्या हम माने कि कहीं ना कहीं ये आप चाहते हैं कि कोई भी मुख्यमंत्री बने राजस्थान का, बट सचिन पायलट किसी भी हालत में आप तैयार नहीं है? क्या ये गेहलोत बनाम सचिन पायलट है या गेहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली?
ना तो ये गहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली है, क्योंकि गांधी फैमिली के सबसे बड़े लॉयलिस्ट अशोक गहलोत जी हैं। सोनिया गांधी जी की बात पर जो व्यक्ति अपनी जान दे सकता हो, उसके लिए इस तरह की बात करना बहुत गलत है। कल भी वो बहुत नाराज़ हुए MLAs के एक्शन को लेकर। जब वो नाराज़ हुए तो धारीवाल जी ने उनसे कहा कि आप ही ने कहा था, जब कैंप चला 1 महीने तक लोगों ने बगावत कर दी, मानेसर चले गए थे, तब इन्होंने बड़ा मार्मिक भाषण दिया। गहलोत साहब ने कहा कि ये कैंप सोनिया गांधी जी का कैंप है, ये कांग्रेस का कैंप है, और इस कैंप में रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी, वेणुगोपाल जी, अजय माकन जी सब बैठे हुए हैं। कांग्रेस इधर है। आज मुझे तुम्हारी ज़रूरत है, तुम्हारे ऊपर कोई संकट आएगा तो मैं अभिभावक के रूप में तुम्हारा काम करूंगा। सारे MLA जिनके साथ खड़े रहकर बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब दिया। आपको याद होगा राजदीप जी, तब गवर्नर साहब ने मिलने का टाइम नहीं दिया हमें। हम लोग जब गवर्नर हाउस गए तो गवर्नर हाउस में घुसने नहीं दिया, विधानसभा को भंग करने की तैयारी हो गई थी, वहाँ हमको धरना देना पड़ा। अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ज़मीन पर बैठे रहे। उस दिन मैंने हालत देखी कि हमारे लिए नाश्ता पुलिस को अंदर नहीं लाने दिया गया गवर्नर हाउस में। गवर्नर साहब नाराज़ हो गए। तो आपको हमने वो दौर भी देखा है। ये लड़ाई मेरे एक बात समझ में नहीं आ रही, देश में राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता, उनकी पदयात्रा चल रही है, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, और इस वक्त जिस तरह से अचानक जल्दीबाजी में ये सब किया गया, तो आपको मीटिंग बुलानी है, बुलाइए ना, कौन मना कर रहा है। सोनिया गांधी जी के आह्वान पर हम अपनी जान दे सकते हैं, तो कुर्सी है, हाईकमांड का फैसला तोड़ना हो गया। सोनिया गांधी जी का कोई डिसीजन होगा तो वो अशोक गहलोत जी को बुलाकर कह देंगी। MLA भी क्या, हम सोनिया गांधी जी को पूरा देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी मां समझता है,
लेकिन खाचियावाज जी
उनके आह्वान पर अपनी जान देने को लोग तैयार हैं।
ये सब ठीक है। हमें जो जानकारी मिली कि सोनिया गांधी जी का फैसला था, और अजय माकन ने ये आप सभी को कहा कि वो चाहती हैं कि एक लाइन रेजोल्यूशन हो कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा डिसाइड करेगी कि कौन बनेगा अगला मुख्यमंत्री। अशोक गहलोत जी दिल्ली आएंगे कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष, और सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे है कि उनको उनकी जगह रखा जाएगा, और आप लोग इस बात को नहीं माने। तो आप यहां कह रहे हैं कि सोनिया गांधी जो भी कहे हम उसे मानेंगे। सच्चाई है कि जब सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे आने लगा आपने उसका विरोध किया, यह सच्चाई है।
राजदीप जी, मैं आपको फिर कह रहा हूं, आप मेरे बारे में पता चल कर लेना। माकन साहब खड़गे साहब से मिलने जब तनोट माता जी के यहाँ से आए, मैं खुद उनसे मिलने गया। माकन साहब से मेरी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहीं नहीं कहा कि उन्होंने इनका नाम आगे किया, पायलट साहब का नाम। ऐसा कोई आदेश हमारे पास नहीं आया। विधायक दल की मीटिंग रात को 1:30 बजे मेरे पास महेश जोशी जी का फ़ोन आया, मुख्य सचेतक है, आप उनसे बात कर लेना। मैंने कहा यार रात को 1:30 बजे आप मुझे फ़ोन कर रहे हो, कल 7 बजे मुख्यमंत्री के यहाँ पे विधायक दल की मीटिंग है। कि मैंने कहा कल तनोट माता जी के यहाँ जाएंगे, मैं भी जाऊँगा मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ, डोटासरा जी भी जाएंगे, क्या कर रहे हो आप? बोले यार अचानक वहाँ से कॉल आया, दिल्ली से मीटिंग रखनी है। मैंने कहा रख लो भाई, जब मीटिंग तय होगी तो हम तो जाने वाले थे मुख्यमंत्री निवास। MLA पहुँच गए वहाँ पे धारीवाल जी के यहाँ कि भाई मुख्यमंत्री निवास में आप मीटिंग करवा रहे हो, आप मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात करो, ये क्या तरीका है? और वहाँ अफवाह ये फैल गई कि मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देंगे, नया मुख्यमंत्री चुना जाएगा। नया मुख्यमंत्री उन लोगों में से चुना जाएगा जो 19 लोग सरकार गिराने में लगे हुए थे। आप मुझे बताइए, बहुमत से फैसला होता है। एक तरफ 102 विधायक है, एक तरफ 19 लोग हैं जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे। 1.5 महीने तक हम होटल में पड़े रहे, पूरी मेहनत की, पूरी बीजेपी से लड़े, उनमें से मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा तो आप
जी, जो 2 साल
मुख्यमंत्री का फैसला कर
2 साल पहले सचिन पायलट ने बगावत की थी। अब हम 2022 में हैं। आज की तारीख में अगर सोनिया गांधी आपसे कहे खाचरियावास जी आप और बाकी विधायक सचिन पायलट को मुख्यमंत्री बनने दीजिए, आप मानेंगे या नहीं मानेंगे?
राजदीप जी एक बात सुन लीजिए, सोनिया गांधी जी के आदेश पर हम अपनी जान भी दे देंगे। सोनिया गांधी जी ने हमें ऐसी कोई बात नहीं कही है। जिस दिन कहेगी उस दिन आपको पता चलेगा। कभी भी प्रेस पर, मीडिया पर इस तरह की बातें, मेरे एक तो मुझे आप राजदीप जी, आप तो बहुत सीनियर है, मैं आपका बहुत सम्मान करता हूं, मैं आपको बहुत बरसों से देख रहा हूं, आपका अपना एक सम्मान है, लोग आप पर भरोसा करते हैं। आखिर ऐसा क्या हो गया कि पूरा देश का मीडिया एक नाम के पीछे पड़ा है और वो ये तक बोलने को तैयार नहीं है कि 100 MLA तो ये चाहते हैं कि ये नहीं बने और 19 MLA चाहते हैं ये बने? तो क्या आप डेमोक्रेसी को बचाने के लिए भी देश का मीडिया बोलेगा? क्या देश में वोट से राज बनता है?
वोट से प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी बने,
वोट से मनमोहन सिंह जी बने थे।
नहीं सर, मैं आपसे सीधा पूछ रहा हूं, आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं। आप मेरे सवाल का सीधा जवाब दीजिए। अगर सोनिया गांधी कहती है कि अशोक गहलोत दिल्ली आइए, सचिन पायलट जयपुर जाइए, आप मानेंगे?
मैं आपका सम्मान जरूर करता हूं, लेकिन जवाब देने के लिए मैं बाध्य नहीं हूं। सोनिया गांधी जी जिस दिन हमसे सवाल करेगी उस दिन वो हमारी मां के समान है, हम उनके हर आदेश की पालना करेंगे। लेकिन ये मैं मीडिया में आपके दबाव में आकर बोलूं, मेरा ऐसा नेचर नहीं है राजदीप जी, मैं आपको ये समझा रहा हूं।
सर मैं आपसे,
आप आगे पूछ लीजिए, कोई पूछ
नहीं, मैं आपसे एक बार फिर पूछूंगा, अगर सोनिया गांधी, अगर कांग्रेस ने तय किया है कि अशोक गहलोत,
पूछिए ना,
अगर
आपको ये आपका मैं सम्मान करता हूं, आपका बड़ा नाम है, आप पार्टी बन के मत पूछिए, मैं इतना सा आपसे चाहता हूं।
नहीं, मैं ये आपसे पूछ रहा हूं कि अगर कांग्रेस हाई कमांड चाहती है कि अशोक गहलोत दिल्ली आ जाए, कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष बन जाए, कांग्रेस नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट, क्या आपको लगता है ये अच्छी बात है? और उनकी जगह कौन होना चाहिए? आप मुझे बताइए, आज किस व्यक्ति को आप चाहते हैं कि अगर अशोक गहलोत दिल्ली आते?
बिल्कुल ठीक कहा, अशोक गहलोत जी राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनते हैं, हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है। वो लीडर है। एक अशोक गहलोत बनने में 50 वर्ष लगते हैं, 3 बार सीएम रहे, 3 बार प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहे। 50 वर्ष में एक अशोक गहलोत बनता है। बहुत धीर गंभीर अच्छे व्यक्ति है, कांग्रेस को फायदा होगा। हालांकि वो चाहते थे राहुल गांधी जी अध्यक्ष बने, जब राहुल गांधी जी ने मना कर दिया, कहा नहीं आप, यदि वो बनते हैं तो फायदा होगा। ये बात सुन लीजिए, फिर मुख्यमंत्री कौन बने ये तो एमएलएज में तय होगा ना। जहां बहुमत होगा, ज्यादा एमएलए चाहेंगे, हाईकमांड उनसे पूछेगा, ये हाईकमांड करता है। पिछली बार अशोक गहलोत जी भी ऐसे ही बने थे, ज्यादा एमएलए ने उनका नाम लिया, वो बन गए। जब एमएलए की राय होगी तो वो कल देख लिया आपने, एमएलए 102 जिन्होंने बगावत नहीं की, जो सोनिया गांधी जी के कैंप में बैठे थे सरकार बचाने के लिए, उनकी सबकी डिमांड है उनमें से कोई एक बनना चाहिए, 102 में से कोई बन जाए। और मान लीजिए फिर भी कोई राय होगी तो एमएलए की और हाईकमांड की राय से फैसला होगा। मैं आज टीवी पे बोल दूं किसी का नाम, अच्छा लगता है कोई?
नहीं, तो आप कह रहे हैं
जब राय बनेगी तब एमएलए
तो आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं खाचियावाद जी, आप बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं। आप कह रहे हैं जो भी दिल्ली से आया उन्होंने पहले एमएलएस की राय लेनी चाहिए थी, उसके बाद सीएलपी मीटिंग बुलानी चाहिए थी। क्या ये सही है? पहले एमएलए से बात करें, एमएलए तय करेंगे कौन अगला मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा राजस्थान का। क्या ये सही है?
सीएलपी की मीटिंग बुलाना हाईकमांड का हक है। हाईकमांड जब भी सीएलपी की मीटिंग बुलाएगा सभी एमएलए उसमें जाएंगे। कल एमएलए ने अपने परिवार में अपनी नाराजगी व्यक्त की। जो एमएलए 1.5 महीने तक सोनिया गांधी जी के आदेश पर, कांग्रेस के आदेश पर, अशोक गहलोत जी के आदेश पर उनके साथ खड़े होकर सरकार बचा रहे थे, यदि कल उन्होंने नाराजगी व्यक्त की तो एक परिवार का मामला है। ये प्रभारी का उनका काम है एमएलए को राजी रखना, सुनना, समझना। यदि उन्होंने इस्तीफा दिया तो एक परिवार का मामला है। अपने लोगों में नाराजगी होती तो बैठकर बात करके निपटाया जाएगा। ये कह दिया जाए कि कल तक वो एमएलए सड़कों पर भी हम ही लड़ते हैं, हम ही दिल्ली जाते हैं, हम ही जयपुर में लड़ते हैं, हम ही खून बहाते हैं, हम ही गिरफ्तारी देते हैं। यदि अपने परिवार में एमएलए ये कह रहे हैं कि जिसके साथ ज्यादा एमएलए उसको बना दीजिए किसी को भी, तो उसमें कोई गुनाह थोड़ा कर रहे हैं, तो डेमोक्रेसी है।
अजय
वही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
मेरा आखिरी
सवाल, डेमोक्रेसी को ही खत्म करने में लग गए। आप मीडिया ये कह रहा है डेमोक्रेसी मत मानिए, मीडिया जिसको कह रहा है उसको बना दीजिए।
तो आप कह रहे हैं सचिन पायलट इन अ वे इज अ मीडिया क्रिएशन। आपने नाम नहीं लिया, मैं ये कह रहा हूं, लेकिन मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपको,
मैं आज कह रहा हूं मैनेजमेंट का और मीडिया का क्रिएशन है। जिसके पास वोट होते हैं ना, उनको इतनी माथाफोड़ी करने की जरूरत नहीं होती। यदि कल विधायक दल की मीटिंग थी, वहां 19-20 एमएलए ही पहुंचे, क्यों भाई इतना बड़ा रिएक्शन हो गया? एमएलए ने इस्तीफा दे दिया। और अब मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी के घर पे मीटिंग थी, गहलोत साहब वहीं बैठे थे, बुला लेते ना। गहलोत साहब ने हमको भेजा लाने के लिए, हमको, मेरे को, डोटासरा जी को, धारीवाल जी को, डोटासरा स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट है, संयम लोढ़ा को, महेश जोशी को, हमारी बात नहीं सुनी एमएलए ने। क्या आप वही लोग हैं ना जो कल तक सरकार बचाने के लिए हमसे बड़ी बड़ी बातें कर रहे थे? टग ऑफ वार इतना हुआ, इतना झगड़ा हुआ, उन्हीं एमएलए में से किसी को हमें क्यों ले जाना चाहते हो? आधे लोग जा चुके थे। अब वो नवरात्रा के बाद जब आएंगे, मीटिंग होगी, जैसा हाईकमांड कहेगा, सोनिया जी कहेगी, राहुल जी कहेंगे वैसा हो जाएगा, अशोक गहलोत जी कहेंगे वैसा मान लेंगे। लेकिन ये बात मैं फिर कह रहा हूं, डेमोक्रेसी में विधायकों की राय से, विधायकों की संख्या से नेता का फैसला होना चाहिए।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल, क्या अजय माकन ने कहा यह बगावत है, ये इनडिसिप्लिन है, आप कैसे देखते हैं? वॉज इट इनडिसिप्लिन कि आप लोग वहां पहुंचे नहीं, अशोक गहलोत के साथ सीएलपी मीटिंग नहीं हो पाई? क्या आप मानते हैं कि यह बगावत है?
माकन साहब 1.5 महीने तक जब सरकार बचा रहे थे तब हमारे साथ होटल में थे, और वो जानते हैं कि इनडिसिप्लिन किसने किया, बगावत किसने की। माकन साहब हमारे परिवार के मुखिया हैं, हमारे नेता हैं, हमारे बड़े भाई हैं। वो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, मैं उनका खंडन नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन वो इस बात को भी जानते हैं। कल उन्हीं के साथ हम खाना खा रहे थे, उन्हीं के साथ बैठे थे, मैं खुद पहले उनसे मिलने गया। उन्हीं के कहने से धारीवाल जी को बुलाने गया, एमएलए ने वापस नहीं दिया और वापस उनकी बात कराई फोन पर। माकन साहब क्यों कह रहे हैं, क्या कारण है? माकन साहब को आप उनका हक है, मेरे से सीनियर लीडर है, मैं उनके लिए कुछ नहीं कहूंगा। उसके बाद धारीवाल जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर ली है, आप उनकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देख लीजिए। धारीवाल जी मेरे से सीनियर लीडर हैं, उन्होंने पूरी बात कह दी है, सच्चाई सामने आ जाएगी।
काचरियावास जी, आपने आज बड़ी बात कही है कि नवरात्र तक रुकिए, जो भी होगा अब नवरात्र के बाद होगा, एक तरह से वेट एंड वॉच। पर आप रूल आउट नहीं कर रहे हैं कि अशोक गहलोत अभी दिल्ली आ सकते हैं और कोई अन्य व्यक्ति मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता है, लेकिन एमएलएस का चॉइस होगा। खाचरियावास जी, आपने बहुत बड़ी बात कही है। यू हैव गिवन अस सम बिग न्यूज पॉइंट्स। आई अप्रिशिएट योर जॉइनिंग अस। फॉर दोज हु नीड अ ट्रांसलेशन, इफेक्टिवली व्हाट मिस्टर खाचरियावास इज सेइंग, MLAs will decide who becomes the next chief minister of Rajasthan. They will not go with Sachin Pilot because they hold Mr. Pilot responsible for the rebellion against Mr. Gehlot 2 years ago. Now, all of this is taking place in 24 hours where the party high command has found itself embarrassed in a way by the failure to get its way in Rajasthan. Now, a detailed report has been sought from the Central Congress observers, Ajay, Maken, and Mallikarjun Kharge. But is the damage control enough? And what does it mean for the Gandhi family? Take a look.
कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा ने हमारे से एक लिखित रिपोर्ट पूरे घटनाक्रम के ऊपर मांगी है और वो लिखित रिपोर्ट आज रात या कल सुबह तक के हम कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को दे देंगे।
Hit by a firestorm in Rajasthan, the Congress High Command is buying time. Ajay, Maken and Mallikarjun Kharge, the observers sent by the party to Jaipur, returned empty-handed on Monday. Emerging from their meeting with Congress President Sonia Gandhi in the evening, Maken gave his response to each of the demands made by the rebels in Rajasthan. Demand 1, decision must be taken only after the Congress President is elected.
ये कैसे संभव है कि वो व्यक्ति जो रेजोल्यूशन मूव कर रहे हैं कि सारे अधिकार कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष को दिए जाएं, वो व्यक्ति कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का चुनाव लड़ना चाहते हैं और 19 अक्टूबर को अगर चुनाव जीत जाते हैं तो उसके बाद वो खुद फैसला करेंगे, तो ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट नहीं है तो क्या है?
Demand number 2, no one-on-one meetings with MLAs should be held. Meetings should be with all MLAs sitting together.
कभी भी ऐसा कांग्रेस में नहीं होता है कि विधायक दल की मीटिंग के अंदर समूह में बात करी जाए, सब विधायकों से अलग अलग बात करी जाती है ताकि सब लोग फ्री एंड फेयर तरीके से अपनी बात को कह सके।
And demand number 3, the chief minister should be from the 102 MLAs who stayed with Gehlot during the 2020 rebellion by Sachin Pilot.
वो भी फैसला होगा, आप लोगों की बात को स्पष्ट तरीके से कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा के सामने रखा जाएगा।
Maken made it clear the MLAs had committed an act of indiscipline by skipping the legislature party meet on Sunday evening.
सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज पर मेरा चार्ज है कि वो पक्षपातपूर्ण तरीके से यहाँ के विधायकों से बात कर रहे थे। डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर होते हुए और प्रदेश कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष होते हुए आज उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाने के लिए यहाँ पर सेक्रेटरी जनरल इंचार्ज आ गए।
The day saw the High Command get into a huddle with a few key leaders. The Gandhi's trusted aide, K.C. Venugopal, General Secretary in charge of the organization, rushed in from Kerala with a message from Rahul Gandhi, who continued with his Bharat Jodo Yatra. Veteran leader Kamal Nath also flew into Delhi. The two main players, Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, stayed back in Jaipur, both not giving up an inch.
The rebellion in Rajasthan Congress has put the party high command, meaning the Gandhi family, in a serious fix. It now has to consider the fate of the chief minister and also decide upon a person they can trust for the post of the party's national president. But the big question that still remains is whether it will crack the whip on Ashok Gehlot or swallow its pride and let him continue for the time being. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
So are the Gandhis losing control of the Congress? has the high command culture in a way been challenged by Mr. Gehlot and his supporters? Is Gehlot fighting his last political battle in a way? Joining me now is Rahul Srivastava, our National Affairs Editor, Sanjay Jha, who should be supered as suspended Congress leader. More than anything else, he remains a congressman at heart, he says. Rashid Kidwai is author and political commentator, wrote a book, 24 Akbar Road, on the Congress. And Shehzad Poonawalla is the BJP spokesperson, was once with the Congress. So all three of you at least have a solid Congress connection. Let's turn to you, Mr. Jha, first, because there will be those at the moment who will say that in the Congress what we are seeing is one self-goal after the other that has only suggested how weak, and some would say inept, the Congress leadership has become, that you can't even enforce your writ on Jaipur. How do you respond?
Well, you know, Rajdeep, when you have remained fossilized for a long period of time, you can't suddenly bloom like a flower. It takes time. And clearly the Congress is at the moment, bitten several bullets at the same time. You have a Bharat Jodo Yatra that is occupying a lot of resources of the party in terms of time and investment of people. Plus you have the presidential elections happening. And then you have the Himachal and Gujarat, very critical elections in my opinion. So I do believe that somewhere down the line, the entire Rajasthan episode basically is once again a very, shall we say, harsh reminder of the fact that the Congress party is today paying a price for several years of complete atrophy and lethargy. The writing on the wall on Rajasthan was known long time ago. The battle between both Mr. Pilot and where Mr. Gehlot is concerned has been brewing since the very time that Mr. Gehlot became chief minister for the third time. And I think that is the reason why the Congress today is having, its cup of woes overflowing. But going forward, I do believe that end of day, the Congress has an opportunity, a historic opportunity, because I remain an eternal optimist, Rajdeep, that as darker gets the night, it emits a brighter ray. So if the Congress today has to really bite the bullet, they should do so now. And the one way to do that will be to send out a message that anybody playing an internal rebellion within the party needs to be shown the door. It doesn't matter.
Sanjay Jha, are you serious? You believe that the Congress should show a door to Ashok Gehlot and bring in Sachin Pilot in a way as chief minister, even though the majority of the MLAs that you just heard don't want Pilot? They say Mr. Pilot is a TV neta. You've written columns, for example, saying make Sachin Pilot and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as the faces of the Congress. The MLAs are very different. Please, sometimes you seem to actually believe that Sachin Pilot is the one who should be the chief minister, and you're saying Ashok Gehlot should be shown the door. Is that what you're saying?
I do believe that Mr. Gehlot, after what has transpired in Rajasthan, does not deserve to be the Congress president. Let me say so with full responsibility on your program. And I say so despite knowing many people within the Congress who will agree with me and not say so publicly. But I do hope the Congress does not allow him to get away scot-free. As far as Sachin is concerned, Rajdeep, you are a veteran. You know it. Power is a glue, not just in the Congress and every political party. Now, between 2017, till the elections, when Sachin played an instrumental role in the Congress comeback, I can tell you this, Mr. Gehlot, when he got the green signal from the High Command to be a chief minister, everybody who was an MLA, and Sachin worked very hard to get the party back, they flocked to him. You make Sachin Pilot the chief minister, they will go to him within 2 weeks' time. They will sing a different tune. You saw that in Punjab. The moment Navjot Singh Sidhu and Charan Singh Chani came, nobody was backing Amrinder Singh, despite Amrinder Singh being chief minister for 5 years. Okay. That's unfortunately the political morality of our times. So the truth is that today, all those who are saying Mr. Gehlot, because for 4 years he's been the chief minister, he's used his powers to, obviously distribute goodies all over the place. So if there is no loyalty, I don't think it's got anything to do with principles. Sachin deserves to be the chief minister. And let me share something else with you on your show. Sachin was assured by the Congress High Command in 2017 that he would be made chief minister within a year or a year and a half. So, there are a lot of issues behind the scenes. And I do believe that today, if elections are held under Mr. Gehlot's leadership, Shehzad Poonawala's party will romp home, because there is a need for a change of leadership. Sachin is the man of the moment for the Congress party. But this indiscipline of Mr. Gehlot, I don't think the Congress should ignore it.
Shehzad Poonawala, you want to respond? It's being posited as indiscipline of Mr. Gehlot. You heard Mr. Kachria was saying, look, the High Command cannot impose its will on MLAs. How do you see this? Is this a challenge to the Congress High Command, or really the emergence of a democracy within the Congress where even MLAs are saying we will decide who our Chief Minister is?
We are only missing your Neta Nagri anchor Saurabh on the show, but we have all the elements of that. And let me begin with the Sahir Ludhianvi Pankti. कभी खुद पे कभी हालात पे रोना आया, बात निकली तो हर एक बात पर रोना आया. Rajdeep, first of all, let me tell you, as a BJP spokesperson, I have no business to comment on what is the internal affairs of the Congress. But the reason why we are here is because we are troubled that this government, which was born in the womb of instability, has continued to push the state of Rajasthan into political instability and has taken it down the path of complete chaos, whether it's the rising rapes, rising riots, or the policy of appeasement, or the other things that are going wrong within Rajasthan, and their only focus is on Satta Bachao, not on Rajasthan Bachao in that sense. Now, coming to the point that you're answering, there are three clear messages, Rajdeep, from the things that we have seen, and including hearing Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, I think it was a slip of tongue when he says that now Mr. Gehlot should be prevented at any cost from becoming the president of the party. How is this a democratic election that was taking place? Look, if you look at it objectively, Mr. Gehlot has tried to do what is best for the party in his opinion in Rajasthan. So if anything, he has been loyal to the party, perhaps not to the family. And by this logic, because he is not loyal to the family, he should not be contesting the so-called election. Let me tell you, Rajdeep, what exactly this was. This was never an election to begin with. This was about the Parivar imposing their remote control as an Adhyaksh. The remote control, who was supposed to be the remote control, took out the batteries in Jaipur, and the remote control wanted his remote control to be put as the Chief Minister of Rajasthan. So this is all a fight of remote control going out of control. Jaipur का remote control चाह रहे थे ये राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के चक्कर में इन्होंने जयपुर का बैटरी निकाल दिया. This is the point.
You know, it's very interesting you're saying all this about remote control on a day when the reports are coming in that JP Nadda.
I knew you'd bring it up.
No, I'll bring it in.
JP
Nadda is likely to be selected for another term. So when the BJP selects a party president, that's democracy. That 2.5 people in your party select the president, that's democracy. But when the Congress High Command decides to choose Sachin Pilot as the leader, you suddenly say, oh, this family is anti-democratic. Come on. It's happening. What's the difference? Yes, please do.
And I hope you won't interrupt me. First of all, let's address the source-based news which was reflected on Aaj Tak India today. When there is an election year, as you must have seen in the last election cycle, and Rahul Srivastava is sitting here, the term of the president of the Bharatiya Janata Party is for 3 years. But when you go into an election cycle like 2019 or 2024, you can't have a membership drive. In that time, the national executive and the parliamentary board, if they decide to extend the tenure of the president so that it can continue to the election, and then after that, the election process begins. So that doesn't mean Mr. Nadda has been selected, appointed, re-elected. That is not the case.
Are you serious that Mr. Nadda was elected? Are you serious that Mr. Nadda was elected or selected by Amit Shah and Narendra Modi? Let's be honest.
Rajdeep, can I answer? You know, I've got a... do you believe in Aaj Tak's reportage at least, if not me? Here is Aaj Tak's reporter, Navneet Mishra, who's written a very detailed piece about how elections are conducted in the BJP under Article 19 when an electoral college is elected from the booth, mandal style, right up to the district and to the Pradesh level, and then that entire data is sent to the Election Commission. Elections are held, and in fact, in the last 24 years...
Who chooses the BJP president?
The people of BJP, who the electoral college of the BJP chooses. Okay. If there is a unanimous election, however, then there might be one candidate, so it's obvious that...
So you're saying there's no selection, there's election. But let's...
One second, now let me come to... because a couple of times you interrupted me. Let me come to the main point that I want to make. There are 3 clear signals from what has happened the last 24 hours. One, that this was a farce of an election, and I must use this platform to give my condolences to Shashi Tharoor, who still believes this is an election. 2, the limited political credibility and capital that Gandhis had, even amongst their darbaris, is now at a rock bottom. Perhaps it's gone extinct even while the cheetahs are back. And 3, look at this kind of exercise that is being done, and it is being done because this is the policy that Gandhi family has been using for a very long time. Let me just explain to you. Punjab, they made factions fight. Chhattisgarh, they made factions fight. Karnataka, DKS versus Siddaramaiah. You see the same thing in Maharashtra. You see the same thing from Gujarat in Hardik versus Bharat Singh Solanki. Hardik has obviously come out. In Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath versus Jyotiraditya ji came out. In Assam, Mr. Gogoi and Hemanta Biswa Sarma ji came out. This is because the Congress party's first family has so little capital that the only way it could stay in power is divide and rule. And now this same policy has come to finish them in that sense politically, even in Rajasthan.
You're making an interesting observation about the way the Congress has, in a way,
it's a Kabila wala party.
Okay, it's got it wrong in several states, lots of self-goals. Let's put out some of those. The self-goals and the people behind those self-goals. Remember Punjab. It started last year where just a few months before the elections, the Congress decided Amrinder Singh had to go. Guess what they did? They brought in Charanjit Singh Channi. There you had the people who are being accused to be in charge, the change of guard, who's being responsible for the mess in Rajasthan, KC Venugopal, MP from Rajasthan. He's actually from Kerala. He's the Congress Secretary Organization. Mallikarjun Kharge, 80 years old, told me this morning he flew in urgently from Gulbarga to attend this CLP at the last moment. Ajay Maken, who is from Delhi, who was there in charge of General Secretary, they couldn't get their act together. Punjab, as I said, lost the assembly polls. KC Venugopal, Harish Rawat, Harish Chaudhary, they suddenly changed the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, of Punjab. Amrinder Singh got that wrong as well. Goa, 8 out of 11 MLAs have joined the BJP. KC Venugopal is again organizational chief. Dinesh Gundu Rao is the state in charge. He tried his best, Mr. Gundu Rao, but was not good enough. But we'll put all the various self-goals they've scored. And Rashid Kidwai, when we can put all those self-goals, and some of those also were mentioned by Shehzad Assam, Hemanto Biswas Sarma versus Tarun Gogoi, Jagan Mohan Reddy leaving the Congress in Andhra Pradesh is another one I'll put in there. Is there something wrong with this party and the way it manages politics now, particularly the Gandhis?
Absolutely, Rajdip. When a party is not winning, when you lose so many elections, this is the political authority of the leadership gets undermined, and the Congress in this sense has not been an exception. But what do you say to this calculated act of perfidy when a CLP meeting is called by the leader of the Congress Legislative Party? The MLAs tend to speak at another forum, but they don't come to the CLP where they could have aired the same views and shown the same kind of number games. And this is unprecedented. This has not happened in the history of Congress Party.
I am asking you, these errors after errors, these lack of accountability, there seems to be a lack of accountability from Punjab to Rajasthan to Assam to Andhra Pradesh. In every state where the Congress gets it wrong, who's accountable?
We can go on blaming the Gandhis till the cows come home. But what I'm saying is, it's at multiple layers. Look at the inept handling of all those managers, party managers you are saying. Look at the act of, you see, the Congress have been saying, unlike 1977 or 69 or 1996, the Congress has not seen any major split. It is an assembly of people who are happy to be unhappy, and therefore they keep playing games. And of course, when we talk about Gandhis, the style of functioning of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi is not always very consistent. So they sometimes they work at variance. In this case, perhaps a case was there to issue a show cause notice, whereas Sonia Gandhi seems to be making an effort to bring Ashok Gehlot home or give him a chance. So all these things are there. So once something goes wrong in a political party, it's not this thing of a single factor. There are a number of factors that are at play.
Okay, that you're saying there are a number of factors. Is it therefore, Rahul Srivastava, that the political managers are missing? There's no Ahmed Patel-like figure. Instead, you've got people like KC Venugopal, who is clueless about the Hindi heartland. I mean, here is someone from Kerala, say one-time MP, put in charge of Congress General Secretary Organization. Ashok Gehlot, why should he listen to a KC Venugopal?
Yes, Rajdeep. I think the crisis is multi-layered. It's like an onion which you start peeling and you find that there are so many crises. The first issue which we are been talking about, why did the Congress actually initially pick Ashok Gehlot to be the presidential candidate? Ashok Gehlot has a wonderful CV. If you look at it, he was the first rally, one of the first rallies after the emergency was lifted in 1977, Indira Gandhi's rally. One of the organizers was Ashok Gehlot. Rajiv Gandhi's election agent, Amethi for the first time, Ashok Gehlot. 1971 war, a Sharanarthi camp in charge, Ashok Gehlot. So Ashok Gehlot has been there, done it. But I think the most qualifying element was trust. And that one trust element was helping him to become the president of the Congress party. But he wanted, in a show of strength, tell the Congress High Command that I want Rajasthan to be given to somebody who I want to. So he virtually created the spectre of a split by forcing MLAs to go into a party, creating some kind of a resignation drama in which resignations are not taken on a signature campaign like a signature campaign. Your MLA has to sign on a proper format. Most of the MLAs I have spoken to say they were made to sign on a piece of paper. Now, all this has been orchestrated to push the High Command, the same High Command which was actually taking Ashok Gehlot to the Kohinoor of the Congress party, the Congress president's post. And that is why what one will say, it's not just a lack of managers. I think it's multiple crises within the Congress party which is playing out. I think the authority of the top brass has gone down. Also, the regional satraps are not fighting for tomorrow. They are living on today. And that is why if you see the records of, like a lot of people are saying, congressmen are saying that Ashok Gehlot did not know about what was happening. Rajdeep, you check if somebody checks the call records of 11 to 12 MLAs who actually reached the CM's residence yesterday evening, it will be easy to find who was calling them and telling them not to go inside the CM's house, but to go to Mr. Dhariwal's house. A lot has transpired in the Congress party in Rajasthan, and I think that one-line resolution which has to be passed, that we authorize the Congress president to decide the fate of Congress in Rajasthan. If the Congress is not able to enforce that in the coming days, I think the Congress's top brass's authority will never be the same again.
You know, you're saying that because we are getting breaking news that Kamal Nath has been, in a way, asked to try and broker a peace with Ashok Gehlot. When I spoke to him today, I asked him, would you be an alternative to Ashok Gehlot as Congress president? He said, I don't want to be Congress president. So you actually have a situation, Sanjay Jha, no one wants to be Congress president. I mean, imagine this is a post which has been seen over the years as the mightiest post in the Congress. Now Kamal Nath, Ashok Gehlot, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, all of them prefer to be in their states rather than even become Congress president. What does it say about the way the party is? The Gandhis don't want to take it over. Rahul Gandhi is doing a yatra. Sonia Gandhi is, has been struggling with her health. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra suffered a big defeat in Uttar Pradesh. So there is a vacuum. You don't have leadership. You don't have political managers. How are you going? This is not going to get resolved in a hurry.
Rajdeep, a very pertinent question. But, factually, there is Shashi Tharoor is definitely putting his hat in the ring. And there are many aspirants, by the way. And I can tell you this, despite the fact that many people have left the Congress party for the BJP and other players, the truth is the party is not short on talent. And I can cough up names. I don't want to do that. But let me make two quick points here. That the damaging narrative for the Congress created by this entire Rajasthan gridlock, if I can use that charitable term, somebody needs to be held responsible for this. You see, the Congress under Rahul in particular over the last couple of years has had a situation of so much of lethargy and atrophy that people haven't been quick in taking decisions. Now, I'll give you an example. Any leader who does an internal revolt and is doing so, I think when a matter so blatant, if there are no consequences for it, you are actually going to make the entire party's workers, those who actually are the true loyalists of the party, feel so demoralized. You can't just lionize Ashok Gehlot as Rahul mentioned about his great CV, his history. You're over. That great CV has got no relevance today. All Mr. Gehlot stands for is that today he's embarrassed the Congress party when Rahul, and no matter how much, very serious flack Rahul Gandhi has taken, even his worst critics will have to admit that he is doing something fairly extraordinary in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. And I think this is the time for the Congress to really crack the whip. And it can be done. And I'll give you an example. And I'll tell you this. Sachin Pilot, if he is not becoming the Chief Minister of Gujarat, of Rajasthan, he should be putting his candidature for the role of the Congress president. It is time that the Congress put all his best talent in play. And one quick point for Mr. Poonawalla, because he keeps taking these, very C-grade Bollywood dialogue jibes of the Congress. So I need to tell him, because he's not aware, but the great Mr. Narendra Modi and his cabinet Shahzad made PPT presentations to the RSS biggies in Nagpur. So please do not ever talk about family and remote control. You have no moral right to even make a singular observation on the Congress party.
Yeah,
pipe down.
You can that you have your remote control lies in Nagpur.
Right.
Theirs may lie at 10 Janpad. Your remote control lies in the Prime Minister's office. Theirs may lie with the Congress President's office.
Every second day you are doing a story as to how Narendra Modi has emerged outside the RSS and the RSS ki bhi nahi sunte hain, and then there is a story that we go and report to the RSS. Just like there is civil society consultation and you have been a big advocate of it, is RSS not an important civil society organization? And the NAC, which could be given the constitutional recognition, is okay, but if we tell or consult with various civil society groups, we are at fault. But anyways, that's not the issue today, and I don't want to get sidetracked because some can be suspended in logic, some can be suspended in party position. So which one out of those two, we'll leave it to the panelists. But let me tell you the two structural issues that persist in the Congress. One, the Congress is no longer a party. It is a Kabila. It is a private limited company. Why is Mr. Ashok Gehlot or anybody else doesn't have the attraction for the position of the Congress president? Because under Mahatma Gandhi's time, it was a party that functioned on certain principles and certain ethics and certain policies. Today, it is pad above party, it is satta above janta, it is neta above niti, and finally, it is parivar above performance. And therefore, nobody wants to become a captain of a sinking ship. Secondly, let me tell you what is the structural issue in the Congress. The Congress has become unacceptable for any person outside the Gandhi domain unless he promises that I will remove my spinal cord and I will stand in front of you. Look at what Congress has done to every non-Gandhi leader of some stature, and especially regional leaders. They have completely forced them out of the party. Even the last leader that they had in the form of Ghulam Nabi Azad, or now Mr. Ashok Gehlot, is being forced out of this party because the Parivar, which has no political capital, it can't even win its own bastion in Amethi, has to find a seat in Wayanad, is trying to impose its writ on these people. And by the way, if this is democracy, why aren't you listening to your leaders in Rajasthan Assembly? Secondly, what if the election nomination has not been filed by Ashok Gehlot? Before that, you're having a CLP. How did you know what would be the outcome of this so-called election, sir? These are all the telltale signs that this is not a party, it is a one family entity. And let us stop kidding ourselves that this is any kind of political party. This is a parivarik firm. Nobody wants to head it, because if you don't have the Gandhiwada title, you count for nothing.
Okay. Shehzad Poonawalla is on a roll. Remember, Shehzad Poonawalla was once in the Congress. And I often say those who have moved from one party to the other often tend to be even more aggressive about their original party. And Mr. Poonawalla may well be an example of that.
Let me just explain that with Sahir Ludhianvi's lines.
एक बार फिर साहिर लुधियानवी,
last two lines of his.
चलिए कर दीजिए.
कौन होता है जो और किसी के खातिर रोता है दोस्त, सबको अपनी ही किसी बात पे रोना आया. So this is a question of Congress party not realizing what has gone wrong. I said it 5 years ago. I wish they would have understood. They would have not been in the situation they are.
You are giving my friend Rahul Srivastav, who is the original Shire here, a lot of competition by quoting Sahir Ludhianvi. I don't know how Sahir will respond to what you said, but मैं शायर तो नहीं. For now, Congress needs more than just poetry. It actually needs to work in prose and get its act together, particularly in Rajasthan. Another make or break moment that the Congress has faced in recent times. Thanks very much to all my guests for joining me on that. Let me turn from there to the other story that we've been tracking. Ankita Bhandari, who was murdered by ex-BJP leader's son in Uttarakhand. She was cremated yesterday amidst protests. Her family is questioning the method of investigation in the case and asking why the resort was bulldozed when evidence was still being collected. What's the latest? Take a look.
Uttarakhand simmers. Anger over the brutal murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is rising in the hill state. The special investigation team and forensic experts visited the resort owned by accused Pulkit Arya, where Ankita worked, incidentally 3 days after civic authorities had already demolished parts of the building. Ankita's last rites were performed by her family amid roadblocks, widespread protests, and heavy police deployment. Her mother claims that the cremation was done hastily and she wasn't allowed to see the body.
डॉक्टर आप फांसी नहीं दे सकते ना, तो जिंदा जला दो उनको उसके घर के सामने, उसके घर के सामने, दीपक उनके घर के सामने। अभी मेरी बेटी को शांति मिलेगी, माँ की आत्मा को भी शांति मिलेगी कि हाँ मैंने अपनी बेटी के हथियारों को फांसी पे चढ़ा दिया है, ताकि कोई दरिंदा फिर कभी दूसरी बार ऐसी किसी बेटी के साथ सोच भी न सके।
Ankita's father questioned why the resort, including Ankita's room, which might hold crucial evidence, was bulldozed.
और जो वनंतरा रिजोर्ट जो तोड़ा गया उसके किसकी सहमति किससे तोड़ा गया, क्योंकि जिस कमरे में मेरी लड़की रहती थी वो उसमें कोई सबूत न सबूत रहा होगा।
Ankita's family members aren't the only ones to raise doubts. Congress leader Harish Rawat, who visited the family, fired 3 questions at the Pushkar Dhami government.
4 दिन लगे उसकी गिरफ्तारी में पुलिस और 6 दिन लग गए उस लड़की की बॉडी को रिकवर करने। पुलिस रिमांड अभी तक नहीं लिया गया है। हत्यारों को जुडिशल कस्टडी में है और ऐसी समय में कई तरीके के सवाल उठे हैं, जिनमें एक सवाल इस बात का भी है कि ये बुलडोजर क्यों चला।
Chief Minister Dhami has assured trial in a fast-track court to ensure speedy justice.
हम माननीय उच्च न्यायालय से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें फास्ट ट्रैक के लिए एक अलग से कोई अदालत गठित की जाए या अदालत में ऐसी व्यवस्था की जाए जिससे कि हमारी उत्तराखंड की बेटी को, हमारी बेटी को जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय मिले और जो गुनाहगार हैं, जो दोषी हैं, अपराधी हैं, उनको इसकी कड़ी सजा मिले।
The police have slapped a series of charges on prime accused Pulkit Arya, who is the son of the former BJP minister, under sections of the IPC that deal with murder and tampering of evidence. Arya is also booked under the Gangsters Act.
नहीं, हमारे बहुत सारे एविडेंसेस हमारे पास। सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस तो मैं इसी को मानता हूं कि जो पुलिस ने इंटरोगेशन से के बाद थ्योरी निकली थी, उन्होंने कहा हम घूमने गए थे, वापस आ रहे थे तो झगड़ा हुआ, झगड़े होने के बाद हमने इसको नहर में, गंगा जी की नहर में धकेल दिया, तो उसी एरिया से बॉडी हमारी रिकवर हो गई। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है। ठीक है। दूसरा ये है कि हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेजेज हैं जहाँ पे वो 4 लोग दिख रहे हैं, ठीक है, एक साथ, 2, एक मोटरसाइकिल और एक स्कूटी पे। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है।
People of Uttarakhand are up in arms, demanding justice for Ankita. Will the government ensure speedy justice as it had promised? With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Tragic death of Ankita. Let's take a break. On the other side, we'll bring you our good news today's story. It comes from Rajasthan, from Jodhpur, Ashok Gehlot's hometown, but it's not about the Chief Minister. We'll tell you more. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
I noticed something new. You started using a new body lotion.
Fun.
I'm so sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework. It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
It's 7:20 already. The kickoff's in 5 minutes. Get all the boys. We have the entire place to ourselves, man. Not working?
Of course it is. But I don't want you guys to be using this bathroom. So use the other one.
Hey, I noticed something new. You've started using a new body lotion.
Fun.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Rajasthan seems to be the flavor of the day because our good news today story also comes from Rajasthan. Meet Anuradha Arora, a self-trained coffee artist from Jodhpur, draws flowers, trees, hills on coffee. That's right, she does it using chocolate sauce, edible colors and toothpick. Call it good news or only in India. It's our special report at the end of the show. You stay well, stay safe. Good night. Jai Hind. Happy Navratra. Bye for now.
From paintings on white plain canvas to beautiful pictures on brown coffee frost. There is no boundary for art. A beautiful rose with a good morning message on your coffee can make your day. Anuradha Arora, a coffee artist from Jodhpur, can draw anything on coffee frost. Flowers, trees, hills, and even portraits. She does it using chocolate sauce, edible colors and toothpick.
स्टार्ट में कुछ रिटर्न मैटर लिख देती थी, हैप्पी बर्थडे या विशेस या कुछ जस्ट नॉर्मल आउटलाइन ड्रॉ ऐसे बना दिया करती थी। पर जब जैसे जैसे प्रैक्टिस शुरू हो गया उस पर कुछ पोर्ट्रेट बनाने स्टार्ट किए। मैं पोर्ट्रेट आर्टिस्ट हूँ तो मैंने भी कॉफ़ी के ऊपर कुछ पोर्ट्रेट बनाने के लिए ट्राई किया और बनते बनते कॉफ़ी पे पोर्ट्रेट भी बनने लगे। कुछ ऑर्डर्स भी आने लगे। काफ़ी लोग कॉफ़ी के ऊपर पोर्ट्रेट बनवाने के लिए एज एन ऑर्डर और वीडियोस बनवाने के लिए आने लगे।
It was during lockdown that she started to paint on coffee. With regular practice, she became an expert.
ये जो लॉकडाउन पीरियड था उसमें मैंने कॉफ़ी पे आर्ट बनाने की प्रैक्टिस स्टार्ट करी। प्रॉपर लॉकडाउन में बहुत सारा टाइम मिल गया था, सब लोग बिल्कुल फ्री थे और मैंने भी फ्री टाइम के अंदर कॉफ़ी पे कुछ पेंटिंग प्रेजेंट करने की कोशिश करी और बनते बनते कुछ आर्ट स्पेशल निकल ही आई।
To help others realize their artistic talents, Anuradha has now started classes for painting, sketching, portraits and coffee painting free of cost. Bureau Report, India Today.
So sorry for the delay. I was on another call. It just kept going on.
No, Papa. You were in a steam bath.
Steam bath? At home?
Two steam bath he takes.
Go to your homework.
Tana na dir dir dim, tana dim tana. Tadare dani tana na dir dir dim tana dim tana takita 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 digina tikita dim tana tanum tadare dani tadani dim tana tanum tanum tananum tadere na
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
in association with Bharti AXA Life Insurance. Do the smart thing. Hetic Fittings. Make your furniture work beautifully. LIC. हर पल आपके साथ. Arson, stone pelting and vandalism. PFI activists on the rampage after raids. Petrol bombs hurled at RSS and BJP leaders. Violence on the streets of Kerala and Tamil Nadu. BJP President JP Nadda calls Kerala a hotspot of terror.
Kerala is now becoming hotspot of terrorism. Kerala is becoming an hotspot of fringe elements. Life is not safe. An ordinary citizen is not finding himself to be safe.
SDPI netas will finish you threat to the RSS.
RSSന്റെ വേട്ടപ്പട്ടികളോട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പറയാനുള്ളത് നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ തോറ്റു തരില്ല. ഒന്നല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ആദർശം ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും.
PFI spreading its terror tentacles. That's our top focus on India First.
So ever since the nationwide pre-dawn raids that happened at 93 different locations across 15 states in total, and in total secrecy, that resulted in the arrest of top leadership of this radical Islamist organization, the Popular Front of India, the cadre have been on the rampage. And you're looking at those images, hurling petrol bombs, targeting public property. But were some states actually permitting the PFI to run riot? Vote bank politics above national security? And is this a show of strength of the PFI before it turns India into an Islamic state? Remember the Phulwari Sharif document, and we'll talk about this in greater detail on the broadcast. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with the headlines on India First. Rajasthan Congress split wide open. Ashok Gehlot digs his heels in as the camp refuses Sachin Pilot as Chief Minister. All eyes now on Sonia Gandhi as the party observers recommend disciplinary action. Centre's digital strike on fake news. Information and Broadcasting Ministry asks YouTube to down 45 videos from 10 channels aimed at spreading hatred amongst religious communities. External Affairs Minister takes a dig at the US over the decision to send F-16 sustainment package to Pakistan. Dr. Jaishankar says US enabling Pak to resist counter-terror operations. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez in court. The actor awaits questions on her link with conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. The Bollywood diva has been granted interim bail. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India in the Foxconn plant near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. Big story coming in. The Maharashtra Anti-Terror Squad has said the RSS headquarters in Nagpur and several top BJP leaders are on the target of Islamist organization Popular Front of India. Members of the Popular Front of India have plans to collect information about the movement of top RSS leaders during the annual Dashera event organized by the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh in different parts of the country. And this revelation comes just a week after the National Investigation Agency and the Enforcement Directorate, along with the Central Reserve Police Force and several state police forces, raided those associated with the PFI in 15 different states and arrested 106 PFI activists, cadre and supporters. On this big story, I want to quickly cut across to India Today's Shiv Arur. Shiv, barely a couple of days after those raids and after information started coming in, these are huge revelations that come in from the Maharashtra ATS.
That's right, Gaurav. This takes things entirely to the next level. Remember, the glare on the PFI has been on for many years now. In the last few months, it has been particularly intense, starting with the hijab protests, then the protests following the prophet remark by Nupur Sharma, the CA protests last year, the Ghazwa-e-Hind conspiracy in Patna, the training school under the guise of a karate school in Telangana. Several such incidents have been linked directly, to the PFI or some of its affiliates and are active investigations by the NIA. But for the Maharashtra anti-terror squad to now come out and say that there were actual terror-style plans by the PFI against selected targets, including the RSS headquarters and possible senior functionaries, for which the PFI plan to, collect information during the upcoming Dussehra event, is very, very unsettling. It is possibly part of an overall effort, Gaurav, to build a final case, for the government, both at the state level as well as the centre, to finally bring into effect a ban on the PFI that has been so elusive so far, for shape-shifting political considerations, local compulsions, etc. A total ban on the PFI has been totally elusive for many, many years now, despite many states, including the poll-bound Karnataka government, constantly asking for a ban on the PFI. So whether what the Maharashtra ATS is saying will finally provide that last push before a ban comes into effect is anybody's guess. But it looks like the shadow of that ban has just gotten very, very dark, and it's possibly inevitable going forward now.
Shiv, keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more. Will this radical Islamist organization, the Popular Front of India, be banned remains the big question, and if so, by when? From Tamil Nadu to Kerala, this radical outfit, its cadre, its supporters, activists, they've gone on a violent rampage, and their target, RSS and BJP workers and leaders. The attacks have transitioned into blatant calls for violence from another radical outfit, the SDPI. Many argue that's a front for the Popular Front of India. The BJP has hit back at these attacks. In fact, JP Nadda, BJP president, has gone to the extent of saying that Kerala is becoming a hotbed and a hotspot for terror and fringe element. The DMK, of course, remains defiant. We bring you this report.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA, the act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shibi Mol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
Those images of arson, those images of violence and vandalism, is this a show of strength by this radical Islamist outfit? Arrest leaders and the cadre will hurl petrol bombs and threaten to disrupt peace. And why is this even being permitted? All those who think they can get away by taking law in their hands, the question is, why are they not in jail? Joining me on India First is Vikram Singh, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, someone who's dealt with radical Islamist outfits. Shubh Ashtra is a political analyst and Shoaib Jamai is a respected Islamic scholar. And I want to begin by asking you, Mr. Jamai, is this some kind of a show of strength as mentioned in that Phulwari Sharif document of the Popular Front of India? The aim, turn India into an Islamist state by 2047. Before that, pick up every opportunity so that the state knows the power of such Islamists. Is that what is happening, sir?
No, I think between BJP, RSS and PFI, there is a love and hate story going on. On the ideological front, they are very same. On the other perspective, that once wanted India to become an extremist Islamist country, another wanted India to be an extremist Hindutva country. So on that basis, you can say they were foes, and these attacks between RSS and PFI, even before in Kerala, we have seen RSS was involved in bomb attacks, PFI was involved in counter attacks. In Bengal also we have seen. So there is nothing to do between Hindu and Muslim communities, specifically between two fringe elements, two fringe organizations which are responsible for widespread violence in the country.
I want to understand, are you giving some kind of an intellectual cover fire to a radical Islamist outfit? But let me take this to Shurashtra. Shubhashtra, is this a PFI show of strength? And respond, ma'am, if you would, to Shoaib Jamai saying it's RSS doing one thing, PFI responding to that.
Gauravji, thank you for inviting me to this show. I don't want to respond to people who make preposterous claims and who have no idea of how both the organizations function. I don't think any document by the RSS or any document by any ideological outfit of the RSS has ever talked about, Hinduization of India by XYZ 2047 or whatever. I also don't think that professors like TJ Joseph, their hands have been severed off, chopped off. Or why just Professor TJ Joseph? There have been so many cases across the length and breadth of Kerala in which PFI has been involved. I mean, the state government has, come up with reports like that. I don't think any analyst or any scholar worth their salt would try to equate the RSS with the PFI. There's a serious charge against PFI that has been levied ever since, it came to light in 2010. It's not a one-off incident. It's not a one-off case. There have been so many cases of Islamic radicalization, and I'm sure the DGP here will shed light on the whole business of Islamic fundamentalism and PFI and the role of PFI there. There is no such document or there is no such event.
Is this the intellectual cover fire, and is this what we need to guard against, Mr. Vikram Singh? I want to understand the real nation breakers, if I may. And this is where the Phulwari Sharif document of the PFI, according to Bihar police, gives details. You know, sir, you are well aware of that document. What is your take, one, on PFI cadre resorting to violence and arson on the streets, and Mr. Jamai, a respected Islamic scholar, drawing parallels, or do you think it's a false parallel with the RSS, sir?
Mr. Gaurav, let me tell you once and for all that the nation requires to deal it with an iron fist. These are goons, and this is not the first time that we have dealt with goons. We have given a befitting reply to all the anti-national elements who have surfaced in the last 35 years. And all of them are now extinct. And those that are prospering like growth of mushrooms during the rainy season do so because of the complicity of the state governments. Whether it was Phulwari Sharif or whether it is Kerala or whether it is Tamil Nadu, let me tell you once and for all that nobody can fight the might of the state. The PFI have prospered because somebody was breathing oxygen into them and to the systems. That is why they were allowed to collect 120 crores in their bank accounts and 120 crores through crowdfunding. And all absolutely ill-gotten wealth. Now, coming to the false equivalence, obviously there can be no comparison. When I say I will never take the name of RSS, BJP, Congress or any party, whoever has transgressed the rule of law will be dealt with within the ambit of law. And under these circumstances, nobody has a right to use any community or any name of any religious book or any other thing. If they have transgressed the rule of law, there can be no false equivalence, whether it's the RSS, whether it's the PFI, with anybody. They shall be and would be taken to task. But throwing petrol bombs, saying we will finish you in 10 seconds, well, let us see who will finish whom. You now seem to be aware that the might of the state, when it comes down like a ton of bricks on you, you'll forget what Jack Robinson spells like. Do not challenge the state.
Interesting. You should point that out, sir. And Mr. Shoaib Jamai, I want to understand this from you. Does a radical Islamist organization like PFI, does PFI actually represent Indian Muslims? Why would a respected Islamic scholar like Shoaib Jamai stand up in defense of a radical Islamist outfit that's breaking buses or hurling petrol bombs, sir?
Space nahi hai, seedhe yahi pe hai.
Of course not, Gaurav. You are trying to paint me with some nefarious picture, but I am very much vocal against the PFI and RSS and Bajrang Dal and VHP with the same equal force and in the same echo.
So you're not standing with the PFI? That's heartening to hear. Go on, sir.
Yes, I am very much agree with my fellow panelist, DGP Vikram Singh ji, that we should take stern action against all the nefarious activities or those who infringes the law of the land. But let me respond to my another fellow panelist, Subhashra, when she says that there is no evidence or proof that the other Hindutva elements or the affiliatory groups of the RSS were involved in such kind of activity. Let me give you one example. In Maharashtra, Nanded, Yashwant Shinde has given a affidavit in the court of the Nanded and said that the RSS were involved in the bomb-making training camp in the 3 places of the Maharashtra, and it was given in the written format with the affidavit. And this Yashwant Shinde was the same RSS functionary in which house the bomb blast went off 16 years ago. And who were those?
Sir, do you see anyone defending? Do you see anyone defending that? Do you see anyone defending that? I don't understand. I don't understand why would a Shoaib Jamai or these chaps who are out on the streets with petrol bombs come up in defense? That is it religion? Just because they follow the same religion as you will stand up for somebody who's trying to burn down our country. Why? That's the point I want to understand.
Gaurav, either I am a Muslim or something, I absolutely not going to defend PFI or any other kind of activities of the nefarious
then why draw false equivalence or any equivalence? Let the police take action in whatever case.
Yes.
Why this Amitabh Bachchan ki दीवार की line, जाओ पहले उससे sign करा के लाओ, जाओ पहले उससे sign करा के लाओ? That's not the way the law of the land functions.
Intentionally, I am trying to drawing a parallel because we have to
or you are trying to give cover fire. You are trying to give cover fire to a radical Islamist organization, and is it because of religion? But let me take that to Subhashra also. Subhashra, why target the PFI? Because the fact remains, where is the proof Where is the proof that PFI is a terror gang, as has been claimed by many, madam?
Gaurav, I think a lot of state governments who are not run by RSS functionaries or BJP functionaries or any, has any association with the right wing, those state governments have actually submitted reports after reports implicating the PFI with terror-linked activities. Kerala has submitted a report. Tamil Nadu submitted a report. I think Andhra Pradesh and Telangana also has reports on the PFI. These are all state governments who are absolutely, Jharkhand as well. So at the end of the day, when all these state governments are coming up with reports after reports talking about PFI's nefarious links, we also see a strand of Islamic radicalization going on in these areas. Jharkhand is sitting on a hotbed of Islamic radicalization as we speak. There are areas and districts specifically in Jharkhand which are, where cases are being reported almost on a daily basis. Why do we not then link it to the PFI? My question is very simple, and this has nothing to do with any government per se. You are very right in asking where is the proof. In fact, the central government and these state governments should put up their might together, collect all kinds of evidence which is available, and there are plenty in the public domain. Go after PFI, ban the organization. We were kids when we used to learn about these incidents
at various levels. Because Dr. Vikram Singh, I want to take the example of Siddique Kappan, for example. The Supreme Court granted Siddique Kappan bail despite the government's case that he was an agent provocator for terror gang. But sir, where is the corroborative evidence that this is a terror gang and that he's an agent who was trying to provoke tension in Hathras? That evidence seems to be lacking.
Kappan, I believe, Mr. Gaurav, that our case went by default. Do you feel it's natural for a person from Kerala who generally probably would not visit any part of Uttar Pradesh, comes with inflammatory material, also armed, does not know the local dialect, and also has material pertaining to the PFI and the SDPI? Is it natural? We welcome every journalist to come and raise issues that pertain to misgovernance and atrocity on any woman. And what happened in Hathras was a tragedy. But we do not allow people, and we must not allow people to fish in troubled waters. We are a vibrant democracy. If you have any reservations about the investigation, which I had, and I spoke on your channel, I also had reservations about the way it was handled. But the fact of the matter is, I would be the last person to permit any agent provocateur to come and make a mess of the law and order situation. And to that extent, I think Kappan did not get any relief from any court. And Kappan even today has not been acquitted of charges, Gauravji. He is just out on bail and does not absolve him of all the charges that are leveled against him. He's just out on bail. Nevertheless, I would fault the UP government and the police for not pursuing the case with the same vigor as they had pursued in the trial court and also in the High Court. I wish they had put their best foot forward in the Supreme Court also.
Fair enough. I've run out of time on this part of the debate, but the fact remains, radical elements, you need to go after them with an iron fist, because our society needs to be free of such elements. A lot of claims are being made. They need to be proven in courts of law. I now want to shift focus to the other big story we're tracking out in India today, and that's the anti-hijab protests that have been raging on in Iran for the past 10 days. So far, more than 40 people have been killed in these demonstrations. Now, 20-year-old Hadith Najafi, her images went viral as the ponytail girl. She's been shot dead. She took 6 bullets in her chest, face and neck because she didn't want to wear a hijab, and they tried for freedom from hijab.
Called the ponytail girl, Hadith Najafi went viral after she posted a video of herself tying her blonde hair before joining an anti-hijab protest in Iran. She was one of the many women who have been protesting for 10 days and counting. Since the death of 22-year-old Masa Amini, who died in police custody after she was beaten for defying hijab rules. Hadith Najafi too has now been shot dead. She took 6 bullets in the chest, face and neck. Officially, at least 41 people have died in Iran in a countrywide pushback against the country's conservative laws, which mean women have to wear a hijab when in public. In another viral video, sister of one of the men who died in protest cut her hair at her brother's funeral. Women have been filmed cutting their hair and burning their headscarves to the cheers of men and women across Iran and the world. A Persian version of the 19th century Italian protest folk song Bella Ciao in support of anti-hijab protesters has also flooded the internet. In response to the dissent, the Iranian government attempted to implement a nationwide internet shutdown, with services like Instagram and WhatsApp also disabled. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter and YouTube have been blocked for years. As Iranian women fight against the hijab, in India, protests broke out at a girls' school in Kozhikode, Kerala, where Muslim student bodies held a demonstration demanding that girls be allowed to wear hijab in school. The showdown escalated outside Providence Girls Higher Secondary School in Kozhikode after a class 11 hijab-wearing student was allegedly not allowed entry. Bleeding Iranians are crying, hijab is not a choice. Has Iran silenced hijab hypocrites in India? Bureau Report, India Today.
In Iran, where women are actually facing bullets, they say hijab is not a choice. That is all I have for you on India First this evening. Many thanks for watching. Coming up next is Business Today with Abha Bakaya.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Not only Kohinoor, but the UK has many other valuable things in possession that were looted or stolen from India. Tipu Sultan's ring was allegedly taken from his dead body by the Britishers after he lost the battle in 1799. Reportedly, the ring was sold at an auction in the UK to an unidentified bidder. In the 19th century, a beautiful wine jar was stolen by Colonel Charles Seton Guthrie and sent to Britain. The white jade wine cup belongs to Shah Jahan, the Emperor of the Mughal Kingdom. Since 1962, the cup has been placed at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. The Amravati marbles are presently on display at the British Museum in London. It's a collection of 70 pieces depicting India's famed Amravati sculptures. The British discovered the sculptures almost 140 years ago, and in 1859 they were shipped to the UK from Madras. And it's not just these, but the British took several valuables from other countries as well. These items include the Great Star of Africa diamond, the largest diamond in the world, Greece's Elgin marbles, France's Rosetta Stone, and many more.
By CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Weak global cues take the Wall Street to its lowest level in 2 months. Sensex and Nifty lose over a percentage each. Mid-cap index falls over 3%. Rupee weakens to an all-time low of 81 rupees and 65 paise to the dollar as fears of global recession send the greenback surging to multi-year highs against most of its rivals. All eyes on RBI's rate decision later this week. Brent crude slips to an 8-month low of $85 a barrel. Fears of recession and a skyrocketing dollar burns the market. Price is down 18% this month. Later on the show, we get you an exclusive conversation with Nirmal Jain of IIFL Group, where he talks about his outlook, rate hike expectations, and the steep fall in the rupee. Unprecedented crackdown on online gaming companies across India. Gaming giant Gamescraft issued a notice of 21,000 crore rupees by the Director General of GST Intelligence. It's a big bang start to festive season. Samsung India sells over 1.2 million units of its Galaxy smartphones in just one day of online sales, worth 1,000 crore rupees. 4 trading days and 13 lakh crore rupees of investor wealth wiped out. The Sensex fell over 900 points today to a 2-month low, while the Nifty closed 311 points lower. Dalal Street has had a rough past few days, with stocks falling on worries of global inflation levels and slower economic growth. Higher interest rates have become a major worry as the US Fed and other Western central banks raised rates last week to multi-year highs. India's Monetary Policy Committee is also meeting this week and will announce its next interest rate moves on Friday.
A massive 75 basis point rate hike announced on 22nd September by the US Federal Reserve, clearly indicating that the pain of inflation is not ending in the US anytime soon. A day later, the UK followed suit. Both the countries are currently grappling with prices at a 40-year high. The rate hikes, instead of soothing the jumpy financial markets, have made investors more jittery and uncertain as to when the upward march of the cost of money will stop.
At some point, as the stance of monetary policy tightens further, it will become appropriate to slow the pace of increases while we assess how our cumulative policy adjustments are affecting the economy and inflation.
Inflation in India, which rose to 7% in August, is clearly beyond the comfort band of 2 to 6% set by the Monetary Policy Committee. Analysts say it is a given that the Indian Central Bank will also raise rates this coming Friday. A poll by Business Today TV reveals that a majority of respondents are expecting a 0.5 percentage point hike. There is, however, another school of thought which feels that the current inflation level is not as much as a concern as the potential economic slowdown which repeated interest rate hikes may bring.
Yes, we have some amount of this imported inflation problem, but our supply side is in good shape. Our core inflation, the underlying inflation of our system, is not a concern. Domestically driven inflation has peaked out. Core inflation has peaked out. But can I make some statement about what will happen to energy prices abroad? No. Will we be immune, given that we are a major importer of many commodities? Are we immune to global trends? No. There will also perhaps be some turbulence to food prices given the droughts around the world. And even in India, we have had uneven rainfall.
The US markets have been skidding for the past 40 days, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average having lost more than $4 trillion in market cap since a high of 34,152 on the 16th of August. India's stock market has lost around 13 lakh crore rupees in just the past 4 trading sessions.
Almost all the asset classes are down,
Yes.
apart from equities. If you can look at the rupee, if you can look at the commodities like oil or even gold prices. So all the fall is coming at the same time, and that is something which is creating panic across global markets and the Indian markets. So I think it's a very important aspect that investors should be very cautious at this point of time.
Another big victim of the sharp rate hikes in the US are global currencies which have plunged to historic lows against the greenback. While European currencies are among the worst hit, the Indian rupee also touched its all-time low of 81.65 to the US dollar in trade today. The rupee has fallen by around 2 rupees 40 paise in just a week, despite the billions of dollars sold by the RBI. Bureau Report, Business Today TV.
Our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee, joining us now. Udayan, domestic markets have been in a bit of a tailspin. What are you making of the kind of selling, the kind of hammering we've been seeing?
Well, we spoke about it, Abha, a fortnight ago, you'll recall, when we spoke last. And I did mention to you that it would surprise me a lot if the global markets did not see another leg down between now and the rest of the year. But it has happened probably a little sooner than I had expected. So this fall does not surprise me at all, because at 18,000 on the Nifty, I thought there was a lot of exuberance which was creeping into the market. Things were not that hunky-dory globally or locally. And sure enough, there's been global panic since then. The global volatility has shot up. The Fed seems absolutely relentless in its drive against inflation. And contrary to earlier expectations that rates might have peaked in the West. And I think what's going on, I mean, if we are talking purely about India, but sitting here, I mean, if I look at what's going on across the world and what's going on with currencies particularly, I mean, what's going on with the euro or the British pound versus the dollar is nothing short of scary, because we haven't seen moves like that in many, many years, if not decades. So I think there's a fair amount of panic and flux which is there in the global situation. And I'm not surprised that India has come off very quickly from 18,000 to 17,000 Nifty. And I think the last 1,000-point fall in the Nifty would have hurt quite a few traders quite badly. Now, the key question is, India has been so resilient over the last couple of years versus in these phases of global turmoil. This time too, will it get off around this kind of levels, or is the market headed much lower down from here? So fingers crossed on that. But I think the next couple of weeks, and October, you will recall, has traditionally been a rocky market, a difficult kind of a month to predict. So, and many times bottoms have been made in the month of October. So we'll have to just negotiate the next 2 or 4 weeks pretty carefully, because I suspect the global situation might rock us a bit more.
With the global rout continuing, Indian markets have also fallen in tandem, with relentless rate hikes by the Fed, central banks around the world, adding to nervousness with investors. Will this lead to the market hitting a bottom yet again? Udayan Mukherjee, our global business editor, and I spoke with Nirmal Jain, founder and chairman IIFL Group, about the current market conditions. Listen in to an excerpt of that conversation.
You know, it's the global situation which is the problem. I mean, we keep talking about how India is outperforming, but the global situation keeps getting worse every month. How worried are you that if this continues, I mean, despite our strengths, the Indian market might get damaged as well, in line with what's going on with the global rout?
No, I agree with you. Then we can't be completely untouched by the global rout, and things are aggravated a lot more than what people expected. So if you look at the US interest rate, then the expectations of the peak rates have been going up every month, and now also people are talking about 4.5, but there's no clarity. You are in UK, you know it better than me probably, that the 2-year bond yield in UK has gone up from 0.4 to 4% in 1 year, and on top of that, so I mean, there are issues about supply chain bottleneck coming from China's zero COVID policy, the elections in many countries, including Brazil and Italy, and on top of that, the dollar appreciating is bad for all other currencies. So in this kind of environment, I don't think that one can be, live in a completely worry-free world that India is a sweet spot. Yes, India is doing better. And given the fact that investment, whenever the dust settles, if investment is not going to flow to China and Russia, then by default, India will have an advantage. But having said that, I think the volatility in the currency and the global markets will definitely impact India. And one more thing to worry about India is that the valuations have been at high altitude. So there are concerns, and one should be cautious.
Do you see the market going back to the previous bottom that we touched? I mean, we are still a couple of thousand points on the Nifty above that. Do you think a retest of that is likely through this painful phase, or do you think this time the bottom might be higher. The price damage may not be that significant. I mean, what's your guess?
I would think that India might do better because a few things, in terms of macroeconomic environment has been very good, tax collections are good, and India has managed the oil thing also very well by balancing its imports from Russia and other countries. So all things put together, and earnings of some of the sectors have been good. IT is a big sector that will benefit by currency depreciation, but I don't know. I'm not a technical analyst to figure out where the bottom and resistance are. But if you ask me, short-term volatility is there. But if you, at the same time, whenever the things, basically whenever US inflation starts heading down and things start recovering and there's stability, then India will be a big beneficiary, which is much different from the earlier crisis, because in manufacturing as well as investment, world is looking at an alternative to China, which is a large economy, and India stands to gain. And on top of that, the stability in political front here and the economic reforms, which government has been undertaking, they will also benefit the foreign investor sentiment. So, I mean, just to sum up, whenever things recover, India has a better chance of recovering faster. And Indian valuations, I think, will remain at a premium given the growth environment being very favorable and also the political environment being stable.
Right. Let me ask you a fundamental question, Nirmal, because while the world is panicking, of course, we'll get hit because of the route through FII outflows, etc. But fundamentally, the fact that we've got a Reserve Bank meeting coming up and where expectations are that they may even raise by up to 50 basis points, what about these factors like rising interest rates in India or some kind of earnings damage filtering in through the global situation? Do you think fundamentally one needs to temper down optimism at all over the next year or so?
I agree with you. I mean, the expectations and the optimism has to be controlled, and some of the speculative forces that had come into the market, there will also be very sharp corrections there. Given, I think 50 basis point rate increase is expected in this week's MPC meeting, and primarily because the currency will be under tremendous pressure otherwise. So Reserve Bank will have to look at not only the inflation but also look at the the global developments, and particularly in the US, and the impact of that on the rupee, because a lot of money will now flow to, if you look at US mortgages are now at 6.5%, so obviously a lot of money will flow to US bonds and US debt market, and that basically will be squeezing the emerging market, and even India can be impacted. And under these kind of environment, I think interest cost will damage, and interest cost beyond a point can damage the demand also. While India will do better than the rest of the world, but expectations have to be moderated. And this year and next year, I think there will be earnings disappointment in many sectors, arising from two things. One is the cost increase because of interest and inflationary pressure in many commodities and even locally. And secondly, the impact on demand because of higher interest and this kind of environment. And also global markets, if they come under recession, then the exports will be impacted, and that also will affect many industries adversely. So I think, tone down the expectations. We may be better than the rest of the world, but still that doesn't mean that everything will be hunky-dory and any kind of optimism will be rewarded.
Okay, fair enough, and I guess we've been witnessing that in the last few sessions, Nirmal. But where does one look then for a safe investment when it comes to the markets right now? Would you go via specific pockets, or would you stay extremely stock specific at a time like this?
No, I would go rather, if the assets which are to be allocated to equity, I'll have a balanced approach. And at this point in time, if you see, market basically swings, and the two large sectors are tech and technology and bank. So earlier technology were hammered down and there was a huge short position there and long bank, and in last couple of days probably we are seeing a reversal of that. But as an investor, I'd probably make a balanced portfolio. Okay. Of course, bottom up stock, picking of fundamental good stocks is good. But otherwise, sectorally, probably one can have a balanced approach. So as far as India is concerned, that maybe a little bit of sweet spot, because if the economy does well, even if 7% might become in a very conservative scenario 6%, then also is good. IT, bank, two large sectors, but even capital goods, engineering, all of them should do well because government probably is, will continue to invest aggressively in infrastructure. Tax collection is good, so that basically gives some more strength to the government's determination or resolve to make sure that they try to propel the economy as much as possible. So I would say that, make a balanced portfolio. I mean, that's the best thing to do.
You can catch the full interview on businesstoday.in as well as our YouTube channel. The rupee rout continues with the Indian currency hitting a fresh record low with the dollar index at a two-decade high. The rupee plummeted to 81.62 versus the dollar at the time of close. The greenback rose sharply against most major currencies on fears of a global recession from the rising borrowing rates worldwide. The US yield rising to a 13-year high added to the vulnerability of the rupee. It was not only the Indian rupee that was taking a hit, all Asian currencies were in the red. All major currencies around the globe tumbling versus the dollar this year. It's the Pakistan rupee, the pound, the Japanese yen all falling over 20% compared to the dollar. The Chinese yuan, euro and South Korean won have also witnessed a major fall as the dollar momentum picked up. We take a very quick break. More top stories on the other side.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi ? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel, où on demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment des difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Unprecedented action against online gaming companies in India underway, with the Director General of GST Intelligence issuing notices to all such companies in the country. Sources say the department is looking at recovering more than 2.5 lakh rupees from the online gaming industry. My colleague Karishma Sudani has more on this.
Well, absolutely major tax crackdown when it comes to GST. We are being told that DGGI, which is Director General of GST Intelligence, has started issuing show cause notices to various online gaming organizations and companies because of certain GST tax evasions and fake invoices being submitted. Sources have told us that the Bengaluru wing of GST department has issued a show cause notice worth ₹21,000 crore to Bangalore-based online gaming company called Gamescraft Technology. In fact, Gamescraft to Business Television has acknowledged about this show cause notice and is, of course, wanting to cooperate in this whole investigation. But we are picking up that the government is now, of course, tightening the nose and will look at further recovery. In fact, sources have told us about 2.5 lakh crore recovery is what government is expecting from online gaming industry. Recently, Supreme Court also has issued notices to certain online online gaming companies. All this comes in the backdrop of what the GST Council will actually do when it comes to taxation. Next month when they meet, is it going to be 28% tax on online gaming? The debate still stands if it's skill gaming, chance gaming, or just mere betting that most parties to this argument have been saying.
Thanks for that, Karishma. In a signal of consumer priorities amidst high inflation, Samsung India has said that it sold over 1.2 million units worth an astounding 1,000 crores of its Galaxy smartphone, and that too on the very first day of online festive sales. Samsung has slashed prices of Galaxy series smartphones between 17 to 60% this festive season. Meanwhile, the consumer electronics giant has launched a co-branded credit card with Axis Bank.
As we kickstart the festivities, we're really happy to announce the launch of the Samsung Axis Bank credit card. And coming to your question, we think that this card is going to be a major affordability lever going forward as well. The industry is poised for a double-digit growth, and Samsung is poised to, we are targeting a 30% growth over the previous period during the festive season. And we've had a very great start to the festive period. On the first day of the online sales festivals, we've basically sold 1.2 million Galaxy devices and business of about 1,000 crores in one day. So it's a great start indeed, and we're looking forward to more.
While fears of recession are looming large, casting a shadow on the jobs sector, a survey conducted by Aon has given a ray of hope amid the gloom and doom. Salaries in India are expected to increase by 10.4% in 2023 as compared to an annual rise of 10.6% to date in 2022. My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke with Jang Bahadur Singh, director from Aon. Here an excerpt of that conversation.
You bring in the good news for us. So help us with some of those highlights that give you the confidence that in an otherwise, weaker sentiment kind of market that we are in right now, when everybody is talking about perhaps, a recession coming in globally in the developed markets in 2023, your survey actually indicates that back home, salaries would actually increase. That could be a complete contrast and a happy news for, people back home in India.
No, absolutely. I think you've already spoken about the headwinds, Sakshi, and that's a fact that remains, be it around volatility or be it around geopolitical uncertainty. But the fact of the matter is that majority of the Indian, the number that we see is also backed up by some very strong tailwinds, which is one that if we look at the Indian corporate India today, one is that there is a fair amount of the corporate sector which is actually decoupled from the global economy. Now, I'm essentially talking about the more traditional sectors like hospitality, real estate, manufacturing, auto. And all of us have seen how demand is picking up, especially in the rural segment. Flights are absolutely full. People are talking about revenge travel, revenge buying. So there's a very strong sentiment that is being driven by the homegrown consumer. The second piece is that while, yes, if we look at these headwinds in the US and the other Western economies, they are likely to have an impact on our IT and ITES sector. Okay. But the demand for these sectors, for digital talent, for those services still remains strong. So what we're essentially observing is that, yes, as compared to 2022, the overall number for India comes down from 10.6% to 10.4%. And a lot of that downward trend is also being experienced in these sectors. Having said that, there are still very real, from an input side perspective, the war for talent is still raging on. It has only probably moderated to a degree. It hasn't really subsided. And in such an environment where everyone is going after digital talent, in India, what we've realized is that it's a very demand-supply driven metric when we look at salary increases. And these are some of the factors that are contributing to an absolute number that continues to be among one of the highest in the last 5-6 years. Whereas if we look at it from a year-on-year perspective, maybe yes, from 2022, there's a slight moderation down to 10.4%.
Okay, so double-digit salary increase, that's a positive. It's slightly moderated from the previous year. It could moderate in the year 2023, and that could be because of the global headwinds that we are facing right now. But when you talk about, perhaps some of the sectors you mentioned, IT, which is not seeing some good days right now. It's facing a lot of pressure because of the kind of slowdown that we are seeing in US, which is their largest client. But which are the sectors that you expect to give these maximum or highest salary increases going forward from here?
Yeah. So interestingly, while there is a downturn in sentiment in the IT sector, if we actually look at the top five sectors from an overall absolute number perspective, that actually continue to be these similar ones. So we are looking at e-commerce, we are looking at high tech, we are interestingly looking at professional services. But one segment probably which will be the silver lining in all of this would be the ITES.
And so we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी न जाओ छोड़कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, अभी अभी तो आए हो बहार बन के छाई हो, हवा जरा महक तो ले, नजर जरा बहक तो ले, ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा.
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
You're with the news here on India Today with me, Shiv Arur. Let's get you straight to the headlines we're tracking at this hour. No end to the Congress desert storm in Rajasthan. Gehlot digs in his heels as Sachin Pilot waits for a directive from the High Command. India Today confronts Bollywood actor Jacqueline Fernandez in court in Delhi. Actor evades questions on link to conman Sukesh. The actor has been granted interim bail as relief. 20-year-old ponytail girl who went viral for participating in Iran's anti-hijab protest shot dead. Meanwhile in India, pro-hijab stir spreads to Kerala now. Apple starts manufacturing iPhone 14 in India at Foxconn's plant located near Chennai. The tech giant wants to move 25% of its entire iPhone production line to India by 2025. Deadly school shooting in Russian city of Izhevsk. At least 15 killed, 20 injured after gunman opened fire. Shooter then killed himself. The Congress that has been lurching from one crisis after another, especially after the Bharat Jodo Yatra began, is now facing absolute disaster in one of only two states where it remains in power. We're calling it Desert Storm, but that doesn't quite capture the scale of the tension, suspense and disaster for the grand old party in Rajasthan.
Camps on fire. Show of strength or an outright warning. An overwhelming majority of 108 party MLAs from the Ashok Gehlot camp in Rajasthan have put their party high command on notice. All this after the Chief Minister received the proverbial blessings from the Gandhis for Congress presidency. And before the 71-year-old war horse filed his nominations for the October 17 election.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
More than 85 MLAs loyal to Gehlot have rejected Rahul Gandhi's idea of one person, one post, even if the Rajasthan veteran takes over as Congress president. They made no secret of their dislike for Sachin Pilot, insisting Gehlot's replacement, if any, should be from among 102 MLAs who backed the state's Congress government when the former Deputy Chief Minister rebelled in 2021.
सोनिया गांधी जी, राहुल गांधी जी, एक अशोक गहलोत बनने में 50 बरस लगते हैं। मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, हमसे बहुत सीनियर, हम तो बच्चे हैं पॉलिटिक्स में, उनके सामने उम्र में भी बच्चे हैं। ये लोग मिलकर जो फैसला कर देंगे वो सब मान लेंगे, लेकिन पतो तो पड़े काई हो रही है। अशोक गहलोत जी को जब पार्टी आलाकमान ने आदेश दिया है और कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता देश उनकी तरफ देख रहा है, 3 बार के सीएम है, 3 बार प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रहे राजस्थान के, बहुत सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर हैं, तो वो बनेंगे, मुझे ऐसा लगता है, उनको बनना चाहिए। और इतना सुन लेना आप, राहुल गांधी जी की यात्रा से बीजेपी डरी है।
The Gehlot camp wants that the new party president post-October elections be instead empowered to decide who will lead the Rajasthan government. The AICC observers struggling to troubleshoot the crisis haven't minced their words either. They call their stance an act of indiscipline and they demand a call to conflict of interest.
जैसे मैंने सुबह भी कहा कि जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक जब करी जाती है, जब कांग्रेस विधायक दल की औपचारिक बैठक रखी जाती है, तो उसके पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायक दल की बैठक के पैरेलल कोई भी और विधायकों की अगर मीटिंग बुलाई जाए तो वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से इनडिसिप्लिन है, वो प्राथमिक दृष्टि से अनुशासन विरोधी है।
पार्टी को यूनाइटेडली रखना है और पार्टी के अंदर डिसिप्लिन रहना चाहिए।
For now, the Sachin Pilot camp maintained a low but firm profile till his loyalists put up his posters in Jodhpur.
हम सब लोग कांग्रेस में आस्था व्यक्त करते हैं। सब लोगों को मालूम है कि जो भी आलाकमान फैसला करेगा, जहां अधिकृत रूप से हमें बुलाया गया था, जहां फोन किया गया था, हम लोग पहुंच गए थे।
हमारे आलाकमान के ऑब्जर्वर कह रहे थे, उसमें फिर संकोच किस बात का है?
आपको लगता है कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए? उनका मानना है
वो सब टाइम पे सब चीजें हो जाएंगी, आपको चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं।
लेकिन सचिन पायलट सीएम बनते रह गए गहलोत की वजह से।
ये आलाकमान को तय करना है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि अशोक गहलोत का अब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष ना बनना तय है?
आपको क्या लगता है?
आप बताइए सर, नेता आप हैं, आप बताइए।
ये तो आम आदमी जानता है, एक बच्चे से पूछेंगे ना तो वो भी बता देगा। इतना एपिसोड होने के बाद में कोई गुंजाइश नहीं बढ़ती।
The Rajasthan crisis couldn't have come at a more critical time for the party when its leadership is trying hard to reverse its sagging fortunes. The leader tipped to replace the Gandhis, seen as tipping the balance in his favor before taking the saddle.
Now, in the face of a strong regional satrap like Ashok Gehlot flexing his political muscle, will the Congress High Command cower down or will it dig in its heels? The big question, will Ashok Gehlot fight for the President of the Congress? Will he file in his nomination? With camera person Ravikant Totawar, Devankur Vadhawan and Moshmi Singh in Jaipur, Preeti Chaudhary for India Today.
The man who thought he would be the Congress's chief minister in Rajasthan from 2018 as promised by Rahul Gandhi, a man who's been biding his time, a man who nearly left the party a couple of years ago, a man who's seen as a traitor, and a man who now saw a chance to finally fulfill his dream of becoming the chief minister, has seen it completely smashed to smithereens right in front of his eyes. Of course, we're talking about Sachin Pilot.
Sachin Pilot tried to take reins of Rajasthan thrice, but his shot at power crash-landed twice and appears to be meeting the same fate again. The crisis unfolding in Rajasthan has a haunting resemblance to his failed 2020 rebellion against the Ashok Gehlot government. This time too, he has failed to muster the numbers with over 90 MLAs rallying Chief Minister Gehlot. The Gehlot camp has made it clear that they will not accept anybody but him or his loyal as the Chief Minister.
अधिकतर एमएलए निकल गए थे वापस, फिर डोटासरा जी हम एमएलए को लेने आए, उनका था हमारी ये डिमांड है। डिमांड का मतलब ये थोड़ा ना कि हार्ड एंड फास्ट रूल है, पार्टी आला कमान का सम्मान भी करेंगे, जरूरत होगी तो आला कमान के आदेश पर हम ही लड़ने जाते हैं दिल्ली, देश की सड़कों पर हम लड़ेंगे, खून बहाएंगे अपना।
Some MLAs in the Gehlot faction have called Pilot a BJP stooge.
ये सारा षड्यंत्र जो है, जिस षड्यंत्र ने पंजाब खोया, वो राजस्थान भी खोने जा रहा है। ये तो आप लोग अपन लोग समझ जाएं, तब तो राजस्थान बचेगा, वरना राजस्थान भी हाथ से जाएगा।
Team Pilot, however, is adamant that he must be made the chief minister. They claim the rebellion is orchestrated by Gehlot himself.
ये जो कुछ हुआ उसके पीछे खुद मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत की व्यू रचना थी, उसके तहत ही सब कुछ जो सारी डेवलपमेंट सामने आई।
इस तरीके से इतनी बड़ी घटना हो जाए और यदि कंट्रोल नहीं रहा तो ये तो और भी बुरी बात है।
If it is any consolation for Pilot, the observers by the Congress High Command have described the happenings as indiscipline.
जब एक ऑफिशियल मीटिंग बुलाई गई है और उसी के पैरेलल अनऑफिशियल कोई मीटिंग बुलाए तो ये प्राथमिक दृष्टि से तो अनुशासनहीनता है। आगे इसके ऊपर देखेंगे क्या कार्रवाई होगी।
Sources tell India Today that the Gandhis may take action against Gehlot for allowing a meeting parallel to the CLP meet in Jaipur on Sunday. A red-faced Pilot has few options now. He can sulk over the snub and bite for time. He can engineer defections to pull down the government. Pilot could evade justice from the Gandhis and continue at the margins of Rajasthan Congress, or he can make peace and opt for a central role in the Grand Old Party. Will the Gandhis crack the whip on Gehlot, or will Pilot have to accept his fate? Bureau Report, India Today.
And as the Congress implodes in Rajasthan on live national television following India Today's news break, the BJP is smirking and scoffing from the sidelines. Who can blame them given that the BJP, at least this time, doesn't really have anything to do with what's going on? This is a totally Congress affair and the BJP cannot hold itself.
The discordant notes in Rajasthan Congress are music to the BJP's ears. As the Grand Old Party botched up its planned change of guard, the BJP came out all guns blazing. It called the Congress a sinking ship and sought Ashok Gehlot's resignation as Chief Minister.
दो चार लोगों ने विधायकों को जिस तरीके से भ्रमित करके, मिसगाइड करके और एक प्रकार से बंदी बना के उन्होंने जो नोटंकी की है, ये कहीं से ठीक नहीं है।
ये दो खेमों में बटी हुई सरकार है और कल तो स्पष्ट नजारा सामने नजर आया। ऐसा लगता है जैसे बाड़ेबंदी की सरकार 4 सालों से हम देख रहे हैं।
The BJP, which failed to dislodge Gehlot in 2020, attacked the Congress. One opposition leader after another came out taking pot shots at the Rajasthan ruling party. Union Minister Bhupendra Yadav shared a picture of Rahul Gandhi, Gehlot and Sachin Pilot taken in 2018. urging the Wayanad MP to unite his party before attempting to unite the country. State BJP President Satish Punia claimed the revolt in Congress showed the trends for 2023 Assembly elections.
विरासत में अशोक गहलोत ने एक ऐसी सरकार छोड़ी है, कोई देवता आके भी यदि इसको पलटना चाहे तो मुझे लगता है परिस्थितियों को बदल नहीं पाएगा। और कांग्रेस के लिए राजस्थान का मुझे लगता है ये एक आखिरी प्रयास है। उसके बाद 2023 और 23 के बाद कांग्रेस राजस्थान से हमेशा के लिए विदा होगी।
BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla took a jibe at Ajay Maken for saying Gehlot will be president.
बार बार राजस्थान की जनता के मुद्दों को पीछे करके कि किस प्रकार से राजस्थान में भ्रष्टाचार, बलात्कार, दंगा कम हो, इस पर कोई भी प्राथमिकता से कार्य नहीं किया गया है और बल्कि केवल सत्ता और सीट बचाने की कवायद लगातार राजस्थान देखता आ रहा है।
The Aam Aadmi Party too jumped into the arena.
जनता भी राजनीति पसंद नहीं करती है। जनता को भी ये तोड़ फोड़ की राजनीति, इसको खरीद लिया, उस MLA को खरीद लिया, वो जनता को पसंद नहीं आता है। पूरे देश को मैं समझता हूँ कि उम्मीद केवल और केवल आम आदमी पार्टी से है और बाकी सभी पार्टियों ने जो है वो 75 साल के अंदर अपना घर भरने के सिवा और कुछ नहीं किया बाकी लोगों ने।
Party MP Raghav Chadha took to Twitter claiming Arvind Kejriwal is the only option left now as the Congress is finished in the state. Bureau Report, India Today.
From Tamil Nadu to Kerala and elsewhere, the Popular Front of India has gone on the rampage, now descending to open calls for violence against the RSS and Sangh Parivar. Ahead of a shadow of a possible ban on the Popular Front of India, what will be the next step by the government? Take a look at this report.
In a matter of 4 days, this is the violence that has been unleashed in Tamil Nadu. Kanyakumari, Madurai, Tambaram, Coimbatore, Kunyamuttur. These are just a handful of petrol bombs attacks on BJP and RSS functionaries reported in the state, all prompted by the crackdown on PFI by the NIA. With homes of their cadre being targeted with bombs across the state, the Tamil Nadu BJP has sought Home Minister Amit Shah's intervention.
In 19 places, petrol bombs or property damage or office attacks has happened. What is very unfortunate in the whole episode is the way the government of Tamil Nadu is handling this whole process. Not even a single condemnation from the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu.
But despite the shocking crimes in Tamil Nadu, the DMK government is in denial.
This is Murasoli, the mouthpiece of DMK, where in the last page there have been 12 news articles that Murasoli claims is taken from the internet, and it actually suggests that these 12 crimes from nearly 2 years period, only BJP, RSS and Hindu Munani Netas have committed such petrol bomb crimes in the past because for political gains, and Murasoli is now showing probably that the Tamil Nadu police should go ahead and probe in such an angle, thereby kind of saying that this could be an inside job.
Sometimes when the people were harassed, they attack. See, this government is misusing NIA, that the act is there, but it is misused. Government will take care of law and order situation. It is taking care of the law and order situation now. See, only after BJP's entry that such things are happening.
It's a similar situation in Kerala, where days after violence rocked the state, targeted attacks have been reported on RSS functionaries. The PFI's political wing, SDPI, is resorting to open calls for violence with zero fear of the law.
ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് വിജയിക്കും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കണ്ണിലെണ്ണൊഴിച്ച് കാത്തിരിക്കുന്ന അരക്തസാക്ഷിത്വം ഞങ്ങൾ പുൽകും. ഞങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം, നന്നായി അറിയാം, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഭയമാണ്. ഇരുളിന്റെ മറവിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ നിങ്ങൾ വേട്ടയാടുമ്പോൾ പകൽ വെളിച്ചത്തിൽ 10 സെക്കൻഡിൽ നിങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം.
The BJP is now demanding answers from the left government and accusing the Vijayan government of vote bank politics.
These organizations should have been dealt in the same way how our government dealt with the terrorist organizations in Kashmir and other parts like the Indian Mujahideen, etc., how they were dealt with. But unfortunately, the repeated governments of Kerala were reluctant to do so because they were influenced by the thought of Muslim organized vote bank.
With the violence that's been unleashed and several PFI as well as SDPI workers being held, the agenda of this radical outfit is crystal clear, and it's leading to now a growing chorus for a ban on PFI. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai and Shibi Mol in Thiruvananthapuram, Bureau Report, India Today.
The shocking murder of Ankita Bhandari continues to fester, with her furious mother calling for the deaths of those who murdered her young, talented daughter at the hands allegedly of at least one son of a BJP leader. The question now is, will justice be done? India Today broke the story, has stayed with it, and here's the very latest.
Uttarakhand simmers. Anger over the brutal murder of 19-year-old Ankita Bhandari is rising in the hill state. The special investigation team and forensic experts visited the resort owned by accused Pulkit Arya, where Ankita worked, incidentally 3 days after civic authorities had already demolished parts of the building. Ankita's last rites were performed by her family amid roadblocks, widespread protests, and heavy police deployment. Her mother claims that the cremation was done hastily and she wasn't allowed to see the body.
आप फांसी नहीं दे सकते ना, तो जिंदा जला दो उनको उसके घर के सामने, दीपक उनके घर के सामने। अभी मेरी बेटी को शांति मिलेगी, माँ की आत्मा को भी शांति मिलेगी कि हाँ, मैंने अपनी बेटी के हथियारों को फांसी पे चढ़ा दिया है, ताकि कोई दरिंद्र फिर कभी दूसरी बार ऐसी किसी बेटी के साथ सोच भी न सके।
Ankita's father questioned why the resort, including Ankita's room, which might hold crucial evidence, was bulldozed.
और जो वनंतरा रिजोर्ट जो तोड़ा गया उसके किसकी सहमति किससे तोड़ा गया, क्योंकि जिस कमरे में मेरी लड़की रहती थी वो उसमें कोई सबूत न सबूत रहा होगा।
Ankita's family members aren't the only ones to raise doubts. Congress leader Harish Rawat, who visited the family, fired 3 questions at the Pushkar Dhami government.
4 दिन लगे उसकी गिरफ्तारी में पुलिस और 6 दिन लग गए उस लड़की की बॉडी को रिकवर करने। पुलिस रिमांड अभी तक नहीं लिया गया है। हत्यारों को जुडिशल कस्टडी में है। ऐसी समय में कई तरीके के सवाल उठे हैं, जिनमें एक सवाल इस बात का भी है कि ये बुलडोजर क्यों चला।
Chief Minister Dhami has assured trial in a fast-track court to ensure speedy justice.
हम माननीय उच्च न्यायालय से भी अनुरोध करेंगे कि जल्दी से जल्दी इसमें फास्ट ट्रैक के लिए एक अलग से कोई अदालत गठित की जाए या अदालत में ऐसी व्यवस्था की जाए जिससे कि हमारी उत्तराखंड की बेटी को, हमारी बेटी को जल्दी से जल्दी न्याय मिले और जो गुनाहगार हैं, जो दोषी हैं, अपराधी हैं, उनको इसकी कड़ी सजा मिले।
The police have slapped a series of charges on prime accused Pulkit Arya, who is the son of the former BJP minister, under sections of the IPC that deal with murder and tampering of evidence. Arya is also booked under the Gangsters Act.
हमारे बहुत सारे एविडेंसेस है हमारे पास। सबसे बड़ा एविडेंस तो मैं इसी को मानता हूं कि जो पुलिस ने इंटरोगेशन से के बाद थ्योरी निकली थी, उन्होंने कहा हम घूमने गए थे, वापस आ रहे थे तो झगड़ा हुआ, झगड़े होने के बाद हमने इसको नहर में, गंगा जी की नहर में धकेल दिया, तो उसी एरिया से बॉडी हमारी रिकवर हो गई। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है, ठीक है। दूसरा ये है कि हमारे पास सीसीटीवी फुटेजेज हैं जहाँ पे वो 4 लोग दिख रहे हैं, ठीक है, एक साथ, 2, एक मोटरसाइकिल और एक स्कूटी पे। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है।
People of Uttarakhand are up in arms, demanding justice for Ankita. Will the government ensure speedy justice as it had promised? With Arvind Ojha and Ankit Sharma in Rishikesh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Quick break here on the news, much more coming up on the other side. Stay with India Today.
I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times.
To document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be.
From those who matter,
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter, I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth.
The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again.
I hustle for the truth, on the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the point with Preeti Chaudhary at these times only on India Today.
S. Jaishankar, India's soft-spoken external affairs minister, has schooled the United States in the United States on the very hot topic of F-16 assistance provided by the United States to Pakistan. Take a look at what he said. This is a soundbite that's gone totally viral.
US decision to upgrade Pakistan Air Force F-16 fighter jets has been criticized by India once again. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar made it clear India was not fooled by the US explanation that the aircraft were being upgraded to combat terror.
For someone to say, I'm doing this because it is for counter-terrorism, when you are talking of an aircraft like the capability of the F-16, everybody knows, where they are deployed and what is the use and what is their capability. So, you're not fooling anybody by saying this thing.
The Joe Biden administration has decided to reverse a block put on upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16s by former US President Donald Trump. The US assistance as part of foreign military sales, or FMS, is worth $450 million and involves upgrading Pakistan Air Force F-16 fleet with advanced avionics and sensors, apart from additional hardware, software and spares. The US has been made aware of India's strong reservations.
Well, we heard several concerns, obviously, from the government about this. Let me just say very clearly, this is a safety and maintenance program. There is no new aircraft being considered, no new capabilities for the really old aircraft that are being maintained, and no new weapon systems. This is very much about a worldwide policy that the U.S. government has. Whenever we provide or sell defense equipment, we support that equipment through the life cycle of that particular system. So in this case, that means spare parts, and maintenance. What we are proposing to provide, and it's a sale, it's not assistance, would be servicing of engines and wings of aircraft so that these airplanes can actually stay in the air safely. Some of these aircraft are over 40 years old. Without this sort of assistance, they would be a danger to the pilots and potentially to other people.
Though India is armed with the latest 4.5 generation Rafale fighter jets with its advanced Scalp and Meteor missiles, India was found wanting after the Balakot airstrike when PAF used F-16s as part of its Operation Swift Retort. Then Wing Commander, now Group Captain Abhinandan Vartaman, flying a Russian-origin MiG-21, made history by shooting down a Pakistan Air Force F-16. India has told the US that the F-16s will not be used against terror, but against a US strategic partner, India. India has acquired 36 Rafale fighter jets and is also deploying S-400 systems, but Pakistan Air Force acquiring F-16 spares and upgrades is seen as a reward for Pakistan, despite Islamabad taking no action against terror either in Afghanistan or India. Bureau Report, India Today.
Keep watching India Today. The news continues after this very short break.
A very warm welcome. You're watching our special broadcast here, and ahead of release of Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan, my colleague Tushar Joshi has caught up with the magician himself and the music maestro A.R. Rahman. The duo spoke at length about their journey over the last 3 decades, their collaboration, their hits, the music of the film, and a lot more. Let's take a quick listen to this exclusive conversation.
Welcome to India Today. This is truly an honor for 2 reasons. One is because I'm sitting with 2 people who are extremely passionate about what they do. Words obviously fall short to describe the legacy of work. The canvases behind me, the frames behind me speak volumes about the detailing and the efforts that have gone into bringing this film to life. I want to first of all welcome you guys to India Today. And I want to speak to you a bit about while growing up, Mani sir, I want to ask you, what were the films that left a mark on you in terms of impressions? When you step into a theatre, the color, the canvas for a child leaves impressions. Anything that stands out for you while growing up that left?
Too many films, too many good films, too many fantastic ones. And that time you don't realize that all these become your inputs. But it definitely leaves a lot of impression on you.
Okay, and Rahman, I want to ask you, there's a definition for melody, right? The first time you both sat in a studio, how would you describe his ears connect with melody? How is that like?
he has this instinct which is amazing. So sometimes, he picks tunes which are done 90s or 2000 and said, hear this. I was like, when did I do this? And that's one of the tunes which gave for Jage. It just gave me I was using the tape recorder cassette that time, which very noisy. I said, okay, we can make a symphony out of this, and like a choral kind of thing. That's what happened. So I trust his instincts quite a lot. Sometimes why didn't you listen to this stuff? Very few times I've said that, and then he's accepted that. Like Nenjikule was one. Right. That. And yeah.
Right. And I also believe that you joked that how you were almost kidnapped and you were in Bali, where you sort of both locked yourself and isolated yourself from a lot of stuff. How was the recording process like? What was it like, just organically?
So Bali, we went because, if you look at the 9th century conquest, they went to the east, they conquered. And if you look at those Indonesia or Jakarta, there's a lot of influence about Rama and Mahabharata. So we wanted to see whether some of the influence had gone very early. Yes. And they retained them. So that was the reason why we went to some of the temples and we heard them sing and all the rituals and all the stuff. So even the music, like the monkey chant. And so most of the melodies came in that 1 week session.
Wow.
He didn't respond like, yeah. And then finally, like 3 months later, I like this. They picked up most of the stuff from there.
Okay, great. I also have to ask you that, in terms of visuals, there is so much emphasis on that in these days, in times where the audience is also exposed to so much content. I was looking at the standees outside, and like I said, everything that the actor is wearing, from the anklet to the amulet on the hand to the earrings, is so detailed. Talk to me a bit about that process. Like, was it a lot of research? How did it go about?
Yeah, I mean, as much as we can get close to what we have in terms of evidence, in terms of documentation, and in terms, I think temples essentially formed a thing. And luckily for us, the Chola period has been extensively researched. It's one of the few, eras which have been documented very well, because Cholas by themselves started this practice of writing it down. In temples, on stone carvings, every bit that they have given out, every mason who's been a part of building the temple, everything has been documented.
Right.
How many, water bodies were created, who donated for it, everything is documented. So to a large extent, I think that Chola period is well covered in terms of details. But still, the visual details are something that we have to extrapolate.
Right.
Now we see the temple, we'll see the sculptures, and then we have to take that forward and go close to it.
Absolutely. And what was your first, when was the first time you discovered the books? Because everything that you read, you visualize and then you bring that to life, right? What was it about the books and the story that resonated with you?
I read the book long before I thought I'll get into movies. I had read it during my school time.
Oh, wow.
And it's an adventure. It's a pure, fantastic adventure. Probably that's the first adventure book that I've read in Tamil. Before that, you've read them in English, but this is the first full scale, and it's as good as any.
Yes.
It's a 5-part book, and it's absolutely entertaining, and it's absolutely detailed in terms of characters. And it not only tells the story, it tells the history, it tells the culture, it talks about the music at that time, it talks about the politics at that time. So it was fascinating to be able to put all that, mixing facts and fiction together and keeping it really entertaining. I mean, it came in as a weekly.
Right.
Every week it was published, and I'm told that the whole lot of audience would just wait for it to come the next week.
Yes,
so,
I was reading the numbers that the circulation of that weekly went to sky high after this story started coming out. That in itself is so great. Rahman, I want to talk to you a bit about the fact that you have a presence on your Instagram, on your social media space. You're very selective about what you share, but when you share it, there is excitement in fandom. What happens to you when you stumble upon somebody remaking your song, or you hear a piece of somebody trying to do a DJ version of it or a studio version of it? What is your take on that?
I think that the more I see all this stuff, I think it gets distorted. What the intention of a composer gets distorted. People say, I'm reimagined. Who are you to reimagine stuff? So even I'm careful of taking somebody else's work. We have to be respectful. And I think that's a gray area. We need to sort that out.
How do you respond when a producer or a director comes to you and says, let's get this track from you or that film because it did so well, let's give it a 2022 version and remake it?
The thing about my music, yesterday we had the Telugu launch and one of the producers, Dil Raju, said, every song which you guys have done together sounds fresh now because it was all done in digital mastering. So it already has that quality and everybody appreciates it. So if I need to do that, I should do that. Yeah. I need to recreate. And of course, people take permission, but you can't take something very recent and remix again because it kind of feels very weird.
If you had to dig into his playlist on his phone, what tracks would you discover? Apart from the stuff that...
He has all my tunes. I usually give him like 20, 30, 40 tunes.
Wow.
And then
I have the bank.
Oh, you're the one to go to there.
He brings it back and say, yeah, exactly. So he's always happy. Okay, if he messes up, I got backup.
Oh, absolutely. That's a treasure that you've got with you.
I do.
I have to speak to you about Aishwarya. I mean, there is no way that I can't speak about her. Just the fact that two of you together, when you go back to Iruvar and you think about the day when she was on set and the first time you said action and the Aishwarya in the film, what is your description of her remarkable journey?
Not very different. I think she was very hardworking then. She learned Tamil at that point of time when she did the first film and she had a mode she had to do. She would do it like, she would have known all her lines by heart. And she would say it so you can actually direct her beyond it, So I think even now the same. And for this, she's got much longer dialogues, much more elaborate, much more intricate, and she was ready with all of them. And I think it's quite amazing how she's able to do that.
Is she somebody who improvises or is she somebody who works in the bracket of what has been asked her to give? Because there are two kinds of actors.
I think any actor, this is what I believe in, that any actor should bring something of himself or herself into the character. There's, somebody is just going to do what I say, then it's no use. Then it's, it's going to be two-dimensional. Unless they put in, Aishwarya becomes Nandini. And converts what is written and what is being directed into, internalize it and brings it out. That's when I think we feel that we're seeing somebody genuine.
Right. That's
in this, she looks evil without being evil.
Absolutely.
Somebody who looks so pure can be evil.
Yeah.
Is spooky.
That in itself is a great thing to do. I mean, who would have imagined?
So she looks stunning in this.
She does. She looks absolutely stunning. And I have to quickly pick your brain and ask you, because we don't get this audience with you any time sooner than expected. But what is your take on films? Do you watch films? Do you watch films in the OTT space? Do you go to theaters? Have you watched anything of late that has impressed you?
I do everything. I do everything that you do. Whatever you do, I do.
Have you watched RRR or Brahmastra or anything recent that has...
No, this has got PS1 releasing, so last few months have been, everything else has been in the back burner.
Yeah.
So I'll catch up on all those.
Okay. And Rahman, you've been a regular sort of to say at the Oscars. You've sort of done that whole bit that one does when one goes there. What is your take on the excitement for RRR this year? In general, are you of the opinion that we make a lot of it, or do you think that it's a prestige?
I just wish the best for them because there's a lot of buzz in international circuit about RRR, and I hope they get what they want. Yeah, my good wishes.
Okay, that's a sweet thing. And I can't end the conversation without asking you guys. I'm not going to ask you a long question, but I just want you to tell me the one word or the one line when I take the name of these films, which have been the legacy that you guys have, and this has come from fans. So I've taken 5 titles. It's very difficult to sort of shortlist that, but I'll start with you, sir. Roja, the memory, the first thing.
I think it's a great start for a journey with Rahman.
Okay. And do you remember the first time he entered the room and what was he like and what was the conversation?
Yeah, I remember everything. It's like yesterday. I remember how he was and how he will compose and I mean, it's a small room. I'm used to working in a huge studio, in Prasad Studio, which is large and things. And here I come for the first time. And it's really a tiny space. And so I'm wondering what is happening here. And then He has got his headphone, he's working on his keyboard. I can't hear anything that he is composing. I'm just sitting there. And the end of it, after some time, he takes the headphone off and then puts it on and he walks out. He doesn't stay there. And then you listen to sound which is like what I've never heard before. You know, it's so fresh and so pure and so good that it is unbelievable. The small studios and this one young man was able to produce that kind of music.
So I compensated that. So I took him to my Firda studio in Dubai. I said, okay, let's watch the movie here, sir. But all the...
You made up for it.
Yeah, big screen and such a big hall there. And, yeah.
Wow, that's literally going back in time and jogging your memory. Bombay,
I think just the theme music of Bombay was something very special.
It gives me goosebumps even now when I think of it.
Actually, we had wanted him to record a song. He had composed this before. He had composed the other songs also. We had shooting going on and we wanted a song which we are planning to shoot in a very short while. So I finished the day shoot and I was coming here expecting to hear the song that I needed for the shooting the next week. And I come into the studio and he's not recorded that. He's recorded something else. And then he plays me this theme music. It is just out of the world, you know. I mean, it's just something
divine.
Which is,
it's out of the world.
I was actually composing for his wife, Hasini ma'am, and in GV's house, brother's house. And I was composing for her and this thing came. I told her, like, I'm doing something for somebody else here. Is it okay in your space? I said, who? I said, your husband. So the theme came in that house, actually. And then I...
Wow, who would have thought? And that theme is just timeless. Yeah. It has stood the test and will stand the test of time. I want to ask you, Dil Se, the memory?
The memory is, he never told me the story. He said, I want to tell you the story. And just give me 7 stages of love. I said, okay. This is trippy now. And then, so the whole brief was that. He never told me what story.
Was that on a reason? Was that a conscious effort?
Sometimes you do very strange things. I have no logic. I can't imagine why I didn't say that. I must have thought
that
then.
Actually kind of pushed all of us to think on another realm. Which people feel like, even now, feel like that's one of the best soundtracks.
Absolutely.
And because the inspiration is like way above.
Sometimes it's, you know, like even with the lyricists, if you tell the exact situation, they get bound by it.
Yes.
If you don't say it exactly, but if you give them an abstract view, then it becomes, you know, I mean...
You're giving away something to other filmmakers.
I was in, after the Oscars, I went to each studio. My agent wanted me to introduce me to all the music supervisors. So he took me to Warner Brothers and Fox and Sony, and we had meetings. The whole studio executives came, and then... So while we were walking from either Warner or Fox, I think one lady white lady started running behind me. Hey, wait. If you meet Mani Ratnam, just tell him that I watched this Dil Se 40 times. I love that movie.
That's a crazy memory. Was Yuva a lot of fun? Just the vibe of the film and the music?
I think Yuva had a completely different kind of music, so it was... And I think it's very much Rahman's zone.
And it's so current even now, the tracks, if you go to a club, you can play all of that.
Yeah.
Is that what you think for Yuva?
Yeah, we performed Fana for this whole recent tour, yeah.
I remember that, you know, for Fana, halfway through I was in some screening, you know, in a preview theatre. And I get a call from Rahman. It must have been about 11 in the night. So I come outside and pick it up and he says, I think some magic is happening here. And that's when Fana was getting recorded. I think it was just, you know, I mean, he was just...
In its earlier stages.
Yeah, it was just flowing. So I think he was going through the car, you know.
Yeah.
So that's...
it also came with them, Ebu Bach. We were just talking like, what is the hook? What is the hook of the what is the song? And we were talking about something deep, spiritual thing. And I was saying Fana, Bakan. And he said, like, Fana. That's the title of the song. It's like, how will it fit? And F word is nice too.
But it is sort of a spiritual experience, that song, given the words that they keep ringing in your ear, it takes you to a different place. Absolutely, absolutely. And finally, again, it's a very short list, I had to struggle. Guru. What was that like? The first memory that jogs to your mind when I say that?
I think nobody's done a movie like that in India. Nobody's done a movie like that and pulled it off. I think genius. And what casting?
Yes, absolutely. What casting?
One of Abhishek's best, I think.
Absolutely. Again, the music for that, was it a different take given the fact that it's a different sort of a genre of a film? It's sort of based around, you know, a personality. So did you look at the music from a different way?
Yeah, I think also it's a time period that it travels through and the changes that were happening. So somewhere that kind of represented in the music also, in the songs. Each one was of a different kind, you know, to show the trajectory.
Absolutely. I think in this conversation, I have definitely gone through I've time traveled and gone through all these films and absolute gems of tracks.
I think Jage, now every movie I do, they put Jage as a temp music. I said, oh my God, don't do this. And you have to come with another Jage for that, because they match the cut to that. It's so difficult when they put something like Jage, which he only found the tune. In one of my, you know, on the voice memos, he said, why don't we use this tune? And it's like, I can make a symphony out of this, and choral symphony. And,
No, that's called magic. I mean, just the fact that both of you are so genius at what you do.
And of course, Gulzar sir.
He can't, he just adds the extra. It's perfect.
You know, once he puts the stuff, then it gets wings, and
it goes to a different level. And again, for PS1, just the canvas, the excitement, like I was telling you, on social media, because this is a new space now where fans look at films and they are eagerly awaiting one of the most discussed films. I think it's damn exciting. It's going to be really interesting to see the story behind the Chola dynasty. Very little information, whatever we have, you know, across the world, we are going to get a glimpse into their life. And all the very best. I'm so excited. I can't wait to watch the film on a big screen, probably in an IMAX or, you know, a bigger screen, and take the full experience. And thank you so much for speaking to India today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. They have had at least 30 years of partnership ever since Roja. Looks like they're again set to continue this legacy with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan. Let's take a look.
"30 years of partnership, more than 15 film albums, and innumerable chartbusters later, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. It almost feels like they're blessed with a Midas touch. Every time they work together on a project, it turns into gold. Their body of work speaks for itself. And looks like the director-composer duo have worked their magic yet again with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan.
I think it hasn't changed. AR hasn't changed at all. I mean, I still remember this is the same way he was in the first film. He will not let go. He will try to do something different, and he'll add value to the film, tremendous value to the film, and he treats it almost like his first film. So it's fantastic to have somebody like that with you.
But how did it all begin? Well, the magic combination of Ratnam and Rahman started way back in 1992 with the classic Roja.
Kadal Roja, enge ni enge, kanneer valiyudadi kanneer. Kadal Roja, enge ni enge, kanneer valiyudadi kanneer. Kannukkull neera, kanneeril neera, kannmoodi paarthal enjukkull neera, ennaanado edaanado sol sol.
Yes, that was the first time the two came together for a project.
ये हंसी वादियाँ ये खुला आसमां आ गए हम कहाँ है मेरे साजना.
The singer had composed Chinna Chinna Asai, one of the songs in the film, which was unconventional in comparison to the music at that time.
चिन्न चिन्न आसै सिरगडिक्कुम आसै मुत्तु मुत्तु आसै मुडिंदु वैत्त आसै.
Rahman had earlier composed ad jingles and brought a different flavor to the film's music. Interestingly, the album of Roja was released by the Bengaluru-based Lahiri Audio and sold a staggering 30 lakh copies in Tamil and Hindi. It was also released in Telugu and Malayalam later on. The success of the film's music paved way for several songs thereafter. Mani Ratnam then made Tiruda Tiruda, a comedy caper, and roped in Rahman for the music. Rahman explored his pop influences such as Michael Jackson in this slickly short song sung by Anupama and Suresh Peters. Picking up the threads from Roja, Mani Ratnam made Bombay in 1995, his second film in the Terror trilogy. The romantic thriller was inspired by the political scenario at that time. Rahman was again brought on board and he composed as many as 8 tracks for this Arvind Swamy and Manisha Koirala startup. Including Kannanule and Kuchi Kuchi Konnamma. The third part, Dil Se, released in 1998, which featured Shah Rukh Khan and Preeti Zinta along with Manisha Koirala. The album of this film was a huge success with chartbusters like Chaiya Chaiya, Dil Se Re, and Jia Jale among others. The duo had also come together for Iruvar, a political drama in 1997. The film narrated the story about friends turned rivals, MGR and Karunanidhi. The film did not fare well at the box office. The music maestro composed Hello Mr. Edirkakshi, a jazzy track featuring Aishwarya Rai, a style that Rahman did not pursue thereafter. Oru Devam Tandeppuve is another hit track that the duo worked together for the 2002's Kannathil Muttamitta. Was followed by many more films and several other songs that multiple Oscar winner composed for the Roja director. The duo worked together yet again in Guru, one of the biggest hits of 2007, which featured Abhishek Bachchan and Aishwarya Rai in key roles. And then there was Ravanan in 2010 and Katruveliyade in 2017. The tracks from these films were appreciated and enjoyed by music lovers. And not only did Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman set the benchmarks for the Indian music industry as a whole, but they also challenged their peers to experiment. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
All right, that's all we could pack on this show today. Keep watching In the Club. Until next time, thank you very much. Goodbye for now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
जैसे कहीं चांदनी पायल गूंजे, जैसे कहीं शीशे के जाम गिरे और छल से टूटे, जैसे कोई चुपके सितार बजाए, जैसे कोई चांदनी रात में गाए, जैसे कोई हॉल से पास बुलाए। कैसी मीठी बातें थी वो, कैसे मुलाकातें थी वो, जब मैंने जाना था नजरों से कैसे पिघलते हैं दिल और आरज़ू पाती है कैसे मंजिल और कैसे उतरता है चांद ज़मीन पर, कैसे कभी लगता है स्वर्ग अगर है तो बस यहीं पर।
Co-presented by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination, Monday night. The big story is the Rajasthan desert storm. Ashok Gehlot has embarrassed the Gandhis. Have they lost control of the Congress? Whatever happened to the High Command? Also, who will ensure justice for Ankita? That story continues to make the headline. But the big story comes from Rajasthan, where the Congress is finding itself in a major crisis. Now, sources telling India Today, close to Ashok Gehlot, we are not rebelling against Sonia Gandhi and the Gandhi family. Sources close to Gehlot saying Gehlot is still happy to move to Delhi as Congress president, but importantly, the choice of Rajasthan Chief Minister must be left to the MLAs. Sources telling India Today that Gehlot is expected to meet the Gandhis in the next 48 to 72 hours to try and resolve the issue. So clearly Ashok Gehlot trying to emerge conciliatory towards the Congress leadership. Joining me now is Preeti Chaudhary, who's been tracking all of this in Jaipur. Preeti, it appears that the two camps have very clear views. Sachin Pilot is banking on the Gandhis to topple Ashok Gehlot in a way or move him out of Jaipur and replace him with Pilot. The Gehlot camp, on the other hand, seems to believe that Ashok Gehlot can be both Congress president and get his person in power in Jaipur. So, which way is this heading?
Well, in the last 24 hours or the last, since last evening, Rajiv, if I'm to look at it, if till late last night you and I were discussing and, we were talking about the fact that the Jadugar, the magician from Rajasthan has pulled a rabbit out of the hat. By the evening today, there is a sense in the political circles in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, that the magician might have overplayed his hand. Why I say that is, Rajdeep, there is a sense of urgency where the Gehlot camp is concerned, that it conveys to the media, it conveys especially to the Congress that, hey, this is not a fight between the Congress, High Command and Gehlot. It is very well just a fight, or it is about keeping Sachin Pilot out, who the MLAs feel were the ones, 2 years ago, he stitched together a rebellion with the BJP, and why award him right now? We can see that now. Let's see, about an hour ago, Shanti Dhariwal held a press conference where his main focus of that press conference was to constantly reiterate that we have nothing against Sonia Gandhi. This is not about the High Command. So while there is a sense of urgency to downplay the conflict which is being seen or perceived as Gehlot versus the High Command, on the other hand, the Sachin camp would want us to believe and would want to play up this conflict. Because for Sachin, it works better if it's seen as a fight not between Sachin and Gehlot, but a fight between Ashok Gehlot and directly the High Command here.
Okay, very quickly though, is the sense that you get, Preeti, that the Ashok Gehlot camp will not accept Sachin Pilot, come what may?
Yes and no. Why I say that right now is it's in a very precarious position, Rajdeep. We've been speaking to a lot of MLAs who put pen to paper last night at CP Joshi's residence. While at this evening, news started to circulate that the Congress High Command is extremely miffed at Ashok Gehlot for what went down yesterday. They are now making an attempt to reach out and make it clear that, listen, we have nothing against Gehlot. We didn't want to put pen to paper. We actually will go exactly with what the High Command says, and a lot of MLAs are actually coming out and saying it post this, post about 4 p.m. In the morning, there was a lull, but now, once again, there is a sense of some of these MLAs at least gravitating back, maybe not to Sachin Pilot as yet, but to the party whip.
We'll wait and see how this plays out. Fast changing developments. Remember, lots is happening in Delhi too, and we'll go to that. Kamal Nath has met Sonia Gandhi. Will he play the role of peacemaker, the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister? But joining me now is someone who did, in a way, is seen now to have led the Gehlot camp against Sachin Pilot. Pratap Singh Khachariawaz is Rajasthan's minister, close to Ashok Gehlot. Khachariawaz ji, ये बताइए, क्या हम माने कि कहीं ना कहीं ये आप चाहते हैं कि कोई भी मुख्यमंत्री बने राजस्थान का, बट सचिन पायलट किसी भी हालत में आप तैयार नहीं है? क्या ये गेहलोत बनाम सचिन पायलट है या गेहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली?
ना तो ये गहलोत बनाम गांधी फैमिली है, क्योंकि गांधी फैमिली के सबसे बड़े लॉयलिस्ट अशोक गहलोत जी हैं। सोनिया गांधी जी की बात पर जो व्यक्ति अपनी जान दे सकता हो, उसके लिए इस तरह की बात करना बहुत गलत है। कल भी वो बहुत नाराज़ हुए MLAs के एक्शन को लेकर। जब वो नाराज़ हुए तो धारीवाल जी ने उनसे कहा कि आप ही ने कहा था, जब कैंप चला 1 महीने तक लोगों ने बगावत कर दी, मानेसर चले गए थे, तब इन्होंने बड़ा मार्मिक भाषण दिया। गहलोत साहब ने कहा कि ये कैंप सोनिया गांधी जी का कैंप है, ये कांग्रेस का कैंप है, और इस कैंप में रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी, वेणुगोपाल जी, अजय माकन जी सब बैठे हुए हैं। कांग्रेस इधर है। आज मुझे तुम्हारी ज़रूरत है, तुम्हारे ऊपर कोई संकट आएगा तो मैं अभिभावक के रूप में तुम्हारा काम करूंगा। सारे MLA जिनके साथ खड़े रहकर बीजेपी के षड्यंत्र का जवाब दिया। आपको याद होगा राजदीप जी, तब गवर्नर साहब ने मिलने का टाइम नहीं दिया हमें। हम लोग जब गवर्नर हाउस गए तो गवर्नर हाउस में घुसने नहीं दिया, विधानसभा को भंग करने की तैयारी हो गई थी, वहाँ हमको धरना देना पड़ा। अशोक गहलोत जी खुद ज़मीन पर बैठे रहे। उस दिन मैंने हालत देखी कि हमारे लिए नाश्ता पुलिस को अंदर नहीं लाने दिया गया गवर्नर हाउस में। गवर्नर साहब नाराज़ हो गए। तो आपको हमने वो दौर भी देखा है। ये लड़ाई मेरे एक बात समझ में नहीं आ रही, देश में राहुल गांधी जी हमारे नेता, उनकी पदयात्रा चल रही है, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, और इस वक्त जिस तरह से अचानक जल्दीबाजी में ये सब किया गया, तो आपको मीटिंग बुलानी है, बुलाइए ना, कौन मना कर रहा है। सोनिया गांधी जी के आह्वान पर हम अपनी जान दे सकते हैं, तो कुर्सी है, हाईकमांड का फैसला तोड़ना हो गया। सोनिया गांधी जी का कोई डिसीजन होगा तो वो अशोक गहलोत जी को बुला कर कह देंगी। MLA भी क्या, हम सोनिया गांधी जी को पूरा देश का कांग्रेस का कार्यकर्ता अपनी मां समझता है,
लेकिन खाचरियावास जी
उनके आह्वान पर अपनी जान देने को लोग तैयार हैं।
ये सब ठीक है। हमें जो जानकारी मिली कि सोनिया गांधी जी का फैसला था, और अजय माकन ने ये आप सभी को कहा कि वो चाहती हैं कि एक लाइन रेजोल्यूशन हो कि कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा डिसाइड करेगी कि कौन बनेगा अगला मुख्यमंत्री। अशोक गहलोत जी दिल्ली आएंगे कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष, और सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे है कि उनको उनकी जगह रखा जाएगा, और आप लोग इस बात को नहीं माने। तो आप यहां कह रहे हैं कि सोनिया गांधी जो भी कहे हम उसे मानेंगे। सच्चाई है कि जब सचिन पायलट का नाम आगे आने लगा, आपने उसका विरोध किया, यह सच्चाई है।
राजदीप जी, मैं आपको फिर कह रहा हूं, आप मेरे बारे में पता चल कर लेना। माकन साहब खड़गे साहब से मिलने जब तनोट माता जी के यहाँ से आए, मैं खुद उनसे मिलने गया। माकन साहब से मेरी बात हुई, उन्होंने कहीं नहीं कहा कि उन्होंने इनका नाम आगे किया है, पायलट साहब का नाम। ऐसा कोई आदेश हमारे पास नहीं आया। विधायक दल की मीटिंग रात को 1:30 बजे मेरे पास महेश जोशी जी का फ़ोन आया, मुख्य सचेतक है, आप उनसे बात कर लेना। मैंने कहा यार, रात को 1:30 बजे आप मुझे फ़ोन कर रहे हो, कल 7 बजे मुख्यमंत्री के यहाँ पे विधायक दल की मीटिंग है। कि मैंने कहा कल तनोट माता जी के यहाँ जाएंगे, मैं भी जाऊँगा मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ, डोटासरा जी भी जाएंगे। क्या कर रहे हो आप? बोले यार अचानक वहाँ से कॉल आया, दिल्ली से मीटिंग रखनी है। मैंने कहा रख लो भाई, जब मीटिंग तय होगी तो हम तो जाने वाले थे मुख्यमंत्री निवास। MLA पहुँच गए वहाँ पे धारीवाल जी के यहाँ कि भाई मुख्यमंत्री निवास में आप मीटिंग करवा रहे हो, आप मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात करो, ये क्या तरीका है। और वहाँ अफवाह ये फैल गई कि मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देंगे, नया मुख्यमंत्री चुना जाएगा। नया मुख्यमंत्री उन लोगों में से चुना जाएगा जो 19 लोग सरकार गिराने में लगे हुए थे। आप मुझे बताइए, बहुमत से फैसला होता है, एक तरफ 102 विधायक है, एक तरफ 19 लोग हैं जो सरकार गिरा रहे थे। 1.5 महीने तक हम होटल में पड़े रहे, पूरी मेहनत की, पूरी बीजेपी से लड़े, उनमें से मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा तो आप वोट के आधार पर मुख्यमंत्री का फैसला करो।
2 साल पहले सचिन पायलट ने बगावत की थी, अब हम 2022 में हैं। आज की तारीख में अगर सोनिया गांधी आपसे कहे खाचरियावास जी आप और बाकी विधायक सचिन पायलट को मुख्यमंत्री बनने दीजिए, आप मानेंगे या नहीं मानेंगे?
राजदीप जी एक बात सुन लीजिए, सोनिया गांधी जी के आदेश पर हम अपनी जान भी दे देंगे। सोनिया गांधी जी ने हमें ऐसी कोई बात नहीं कही है। जिस दिन कहेगी उस दिन आपको पता चलेगा। कभी भी प्रेस पर